2-hour ride watching Ridley Scott's The Martian today. Here's what I'm going to say. Nice movie, good cast, certainly inspiring, weighed down a little bit, and I'm not going to say it's their fault. They don't control where culture went after it came out. Weighed down a little bit by quipping and Reddit speak, but time may change. Maybe in 10 years we'll say the quipping is fun again because media has become joyless or something like that. There is a lot of, well, that just happened. I'm going to science the frick out of this. I'm going to Mark Watney, space pirate, etc., etc. There's also quite a lot of, here, let me explain it. And then someone grabs like 2 salt shakers and they're like, let's suppose Gulp Shido is Mars and Obi-Wan Kenobi is the Earth. That being said, I spent too much time talking about the negatives. Still a fun movie. I'm going to give it a 3.5 out of 5. Now, I saw it before in theaters, but I'm going to give it a 3.5 upon revisiting. They do say in English, Einstein. They don't, well, they say something like, and for those of us who don't speak code or something like that. What was your in-theater score for it? I don't know, probably 6 stars out of 5, like openly weeping. There's something about the sound system, bro. The music, it can bring me to tears easily. Basically, I'm effectively like 4 years old. Every time I see a movie at the theater, I leave and I'm like, that's the best movie ever made. What's your favorite movie? What did I last see? As always, the book is better. I literally love Letterboxd Larry's and I hate Goodreads Gary's. That being said, I did read The Martian before I saw the movie. Back in 2013, maybe 2014. It might have been the first book I read on my Kindle. I read that and I read Gone Girl. And then I read some 900-page Barbara Tuchman book about the War of the Roses or the 30 Years' War. I can't really remember. And then I said, fuck books. And then I didn't read a book for like 5 years. And then I read The Old Man and the Sea, The Handmaid's Tale, Brave New World, Notes from Underground. And I said, fuck books. And I haven't been back since. Oh, Meditations, of course. But Meditations is like, it's actually shorter than what I read in chat every day in terms of volume. In terms of wisdom, it contains 100x what I've read in chat in my entire life. But in terms of volume, it's like 12 pages long. And essentially the thesis of Meditations is you can't kill me in any way that matters. The Creator 2023, John David Washington, Ken Watanabe, Sturgill Simpson, Allison Janney, Gemma Chan. Beautiful movie to look at. Great world building. Little bloated, little overlong. It couldn't shake the feeling that I had seen it done before and seen it done better. I'm going to have to give that a 2 out of 5. I'm sorry to say. I can't stress enough, though, it looks really nice. It's a nice looking movie. I thought about a 2.5, but to be honest, I felt like a 2.5 is kind of like the coward's review. It's like, I didn't like it, but I'm not putting a hit out on it. 2 is like the first bad review that is like, I'm not saying like if you should watch it if you're a fan of the genre. I feel like the most courageous review scores are 2 out of 5 and 5 out of 5. It's so easy to just give a movie a 2.5 and say like it's kind of okay, and it's so easy to give a movie a 4.5 and say it's great, but I don't want to defend it as the greatest movie of the year. How was the Peloton ride? It was good. I did, I don't know, like 107 minutes in Zone 2 watching The Creator from Gareth Edwards. It was supposed to be 120, but then I got, there were pressing matters that required my attention. I did see that Christopher Nolan's favorite Peloton instructor did roast one of his movies. They said, and I quote, "That's 2 hours of my life I won't get back."
I was on my Peloton doing a high interval, some shit, gasping, I'm dying, and the instructor started talking about one of my films and said, "Has anyone else seen this? Because that's a couple hours of my life I'll never get back again." When Rex Reed takes a shit on your film, he doesn't ask you to work out with him. So
it's a very funny news story. And that's really all there is to it. I don't have like a whole wealth of content to glean from that. I say this as someone who's in an industry that's sort of like tangential to a Peloton instructor. I wouldn't call myself like a tangential to a film director. It's kind of a different sort of thing. But it's not that dissimilar to a Peloton instructor. So I have to, if anyone's getting on the Peloton instructor's case, I just have to say that they have the right to their opinions on media, you know? They should be able to, you know, you're on the bike for 30 minutes. They can't just say, oh, cadence 80, resistance, 35 to 40. They gotta talk about little banter holes now and then. I do the same. Like, I'd be annoyed if, like, a director watched my content and I talked about their movie and said I didn't like it. And then the director got on me on Twitter and was like, what do you mean you don't like it? It's like, bro, I'm literally just talking right now. I should have diplomatic immunity. I'm not a film critic. I'm just a guy. What, people aren't allowed to, like, not like your movies? I think it's yap immunity. If you're a movie critic, you shouldn't be responding to movie critics and being like, no, actually, you're wrong. The movie's good. But, like, at least that's kind of like, but they're the opposing forces in the arena. I'm literally just a dude in the stands, and I'm rooting for the lads in the blue shirts. What if a Peloton instructor said he didn't like your Isaac episodes? I know you're gonna hit me with a sure on this one. It would roll off of me like water off of a duck's back. It's part of the business. Now, if he came into chat and said, hey, I don't like your Isaac episodes, I would ban him, because that's just spreading hate for no reason. And as somebody that's in the industry, they should know better than to go to someone else's stadium and go, hey, I don't like this. It's the same way, like, I would never go to a studio ride for Peloton and be like, you know, hey, Christine, I don't like your rides. You know, that's her home turf. Did you see Jen Sherman dissing Chris Nolan? Wait a minute. This is an extra wrinkle because we did talk about it. Are you telling me that Christopher Nolan's favorite Peloton instructor is Jen Sherman?
What the fuck was going on in that movie? Do you understand? Seriously, you need to be a neuroscientist to understand. And that's 2.5 hours of my life that I want back. I want it back.
That in and of itself is like, I'm not trying to be a hater, I'm just yapping. But that calls into question, you know what it is? He's really good at making movies. He doesn't have the best choice in Peloton instructors. He's very smart in one domain and a normie in all the other ones. That's completely fair. I knew there were Jen Sherman fans out there, but I wouldn't have expected necessarily Chris Nolan to be one of them. The Shermanator. She does. If you called her the Shermanator, she would cancel the ride. She would stop pedaling and call your ass out. See, given what we've talked about already, someone in chat has asked multiple times, do you know the movie Wolf from 1994? Please tell me you're not the director of Wolf, okay? Because we just went over this. You shouldn't be going into people's chats, picking fights with them just based on their opinion of the movie, okay? Maybe they loved it, maybe they hated it, maybe they don't get it. But you made the piece of art, and now the art, it partly belongs to you and it partly belongs to society, okay? You can't be its steward for the rest of your life. You make it, you put it out into the world, and then you see what happens. Anyway, I've never seen it, I think. I don't know if I've ever heard of it. We're back and playing Isaac. Can I say, by the way, for the last week, while riding the bike, I have eschewed Peloton classes and instead been watching some movies. I gotta say, I'm not going to bat for the Disney Corporation, but it turns out 20th Century Fox has some damn heaters, man, in their catalog. When they got acquired by the Disney Corporation and all their stuff got rolled up into Disney Plus, or maybe Hulu in the United States of America, there's some heaters on there, man. You know what I watched over the last 2 days? I finished it today. I watched Ridley Scott's 2021 film, The Last Duel, where Matt Damon has a mullet and a goatee, and Ben Affleck has a bowl cut and a goatee, and that's a 101 mile an hour fastball. I apologize because I had previously said Ridley Scott is not washed, but when he started talking his smack about Marvel movies, I was like, Ridley, when I want my opinion on what color milk an android should bleed in outer space, spoilers, the android's not the bad guy. Double spoilers, we faked you out. He's always the bad guy. Anyway, I was like, you should stay in your lane a little bit, Ridley. A little bit. I watched, in the last week, I watched The Martian. Pretty good. Enjoyable. Certainly, I think I would call it a 3.5 out of 5. Kingdom of Heaven. They didn't have the director's cut, so I apologize. Kingdom of Heaven theatrical cut. Decent movie. Sword and Sandal. I gave it a 3 out of 5. Still liked it. What a cast, too. Michael Sheen, Liam Neeson, David Thewlis. I mean, we're not even talking about the top billed actors necessarily. The Last Duel, that's a 4.5 star out of 5 Andy, as far as I'm concerned. That is, I enjoyed my time with that movie immensely. 3.5 out of 5 is a lazy score. You're everything wrong with the state of user reviews, just so you know. Not every review needs to change the world. Not every piece of art warrants that. Some pieces of art warrants a 3.5 out of 5. I watched The Creator in theaters. I gave it a 4 out of 10. I'm thinking you're based. John Wick voice. I'm thinking you're based. Because I gave it a 2 out of 5. Which is, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not that good with fractions. I think that becomes a 4 out of 10. What else has Gareth Edwards done? Because I know his name, but I can't recall where I know it from. Oh, he did Rogue One. That's right. Rogue One. And the Godzilla. Oh, Godzilla like 2014. All right, I'm not saying he's washed. I'm just saying he's... What has he done for me lately? No, I mean, well, like it's... I don't mean to incite personal attacks on the man. I'm just... It wasn't my cup of tea. Anyway, that's all I got. Because I saw someone say, did you also watch Master and Commander this weekend? Wait, because you derived that all from my tweet about Stanley Cups? January 2024. Stanley rules America. The Thermos fleet is the only thing that stands between it and world domination. Cups are now battlefields. So is the Letterboxd account real? I say this with all due respect. Many of you need to leave your house and go outside. Because I logged into my old Letterboxd account. I'm being sincere, by the way. I laughed, but it's because it's funny to me. It should not be funny to you. It should be troubling. I logged into my old Letterboxd account to like log the movies that I've seen on the bike so that I can keep them straight and remember what I thought about them. And then literally, so I logged like 4 movies that I watched last week. Then I went to bed and I woke up to like 90 emails that were like, X person just followed you on Letterboxd. X person just followed you on Letterboxd. And I'm like, so obviously, I don't know if there was a tweet or a subreddit post or something like that. I'm very flattered that you care to log in every day and see what score I gave to a movie with no review attached to it whatsoever. I will not be writing my thoughts on the movies. I will simply be putting my score there. The fact that it's not that deep is kind of, I mean, you gotta understand. This is something I did with no fanfare whatsoever at like, you know, 10:43 p.m. on Saturday night, and I was like, let's just get, you know, just so I have a ledger for myself. And then I wasn't surprised, by the way, but I woke up and when I saw all the email replies, I was like, okay, I forgot what business I'm in. You know, it makes me have a lot of sympathy for Taylor Swift. This level of like popularity where you can't help but have like a national media event just for existing. It's like Taylor Swift stuns in essential sweatshirt en route to Trader Joe's. It's like, bro, she's literally buying her groceries right now. She's getting the sweet and sour chicken jalapeno poppers. Like, this is not like a concert. She's just chilling. Hang on, I have to do today's Letterboxd review. Dozens of people are waiting with bated breath for my thoughts on the 1996 Michael Bay movie, The Rock, finished today on the Peloton. Rating from yours truly, 3.5 out of 5. And I do click the heart. I click the heart to say I like this. Review or log? Yes, I will log it. Save. It's crazy that people write like full reviews on Letterboxd, man. Review by Lachlan Hibbert Wells. It's ridiculous. It directly led to the UK joining the war in Iraq. Seriously, it sounds insane, but it's actually true. And it's bested by many other Connery and Cage films of the 90s. That said, it has the line, "Your best. Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen," which is up there for outdated, sexist, but somehow hilarious dialogues, along with classics like this one from The Long Kiss Goodnight. Hey, you got a nice body and all, but those, you see them coming around the corner, you got time to comb your hair. Which is to say, I really wish we'd got the planned sequel about the secrets on the microfilm, because it sounds vaguely like a version of National Treasure, which also includes Sean Connery just brutally murdering dudes. What do you... Write a single line about the movie in three paragraphs of review about the film, supposedly? What are we talking about here? And then JFlix84 gave it a 4.5 and says, best movie ever, in my top 5 at least. 4.5 stars for one of your favorite movies of all time? I mean, I don't think it's one of the best movies of all time. I think that's insanity. But they are a pro user. Favorite films: Do the Right Thing, Notorious, Goodfellas, Mulholland Drive, and then I can only assume number 5 would be The Rock. Recent activity: Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist, 5 stars. The Talented Mr. Ripley, 5 stars. The Rock, 4.5 stars. What the hell? It's your least favorite movie you watched in 2023. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, we've done this before. Everybody is entitled to the sweat of their own opinion. I'm not auditing anybody on Letterboxd. They're the ones who typed up the review, presumably to be read. Sap crashes on my phone. Dude, I was... So I finished watching Michael Bay's magnum opus, The Rock, on my Peloton ride this morning. Then I said, I got 20 minutes left in my ride, so I just pivoted. I said, let's watch an episode of The Simpsons. I made a grievous error. I used the Peloton browser to click on the episode of The Simpsons. Everything froze up. The screen froze. The metrics froze. The only thing that was still moving were the pedals. And I said, okay, that's fine. I could just hop off a little early today. Hop off the bike, look at my metrics. It says the ride is still going on. Took a shower, hard cycled my bike, turned it on, turned it off. It still says the ride is going on. I don't know, I might wake up tomorrow and they're going to give me like a Presidential Medal of Honor or something like that. They're going to be like, he's been riding the bike for 24 hours straight. Let me see if the robot figured me out today. It didn't. The robot does not say that I finished the ride. It's because it's, as far as they know, I'm still on it. You're boosting your stats? This is the worst part, is that it's actually like cratering my stats. It's going to take my average wattage down to 2. Well, this basically couldn't have gone worse. Anybody watch that new Pete Davidson special on Netflix? I generally speaking, I know some people find Pete Davidson annoying. I find him perfectly tolerable. Maybe even, I would say I'm more on the positive side of Pete Davidson than the negative side. I may go back and finish the special, but I had to turn it off because in the first 8 minutes, I mean, I don't consider myself to be easily offended, but he talked about fucking his own mom like 20 times. And I was like, I get it. I see what's going on here, but like, what are we doing, man? Come on, we get it. Hello, bass department. Yeah, I already get enough of that from Corey. He is kind of Corey coded. I wanted to Corey kept talking about Smokey Robinson yesterday in his album Gasms. And he's like, you gotta listen to Gasms. And then he tweeted a picture of like the album cover. I just wanted to reply like, man, with no disrespect, you sure are 40 years old. Oh, man. He just wouldn't let it go, man. I love Corey too. I'm just saying, it was like sometimes I forget that he's 40 years old. He's like, this old dude's making gross noises. And I'm like, I know, brother. His cock still probably works. Are you here, Corey? Do you have something to say in defense of yourself? Also, Smokey Robinson is a legend, bro. Show some respect. That's your future? No, because there's a young person's fallacy that all old people, like when you turn 40, you act like the same 40-year-old. Like a 40-year-old in 1970 is the same as a 40-year-old in 1990 is the same as a 40-year-old in 2010, etc., etc. Every version of 40 is a little bit different. Like 40-year-olds in 1970 were like nearly dead. I'm not saying they were like about to die, but if you look at the average 40-year-old in 1970, they were like an old person. Now they're Paul Rudd? Not even, bro. Paul Rudd is, I mean, listen, that's aspirational. Paul Rudd is like 54 or something like that. Every generation has its own unique brand of 40. Like 40-year-olds, the 40-year-olds, at least my understanding of them when I was 15, so in like 2003, was that 40-year-olds were like career-focused, self-serious, and had given up on the joie de vivre. My impression of a 40-year-old in 2023 is much more like someone who still wears like the red and yellow Harry Potter scarf. Not true, not true. I'm just saying. Someone who's obsessed with 80s blockbusters. There is something to that. I think there's something to that. Not me, though. I watched The Rock yesterday on the bike. That came out in 1996, so I'm completely different. Was it good? It was a 3.5, but I gotta say, after sleeping on it, I feel like I want to take it down to a 3, and I don't mean it to be disrespectful. 3 is still, on Letterboxd, that's still, I like it in my world. I subscribe to the Rotten Tomatoes school of originalism, but I'm going to leave it at a 3.5. I'm going to trust my feelings in the moment after I finish the movie. Now, I don't, those of you who are extremely parasocial, I do not have a review on Letterboxd as of today, or should I put it more distinctly, I don't have a score as of today. That's because I chose to watch the George C. Scott movie Patton, and I have only just made it past the intermission on my 115-minute long entertainment ride today. So he's only, no spoilers please, he's presently semi-disgraced, and he has a ceremonial position in England. He's not doing what he feels like he was put here to do. Gen Z's trying to cancel Patton. I didn't know, man. I didn't know with my limited... Basically, the way that we learned about the Second World War in history classes, I don't even mean it in a bad way, but it was taught in the way that people insult history classes. You know, this battle happened here, and the consequences of that battle were this, which led to this, blah, 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 blah. You know, this happened in this year, and then, you know, ipso facto, before you know it, you know, there's the fall of the Berlin Wall. So I just thought Patton was kind of like a, yes, sir, right away, sir, sort of guy. I didn't realize that he was, in many days, he's kind of like the 20th century NL. He's kind of a Renaissance man that doesn't quite fit in with his times. Preternatural ability to yap as well. I mean, his yapping got him into some trouble. Sometimes his mouth throat checks that his ass had a hard time cashing, but he wanted to nuke Korea. Listen, I said no spoilers, bro. I haven't gone to that part yet. I told you he just got finished with the North Africa campaign, okay? That was MacArthur anyway. See, they are trying to cancel Patton. Now, did Patton slap the shit out of that dude in the field hospital for having PTSD? According to the movie, yes. Should he have done that? Probably not. It is crazy watching that movie, though, because my brain is so cooked. I'm watching Patton, and I'm like, if Twitter existed in like 1943 and Dwight Eisenhower forced Patton to apologize to that soldier, I'm sure Twitter would have been like, this is why our country's losing World War II right now. It's because the damn woke mob got into the military. You can't put a loaded gun to a soldier's head just because they have PTSD anymore and threaten to kill them unless they get their ass back to the front. In many ways, I'm the Patton of Isaac, I would say. When's Lin-Manuel Miranda going to make a Patton musical? His character needs to be rehabilitated for the modern audience. Never, if we're lucky. 22-year-old voice who's never seen Hamilton. Hamilton is everything wrong with theater these days. That's not true, I have seen it. I was forced to watch it on a field trip in the 6th grade. I hate that Hamilton is good. See, now that's the patrician's take. You can be mad that it's good. Because it is the easiest thing to make fun of all time. If anything, that's why it's so impressive, is that it managed to get over that initial hump and still be extremely good. Does Hamilton have the Rick and Morty problem? So by the Rick and Morty problem, I'm assuming that you're saying the original, the actual media property is okay, or at least not as bad as you would think based on the wave of fandom that it launched. I would say it's not, honestly. Because I don't think Hamilton fans are that bad. Rick and Morty fans, you know, they've besmirched their own legacy by standing on the table at McDonald's and asking where the Szechuan sauce is. I think the fans of Hamilton are mostly just like a little annoying in the sense that they're like, hey, do you want to listen to the Hamilton soundtrack? That's not as bad, I think. I don't know. Are the Hamilton fans like... Maybe I just haven't encountered them that much in real life. Are they going to brunch and singing Hamilton at the table loudly, disrupting other people? That's an awfully poor Revolutionary War. I wonder what we're fighting for. We haven't lost yet, thanks to Lafayette. Wicked is my Hamilton. Every single witch is my enemy. That's not true. Wicked was, I guess I can understand why if you were like in college when Hamilton hit, you would be annoyed by it. Because I was in college when Wicked was popping off, and every time the girls in our dorm got like, you know, 2 vodka crayons in them, it was defying gravity. It was just non-stop. And you're like, brother, I'm trying to listen to tapes. Our sister, I'm trying to listen to tapes and tapes here, okay? Can we just relax? How was the ride today? I feel like a damn idiot. I really must come to the conclusion that Home Alone is bad. I can't believe I did one entertainment ride to Home Alone and said it was torture, the classes are better, and then started watching actually good movies on the bike, and the time just flies by. I have a new appreciation for cinema and a newfound disappointment in what I thought was one of the best Christmas movies ever made. Join us in the Criterion Collection. You would think, I mean, it's not as... I'm not as focused watching a movie on the bike as I would be watching a movie in the theater, but I am way, way, way more focused watching a movie on the bike than I am watching a movie at home on the couch. Because if you're watching a movie at home on the couch, you gotta fight the constant temptation to, you know, I'm gonna look at my phone, I'm gonna like, you know, go do something while I'm watching the movie. When your ass is planted in the saddle and you've got a good excuse to not go anywhere, you would start to get a real appreciation for like what they were going for in every movie. You don't just like, you know, doom scroll on your phone and then like when an action scene happens, look up and go like, I don't really understand the weight of this scene. Like, you're watching the whole damn thing, bro. I found myself saying things about... I haven't finished Patton yet. That's why it would be dishonest of me to give it a score. Speaking of which, though, I guess pun intended. I found myself saying things about Patton like the score is sublime. If that shit came on, you know, CBC Gems at 9:06 p.m., I would not have noticed that. As soon as the screen went dark for 2 seconds, I would have been like, okay, time to go to r/Vancouver. Get pissed off about something. I will say, and this is cute, and by the way, I take it as a compliment, not as an insult, but I can't let the good opportunity for a joke pop, you know, like leave me. I swear to you, so I came up from my bike ride this morning. I'm going to pause because the verbiage is important. I came up from my bike ride this morning, got dressed. My wife was getting out of bed. I said, good morning. She said, good morning. I was just thinking about something. If you had hair and you didn't have glasses, you would look just like 90s Brad Pitt. That's very complimentary. That's a nice thing to say. I took a look at myself in the mirror and I said, you know what? I am rather handsome. I took it as a compliment and I still do. I do have to acknowledge that when I looked in the mirror, the first two things I noticed about myself was the fact that I'm bald and the fact that I had glasses. But if we were to just completely ignore the two most defining characteristics of my visage, I could see a little bit of 90s Brad Pitt in there. He's 6'3". That would be maybe like the third thing, I guess. She needs an eye test. The other thing is my wife, I'm going to take it as Brad Pitt, to be honest, but sometimes she doesn't know the Hollywood actors and actresses too well. So she actually might be thinking about Michael Stuhlbarg, which is also, I get he's a character actor. I still think he's a handsome guy. I would still take it as a compliment. Don't get me wrong. You legit look like young Kevin Spacey. Don't put that evil on me. If I can see it. I can see it. Maybe I do look like... Maybe I don't just look like every bald guy. Maybe I just kind of look like every guy. Every white guy, at least. Because I got like a strong jaw, but I also have like a round face. So I think you could actually be like, this guy looks like almost every other white man on the planet. There are times when I open up video games and it's like, I don't even need to change the character preset. You don't look like John Mulaney? No disrespect intended, that is because John Mulaney is like 122 pounds. And he actually is the only like human being on Earth that has like a 1950s face in 2023. You know how people always, they'll pull up like a picture of an old baseball team from like the 1920s and they'll be like, why don't these guys exist anymore? John Mulaney is the last one who actually looks like he could be from like the Brooklyn Dodgers of 1916. Why do they call Jacob Elordi the Eucalyptus Man? I don't know. Why do they call Jacob Elordi the Eucalyptus Man? Because you can put your eucalyptus on his... What? Don't type that ignorant shit in here. Nobody typed that? I know. It's an original thought. By the way, I was getting torched yesterday, or 2 days ago, when I was talking to Bear about the star-studded cast of The Last Duel. Everyone was like, why didn't you say the lead actress's name? She has like a huge role in the movie. That's definitely true. I was feeling bad about myself. I was like, I should know her name. Looked her up on Wikipedia yesterday. Only thing she's done that wasn't on Sky TV in England was The Last Duel, motherfucker. And like a Celine campaign or something like that where she modeled. I don't feel bad about that anymore. She's not a household name that I didn't know. That was, yeah, she's in Free Guy. I didn't see that shit. I just watched the streamer cameos on TikTok. I'm not insulting her at all. I'm just saying it's understandable. I didn't know her name. Also, I saw a shocking number of people saying that the point of The Last Duel is that the events in The Last Duel are ambiguous. You need to watch the movie again with a fresh set of eyes, you media illiterate motherfuckers. They take a stand on the events that happen in the film, okay? You should be able to create a composite of truth based on the perspectives you see. Moreover, it's in keeping with the themes of Ridley Scott's work that the results of the duel indicate who was telling the truth. You need to take your ass back to cinema class. There's actually an interview where Ridley Scott calls those people idiots directly. I am a genius. I'm a damn genius. Anyway, I'm not saying I want to say more about it. I may up my score on The Last Duel. I'm starting to think that I was a coward for giving it a 4.5. Even though at the time, a 4.5 felt like I was maybe giving it a little personal tilt from like a 4. I think it might be a genuine 5-bagger. If the movie has one fan, it is me. Out of 5 or 10? I have a university education. Out of 5. Come on. By the way, for those of you who don't have access to Letterboxd, I just uploaded my newest score, finished it on the bike today. Patton from 1970. Gargantuan performance by the inimitable George C. Scott. 53, 54-year-old movie, I suppose, but actually feels fairly modern most of the time. I mean that in a positive way, not in a negative way. It doesn't feel like a Netflix original. That being said, I don't know. Just the performances had the sauce. The film itself didn't have 100% of the sauce for me. I wonder if I would have liked it more if I was a contemporary of its time. But I did give it a 4 out of 5. I enjoyed it, and the performance of George S. Patton has stuck in my brain. The movie itself, I thought it was great, but just missing that one little extra secret sauce. DL Guiga, what kind of entertainment rides you been doing? I don't know. Maybe you've been doing the stacks, but I keep seeing your long rides. I assume they're entertainment rides. No, don't worry. I'll wait. Killing of a sacred deer. Okay. Streets didn't know that DL Guiga was based like that. Lil Guiga's not out yet. I love the way you've described it. Actually, my father was Lil Guiga. You could just call me DL. Wake the sleeping bear? Yes. I have poked the bear. Me when I insult vapors who see me drinking a Coke Zero and tell me to just drink water. It's okay, don't be shy. What's the longest movie you've ever watched on the bike? Men in Black 2? Embarrassing. That shit is like literally 84 minutes long. You wouldn't catch me doing that. What is this? Mimic Tooth Necklace. 20% increased damage dealt to health. What about Pearl Harbor? Bad movie, but long. Michael Bay should know his place. He should not be making movies that long. He also should not be making movies about, like, nuanced historical events. By the way, I went to Letterboxd, and I saw that many of the people who started following me on Letterboxd have also started watching the same movies as me and then leaving their reviews. One dude watched Patton. He gave it a 2-star review, and the text just said, more like general yapping. Is this the state of movie criticism these days? You know how parasocial you have to be to watch like a 2-hour and 32-minute long movie just to also post your opinion on it? I mean, maybe it's a coincidence, but it came out 54 years ago. So, like, they had their time to have watched it before, okay? Hang on, Letterboxd Larry caught lacking this morning. Letterboxd.com. I would like to log a movie. And when I say log, pun intended. Because the movie I finished this morning, Underwater 2020, directed by William Eubank, I'm going to give this a 2-star and no heart. And I'm going to save it. It's true. Kristen Stewart, T.J. Miller, Vincent Cassell, and Mamadou Athey, also known as the archivist from Archive 81. I enjoy a little pseudo-science fiction creature feature. I have to say I thought this one was a good degree underwhelming. Nothing against Kristen Stewart. The rest of the cast pretty underwhelming. Well, varying from underwhelming to T.J. Miller, who I would call aggressively annoying. Also, I'm not going to necessarily blame this on the filmmakers because I'm sure they didn't expect it to be watched on a Peloton screen. But in any scene where they were not inside, so like 30% of the movie, I just could not see what was happening at all. It was like the Siege of the North on the last season of Game of Thrones. It was like, I just don't know what's happening. Also, I don't want to, I mean, this is the kind of movie you probably don't need a spoiler for. If I told you the premise, you would probably be able to figure out beat for beat what's going to happen in the film. And that's fine. There's something nice about routine from time to time. Not every movie has to like subvert your expectations. But like I kind of, at the end of the movie, I was like, why am I rooting for this? The monsters didn't do anything wrong, bro. They're literally just fucking chilling down there. And I'm supposed to be like, yeah! Get him! The fish didn't even do anything, bro. He's literally just existing. I thought it was going to be something spiritual, like she was going to give herself up to the monster and be like, okay, you know, like this is what we get. But instead she was like, no, mankind stays winning. Also, people keep saying it was Cthulhu. It was not Cthulhu. There was no fucking purple, interdimensional, indecipherable shapes. It was just a big, Albert Finney-style big fish. There's no Cthulhu. It just had tentacles. You wish it was Cthulhu. That would be a little bit more interesting. It was just a large guy. Put it up against the Meg. It beats the shit out of the Meg, no disrespect. My personal opinion, the Meg, not necessarily a beloved movie, but one of the most over-liked movies of the last 10 years. The movie is cynical CCP propaganda. There's a simple rule. Any movie starring Rainn Wilson has no shot. I like Rainn Wilson on The Office, and Super has its moments, but he's kind of like the TJ Miller of nerds. Juno? It's a supporting role. They caught lightning in a bottle on that one, okay? The Rocker? I said what I said. Also, I want to say before we get started, it's going to be very controversial. I did give The French Connection a 3 out of 5, and I did not give it the vaunted heart. Now, this is one of the most beloved movies possibly of all time. I'm not trying to undermine the cinematic significance of William Friedkin's The French Connection. What I would say is watching it for the first time in 2024, I think it's one of those like TV tropes, Seinfeld is in funny things, where it probably was very influential in its day, but because I've seen so many things influenced by it, it seemed unoriginal to me, even though it probably broke new ground 53 years ago. Also, at first, when the movie ended, I was like, fuck this movie, bro. What is that ending? And then I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? The fact that the ending is deliberately unsatisfying is actually, it ties in with the theme of Popeye Doyle having essentially just obsession for obsession's sake. Like, at no point is he like, I'm doing a noble thing. He's in too deep to pull himself out. So I think it's one of those things where I appreciated it on some level, but I will say when I watched it, I was like, this is dreadfully boring. But in the 1970s, I bet that shit was like an atom bomb. That's how I felt about Whiplash. Brother, that shit came out in like 2015. That shit came out in the modern era. That came out yesterday. You were in the 7th grade when it came out. The rest of us are in exactly the same spot that we were when that shit dropped, bro. That's how I felt about Nosferatu. I'll give you that one. That's how I feel about Duck Soup. And then people are like, it's funny. /marker, the coin game. We're back with the coin game, but I forgot something very important. My Letterboxd D today, log movie, name of film, High Fidelity, directed by Stephen Frears, year 2000. I give this a 3.5 out of 5, and I click the heart. I've seen it before. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it as a teenager. I was like, this movie speaks to me. And I enjoyed it equally but differently as an adult. When I was like, actually, Rob is not my friend Rob, but the character of Rob is it's kind of a piece of work. You know, he's sympathetic in some ways, but definitely as a teenager, I was like, this guy is like in some ways sort of like aspirational. As an adult, I'm like, he's got to get his life together, bro. Hey, in the 2002 movie Reign of Fire, after they kill that dragon, yeah, that's what I've been watching. I watched about 85% of that on the Peloton after High Fidelity ended today. After they kill that first dragon, they play Light My Fire by The Doors. Do you think that is playing in the movie for the benefit of the movie viewers? Or is that actually playing like in their fucking medieval castle on like some kind of sound system? Like at no point do I see a speaker or anything at all. But I guess maybe they could have like, you know, scavenged some from the ruins of like post Dragonfire London or something. Yes, it's diegetic. What the hell does that mean? Diegetic Jr. much better than Christoph. There's one. Rain of Fire is fucking ass. I'll tell you, I have like 31 minutes left in the movie. I've seen it before. It's getting a 3 out of 5 plus a heart on Letterboxd, okay? Why? Because it's ass in the best way possible. First off, insane cast. Christian Bale, Matthew McConaughey, Gerard Butler before he got all roided up for 300. But quips before quipping was way overdone. Secondly, it's actually like one of it's like if it was an anime, you would all tell me to watch it. You're telling me there's dragons in the air. The way that they kill them is they fly a helicopter higher than the dragons, and then they skydive on top of them without parachutes to trap them in a net. They can't just shoot them. In the movie, they literally are like, the weapons of war man built don't work on the dragons. Like, they drop nuclear missiles on them. They hit them with ICBMs and stuff like that. And they're like, no, that doesn't work. The only way you can kill them is by skydiving on top of them with a big net. Meanwhile, Matthew McConaughey is driving around England in like an old World War II era tank. Better than the creator? It's way better than the creator. That's a given. His name is Quinn Abercrombie. Quinn Abercrombie and Gideon Van Zandt. the most British name of all time, and then supposedly the most American name of all time. Gideon Van Zandt. Yes! Also, I don't know who they had writing the dialogue for the kid at the start, but it's so good. He walks onto like a drilling site in London, and they're like, he's 10 years old, and they're like, Quinn, working the night shift, are you? And he's like, someone has to clean up after you bastards. Then he gets on the elevator, and like some miner, like someone working in the mine is smoking a cigarette, and they're like, you want one, Quinn? And he's like, you know, I only smoke when I'm drinking. I'm like, this is the most like CEO of banter 10-year-old that's ever been on film. I got a soft spot for Rain of Fire for whatever reason. At least it has the audacity to be ass in a cool way. Why didn't you like the creator? Can I say something without people getting mad? I'm not totally sure that John David Washington has the sauce to be a leading man. I don't like dislike him as an actor, but I feel like he's kind of like, I've only seen him in Tenet and in The Creator, and I feel like in Tenet it sort of worked because you didn't need like a magnetic leading man performance. The movie was compelling enough in its own insanity. But in The Creator, I was like, the man is just, I don't know. I don't know if he's got the magnetism. But it might just be the movie. I'm not trying to hate on the guy specifically. I thought you're top 40 pilled? I was when I was doing Peloton classes, but now I'm watching the Grand Budapest Hotel. Oh, that reminds me. Letterboxd.com. Log movie. Name of film, Rain of Fire. Rating, an even 3 stars with a heart. It's good enough. Now, I'm only like 40 minutes into the Grand Budapest Hotel, but I can tell you, based on the film so far, it's getting somewhere between a 4 and a 5. And I'm not saying it's angling towards 4. It may indeed be a certified 5-star popcorn classic. It is my first time watching it. I was a Wes Anderson head. I'll give you my Wes Anderson discovery. It depends on your age, I think. It influences how you feel about Wes Anderson. Well, no, okay, in 8th grade, Royal Tenenbaums came out when I was in the 8th grade, and I said, this movie's got Ben Stiller and a Wilson brother. How could it not be funny? And then I watched it. I rented it from the video store, and I said, this shit isn't funny at all. It's just like a little bit depressing or whatever. Bill Murray doesn't even do any like Ernie McCracken stuff in it. Waited a couple of years, saw it again, and I said, what the hell? This is the greatest movie ever made. Plus, it's got Elliott Smith on the soundtrack. Went back and watched Rushmore and said, this motherfucker's even better. Went back and watched Bottle Rocket and said, this is okay, but he really came into his own, you know, in that the Rushmore Royal Tenenbaums era. Saw The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. This one's going to annoy some people. I thought it was merely okay. I thought it was a little too It was Wes Anderson leaning into what I consider not his best sensibilities. A little too twee, a little too precious. But the movie has some great vibes, no doubt about it. Saw the Darjeeling Limited in theaters, said this motherfucker's washed. He's over for him. He's used up all the magic. Don't be sad, Wes Anderson. Everyone gets washed at some point. And I said, I'm not watching any of this guy's movies ever again. And then he came out with like 9 straight bangers in a row after I swore off him. So I've got a lot of Wes Anderson stuff to discover from about 2008 to 2024. I know, I'm missing a lot of them. Fantastic Mr. Fox, starring George Clooney, Moonrise Kingdom, Grand Budapest Hotel, Asteroid City, Isle of Dogs, French Dispatch. At the very least, I've heard they're all worth watching. It's so, I know that like everybody here is smart. It's just everybody else is stupid. It really is so funny that like the public perception of people who don't watch Wes Anderson movies is that he makes like boring art house stuff, which is actually a criticism I would reserve for Claire Denis. When actually, like, as soon as I started watching the Grand Budapest Hotel, I was like, oh shit, I forgot. This guy, it's like every frame is packed with comedy and action and little in-jokes and stuff like that. Beautiful sets, beautiful cinematography. He signed the Polanski papers, though. Listen, I don't know about all of that. Aquafina voice. I don't exactly know what you calm about. You ride the Peloton today, brother? Of course. You don't even have to ask, man. Did you finish the Grand Budapest? Dude, I gotta start filming the start of the stream. I'm out here just killing 20 minutes doing nothing. You're right. I gotta log the Grand Budapest Hotel. I'll tell you without a doubt, it gets the heart. And it gets 4.5 stars out of 5. Felt just shy of the 5, but it was, I mean, if you were like, where are you going to fall here? I might say 4.74. It might be the best 4.5 star. I don't know, the Last Duel is really good too, but you know what? We don't need to pit two bad bitches against each other. They're both great films. What's an example of a 5 out of 5? I don't think I've given anything a 5 yet. I'll let you know when I see it. I'm watching Quiz Show right now. Quiz Show is unlikely to be a 5, but it's certainly going to be a heart. I'm enjoying that immensely as well. They say, don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got till it's gone. Well, John Turturro is still here. And I know what I got. I don't know what y'all on. Good point, good point. Let me pop out the chat. I need to go to Letterboxd. I will be logging the 1994 movie Quiz Show. Without a doubt, it's getting a like. That's a given. And it's getting 4 stars, much like the Grand Budapest Hotel almost got 5 stars. Quiz Show almost got 4.5. I'm going to give it a 4.24. I thought it was an excellent film. Now let me check. Rotten Tomatoes, Quiz Show, 96%. Holy, people love it, bro. Metacritic, Quiz Show, 92% on Metacritic. That's a baller score on Metacritic, bro. Also, an exciting movie because it allows me to have a third Christopher McDonald film in my rotation for Cine 2 Nerdle. Now we can go Happy Gilmore to Flubber to Quiz Show. Rafe Fiennes takes you to Strange Days. You get out of that via Catherine Bigelow. Or you go to the menu. All of a sudden, you're at the Playmobil movie for a bonus point. Or you go John Turturro. John Turturro takes you to Gloria Bell. All of a sudden, you're in Julianne Moore. Julianne Moore takes you to The Kids Aren't All Right. All of a sudden, you got a kill shot there. Like, there's many different kind of branching paths with an ensemble film like this. Great movie as well. 5 stars for 3 billboards. Getting off the bike after finishing 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. Maybe recency bias. First thought in my brain, easily in the top 100 to 200 movies I've ever seen. It's easily my favorite Martin McDonagh film, without a doubt. I've always enjoyed Martin McDonagh movies, but I guess I've never had an experience with one where I was like, oh, he made this one for me. In Bruges would probably have been number one for me prior to this. How does it rank on the Peloton movie list? Number one. Right now is number one of the movies I've seen on the Peloton. I'll tell you, it beats the shit out of The French Connection, no disrespect. Over the Last Duel, I do put it over The Last Duel, but it kind of, it pains me to say because I love loving The Last Duel. I love being that movie's champion, but I would put it over it. But that doesn't mean that The Last Duel is anything less than great. Another One Bites the Dust is not a deep cut. I'm starting to see why a lot of you didn't think that Three Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri was not a good movie. You got to pay attention. There's things that you got to remember from the start of the movie all the way through to the end of the movie to really understand what they're trying to do. Here, I get that it seems a little harder because it's 5 hours long, but really, we only keep things in the cache for like 3 or 4 sentences, so I expect you to keep up, okay? It was a bad movie. Why? Because someone who does a bad act in the first part of the movie gets a little bit of redemption in the end. Why? Because people change instead of just being a bad dude gets punished power fantasy for you to jerk off to. What are you talking about? You know what? There's a little movie. It got nominated for Best Picture you might be more interested in. You may note it did not get nominated for Best Actress or Best Director, and we're looking into that right now. I think if we do a serious write-in campaign, we could possibly change that. There is still time. Is it 2x speed watchable? It's probably better on 2x, yeah. I like Corey, we're cinema brothers. He said he likes Three Billboards more than Banshees of Inisherin. They're both good. But he's right. It's better than the Banshees of Inisherin. If you don't like Banshees, you're a clown. I gave it 3.5 stars and a heart, bro. You really can't give a fucking good movie a 7 out of 10 these days. You got to say, it's fine if you're a fan of the genre. You got to say, I get it, I liked it, but I didn't love it. People will come to your house and kill you. They'll say, I've seen all the video essays on that movie. It deserved a 4. You see what's wrong with you? You know, The French Connection is in the Library of Congress. I gave it a 3. That means Banshees of Inisherin is like 17% better than what Abraham Lincoln considers to be one of the greatest films ever made. How about Master and Commander? I gave it a 4. That's a good movie. The Lesser of Two Evils. 7 out of 10 means you like it. 3.5 out of 5 means it's dog shit. Don't be mad at him, okay? Prezzo's telling the truth. What you're saying is that it's the structure of Letterboxd that's making me look bad. What movie is a 5 for you? 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. I gave it a 5 this very morning. No shot. Go back to your fucking Francois Truffaut, The 400 Blows, Federico Fellini, 8.5 ass, Ingmar Bergman, Wild Strawberries, motherfucker. You shouldn't, your quarrel is not with me. You fucking Jules A. Jim enjoyer. Your quarrel should be with the people on Letterboxd who have turned it into like a social media website where it's like, write one funny joke as your review and the score doesn't matter. This is a serious medium, okay? People are reviewing like Schindler's List and they're leaving like a pithy little review like, do you think Liam Neeson drives a Nissan? And it gets like 15,000 thumbs ups because human society is cooked. Lady Bird better than 3 Billboards? I might +2 that. And they both have the same actor in it. The actor who plays Frances McDormand's son and Saoirse Ronan's first high school boyfriend. I do love Lady Bird. Lady Bird is a superlative film as well. There's no doubt about that. Hey, Anel, why'd you switch to Just Ride on the Peloton? Honestly, I reached a point where I think I just got everything I could glean from the classes within a certain context. The Peloton journey started doing regular classes where you basically pedal in time with the music and then they go fast song, fast song, slow song. Then, after a couple of years, I started doing Power Zone, And Power Zone was essentially just like, don't worry about the tempo of the music whatsoever. Just ride in the zone of exertion that we tell you to ride in. And then you realize that like the next evolution on that is that Power Zone is great, but you really should just be riding in zone 2 for like 70 hours a week and then doing like high intensity work, I don't know, like a sixth of the time or something like that. And I realized like I don't need 90 minutes of the instructor staring me in the face and going like, now go to zone 6. I could just do it myself while I have something going on in the background instead. No, I'm not. I was 70 hours a week was an exaggeration. Okay. So now I'm like, I can program it myself. Curious of your zone routine. Some days it's just all zone 2. Yeah, I mean, 2024 has been kind of scuffed for working out. Like, it's been semi-consistent, but I had to take some days off for illness. And then some days off because we had, our daughter was sick and we had to take her to the ER a couple of times. So I've been doing, most days have just been like 90 minutes to 2 hours of zone 2. And then some days I do 20 minutes zone 3, 5 minutes zone 1, 20 minutes zone 3, 5 minutes zone 1. But really, I'm kind of dragging my heels. Once I get healthy again and get the routine, I mean, I've been riding, but like I need to work on my intensity a little bit. I need to do another FTP test because I haven't done one since like the middle of November. Then I can feel better about staying in zone 2 because presumably my zone 2 will be like, 2 to 5% higher than it is right now. Where's that zone 5? Listen to my voice, man. I sound like the main antagonist from the X-Files. Zone 2 in layman's terms. A comfortable all-day pace where you could still breathe through your nose, but it doesn't feel like you're pedaling into nothing. It does sound very cult-like, doesn't it? You don't get to sell the knives until you become a level 9 associate, okay? As a level 4 associate, you just have to stand out in front of the Target and sell from a wagon of children's books to people that come out, okay? And once you get enough people in your upline, then we could talk about you selling knives or perfumes or creams and stuff like that. But you can't walk in here day one. Day one, you want to start selling knives? Come on, you got to start with the books, man. It's not an MLM. It just has gatekeeping type verbiage. But honestly, it's based gatekeeping because you guys that don't ride on the Peloton are already cynical towards it anyway. So why wouldn't they gatekeep it? It's an inverted triangular structure. Why do people buy the overpriced indoor bike anyway? Get a normal bike and bike in front of Netflix and save money? A, you can't take it with you. B, post your FTP. C, Netflix is washed. They haven't made a good show since 2016. 4, mind your own business. 5, knowledge is power, Francis Bacon. 6, we've done this argument 22 times over the last 3 years, and we're sick of it, okay? What are we on? F, look at this, okay? Image, create new. Fat head. This is not going to be you. This is going to be me, okay? Now let me just go back in my thumbnails folder here and find a thumbnail from like mid 2020, okay? What were we playing mid 2020? How about Schlagden Star? Bro, look at my fucking head. Circa 2020. I was gonna die, bro. And this was like a good photo, okay? Like this was probably like take 3 or 4. It saved my life. Do the face. I'm trying. I don't even know if I can do it anymore. And that's on fleek. Now let's get that off the screen forever. Are you hearing that? Kate, are you okay? She said, that's me. Are you? What is it? I think it's still going, man. It's not okay. That was so scary. OMG. Kate, I'm not being a hater. It's just the funniest thing I've ever heard. Was just that increasingly high-pitched sound that I actually thought like maybe that's my last few moments on planet Earth. Kate, do you remember that I used to have this head? As I've been posting like TikToks and YouTube shorts, I'm like, what the heck was I doing? I was doing a hearing test. I've said it before. Here's what happened, okay? So like in 2017, I was out of shape. I said in 2018, I'm going to get into shape. I dedicated 2018 to lifting. The way that it always goes is as a chubby guy, you're like, I'm going to lift weights to get in shape. And then after like a month, you're like, cardio fucking sucks, bro. I'm just going to eat as much as possible and then do like the big 4 compound lifts and I'm going to become like a strong man. It's because you get to eat like half a jar of peanut butter every night. You don't have to worry about going like catabolic or anything, right? So I put on like, I don't know, maybe 20 pounds and a lot of it was muscle and I got a lot stronger. And then COVID happened. And I said, I'm not going to go to the gym for a bit because this COVID stuff seems kind of serious. And then I kept eating like I was eating when I was lifting heavy. And it just like, I mean, there was nothing offsetting it whatsoever. We weren't even allowed to like really leave the house, right? And then for like a year, like following that, we had our kid and you're just like kind of locked in. It was COVID. And then also we were like, you know, ordering a lot of DoorDash and not working out. Then my wife saved my life by buying me the frickin' Peloton. That's why I have some brand loyalty, even though they didn't do the work, I did the work. The reason I still have loyalty for it is because if we already spent too much money on the bike, the dumbest thing I could do now is buy a cheaper bike. Like, how is that supposed to save money when I already own the expensive one, bro? Think about it for 2 seconds. You think I'm really going to get on Facebook Marketplace and then hawk this to get less money than it cost us and then buy a worse bike that's cheaper and have like tape an iPad to it? It's a sunk cost, bro. This is a different human being. It's the same damn shirt. You look so father. I was kind of like peak father at this point for sure. Oh, man. I do look a little jollier, that's for sure. Who is that guy? That's what I'm saying, man. The people in chat are like, it's the focal length of the camera. Why is the stroke so thick? Okay, I was laying the stroke on the Photoshop on a little too thick. Now I'm like a 3-pixel Andy. Thumbnails have never really been my strong suit, though. Look at this guy. This is me. I can bully myself as much as I want. By the way, I'm an equally valid person. Whether I'm a little leaner off the Peloton or a little fluffier off COVID and fatherhood. That being said, the guy next to me kind of looks like a puppet from like the Never-Ending Story who eats rocks or something like that. Like it looks like a dude who lives in a mountain that the hero encounters on his journey. And he's like scared of him at first, but then he finds out that he's just a gluttonous hedon. Is that a word? Hedonist? A gluttonous hedonist? Hemomancer. Oh, man. Yeah, and this guy was like, I think I could probably beat a panda in combat. Yeah. Now I'm just going on a trip down memory lane here. What were we playing back in the day? What were we playing? Now listen, If I could put myself back in my shoes, I am trying to make myself look like the dude in the game. That's the theming there. But still, this man, he was not at his best. Did you Photoshop? I didn't Photoshop it, bro. Help this man. When did we play Inscription? When he says fries and chips, it's the same shirt. Every time. When he says chips and fries are the same thing. Is actually, I swear to you, it's a different shirt. Because Kate got this for me for Christmas. But it is the same color. Did I have like conjunctivitis? What was going on, man? It's my conjunctiva is freaking inflamed, bro. Really? Is your conjunctiva inflamed? Quite convenient, wouldn't you say? Hemomancer. I gotta delete all these. What did he watch this morning? This is the rare double movie day because I only had 20 minutes left in the first movie this morning, and then I willfully chose to watch a movie that was about an hour and a half long. I gave The Royal Tenenbaums, seen it before. I gave it a 4-star and a heart. Wonderful little slice of life for sure, with incredible character work from all the actors, really. A star-studded and very talented ensemble cast. And I gave 4.5 stars to, and a heart as well, to Rushmore. I did a double Wes Anderson feature this morning. Rushmore is his best. I have long been a believer in that, but honestly, having watched the Grand Budapest Hotel recently, I actually think that's my number one Wes Anderson. Still have to see Moonrise Kingdom. Still have to see Fantastic Mr. Fox and Isle of Dogs and The French Dispatch and Asteroid City. I just keep watching the ones that I've already seen, but I haven't seen them in like 10 years. I gotta watch, but then not all of the Wes Anderson ones are on Canadian Disney Plus, so it is a little inconvenient. But I could definitely see The French Dispatch and Fantastic Mr. Fox and Isle of Dogs. Genuinely, one of the reasons that I haven't watched Isle of Dogs is because I know, like, I know Wes Anderson's unique brand of sentimentality, plus the relationship between a boy and animals is going to make me bawl my eyes out. But then I realized that I bawl my eyes out in every single one of these movies anyway. I think out of the like 19 movies I've watched in 2024 so far on the bike, the only one I didn't cry during was Underwater. Underwater, I was just like, oh, brother, come on. What got you in Patton? Maybe I never cried during Patton. Last Duel? Oh, I was leaking some during the Last Duel for sure. It's an emotionally intense film. Banshees of Inisherin? Yeah, I cried like 4 times, bro. Now, I still only give it a 3 stars, but it doesn't mean it's not an emotional movie. Nomadland, Chloe Zhao, 2020, I'm going to assume. 3 stars, no heart, I'm sorry to say. A beautiful, understated, realistic tale of grief and melancholy and modern America at the fringes. Just didn't, the story, it just didn't affect me that much, I'm sorry to say. I respected it, but at the same time, it didn't grab me that much.
But I did like the Letterboxd review that said this has got to be one of the best movies of all time that starts with a text card about reduced demand for sheetrock. It is amazing filmmaking that, like, some of the nomads are not actors. Can I drag you for 4 stars on the Royal Tenenbaums? Sure, go ahead and drag me. Drag me. Call me anti-intellectual or something. Because I only really liked it, instead of considering it one of my favorite movies of all time. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's kind of insane that that's Wes Anderson's breakout movie. Like, every filmmaker should be so lucky as to have their breakout movie have Gene Hackman, Angelica Houston, Owen Wilson, Luke Wilson, Danny Glover, Gwyneth Paltrow. Like, it's crazy, man. Not to mention there's like a Beatles song, a Rolling Stones song, 2 Elliott Smith songs. Like, they got shooters on that cast. There's no doubt about it. It's also insane that Owen Wilson wrote those, or co-wrote them, I should say. Like, dude was seriously Hansel from Zoolander, and he's like, I'm gonna write the Royal Tenenbaums. Next, he wrote Rushmore first, I guess, but still. Sorry, Wes, sorry. No, I can't do any co-writing on the Life Aquatic. I'm too busy shooting Starsky and Hutch. Sorry, wow, Wes, thanks for the opportunity. I'd love to work on Moonrise Kingdom. Unfortunately, I'm just so swamped right now being Drill Bit Taylor. Wow. Drill Bit Taylor was 2008. Wow, it was. Sometimes time gets confusing for me, you know? It's here and then it's gone. I'm doing an Eternal Sunshine Into Sunshine double feature this weekend. Any thoughts? Yeah, you're about to watch 2 great movies that maybe you've seen before, but they're I mean, I don't know if they really have. You'd be reaching to draw thematic connections between the two. I guess you could say that, you know, the sun in Sunshine is like happiness derived from romantic love in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. You know, it's something that you need the warmth from it to live, metaphorically in the latter sense, but you know as well that you're going to get burned. Me writing my book report for grade 12 English class, letterbox.com, log movie, Barbarian, 2022 from Zach Kreger. That gets a 4 stars and a heart. Originally, until almost the end of the movie, it was tracking at a very solid 3.5 out of 5. The last 10, 12 minutes of it stick the ending so well, tie up all the themes while also being a lot of fun, that I said there's no way I can't give this a 4. Elevated horror. Adjective. A subgenre of horror cinema where the movie is set in Detroit and the real monster is Ronald Reagan. Although there is also a monster. Justin Long kills it. Justin Long is great in that movie. He's also very funny in that movie. I was just struck by the fact there's got to be like 2 other crazy people like me out there. I was struck by the fact the whole movie, I was like, this is Joe Weisenthal. Bro looks like literally 1-to-1 with Joe Weisenthal. So true, +2. Is that someone you know? It's a famous person. How was Nomadland? 3 stars and no heart. I will not be elaborating further. I respect Nomadland. I got what it was going for, and I think it succeeded at what it was going for, but I did not. It's tough to criticize movies in the negative direction, right? Because if you say, like, I just didn't enjoy it, it paints you in a bad faith sense as, like, I only want to see, like, Ant-Man beat up on Kang the Conqueror. You know what I mean? But, like, I don't think every movie necessarily has to be enjoyable in the sense that you're clapping your hands and jumping out of your seat. But also, like, I was not that intellectually stimulated watching it. But then in saying that, it's like, oh, so it was too dumb for you? And I'm like, no, it wasn't too dumb for me. I don't know, I just didn't vibe with it, okay? My vibe is my vibe, and Nomadland's vibe is Nomadland's vibe, and we both got our vibes, but our vibes don't get harmonic resonance. They didn't create dissonance, but they didn't create harmonic resonance, okay? Can you explain your Letterboxd profile pic? Yeah. It's fake Gordon Ramsay from the show where he goes undercover in his own, or in restaurants. I don't know if it's his own restaurant or what. Where he's wearing the pilot's outfit, you know the one I'm talking about? But it's not really him, it's somebody in makeup to kind of look like him. Peloton ride today, King? All right, I forgot, I haven't even updated my letterboxd.com yet. Log. Fire of Love. 2023, I think. 2022, my mistake. 3.5 out of 5 and a heart. That's all that needs to be said about that. What makes a movie get a heart? If I like it, it gets a heart. If I don't like it, it does not get a heart. But I will say, I think I'm coming close to the end of my my Disney Plus Canada experience. I probably have 20 more films that look Kino. And then I'm going to have to switch to Netflix, Netflix has a lot of garbage, but the back catalog is kind of goated, I have to admit. As much as I hate to give Netflix their flowers. Let me see what's still on my Disney Plus watch list, okay? Woman on Top, Waitress, Borat, The Color of Money, West Side Story, Fantastic Mr. Fox, Isle of Dogs, The Muppets 2009, The King of Comedy, The Insider, I, Robot, Gross Point Blank, Great Expectations, The Fly, Flight Plan, Black Swan, Big, 9 to 5, Kinsey, Hidden Figures, The Help, The Last King of Scotland, My Cousin Vinny, The Negotiator, Unstoppable, Alita Battle Angel. So maybe there's still like maybe 2 months of movies left there, but Percy Jackson? No, we will not be watching Percy Jackson. Rotten Tomatoes, Woman on Top. I thought it was Pedro Almodovar. It's not? Whoa, what the heck? Woman on Top? 35% Rotten Tomatoes, 43% audience? What movie did I have this confused with? That's going off the watch list ASAP, bro. I thought this was like a classic of Spanish cinema. It turns out it's freaking garbage. Great Expectations is also horrid. Okay, 1 second. Great Expectations. 2000, I'm going to say how many times have they remade Great Expectations, bro? Yeah, 39%. You're right. 39% and then a 55% audience score. Those are going off the watch list. There you go. It's even better. The only thing more satisfying than watching movies is not having to watch them. People need to watch more bad movies. Trust me, I'm full on that. That was me. I deliberately only watched bad movies for like 8 years. My ass has seen the entire filmography of Uwe Boll, and I haven't seen The Godfather Part 2. So, like, I if anything, I got a lot of catch up to do in the good movies category. You ever see Juwanna Mann? Yes, I have. I have seen Juwanna Mann, the movie where that guy pretends to be a woman so he can play in the WNBA, and then he falls in love with his teammate, played by Vivica A. Fox, and then she's, of course, she eventually finds out, and she was like, "How could you betray me like this?" And he was like, "You know how it is." And then they didn't talk for like 6 weeks, and then they were in love with each other. Hey, NL, did you see Peloton stocks down 23% this morning? No, I'm too busy living my life. No disrespect. I will say, listen, I almost want to, if you'll give me a moment here, I'm scrolling out. Now, I'm not doing this to dunk on anybody, but there was like literally 3 weeks ago, somebody in the Peloton sub-community on our Discord was like, "Hey, I bought Peloton stock today." And I basically said, "Why would you do that?" And I'll just read for you like the results if I can find them. But we're going way back here. I don't know how to use Discord search very well. Here, okay, I'm sorry to do this to you. Me replying to someone, "Why would you buy Peloton stock? Not trying to ruin anyone's day." Reply, "Because people are guessing Apple will buy them, so the speculation is going insane." My reply, "By people, do you mean Wall Street bets?" Their reply, "No, it's actually in my normie newsfeed this past week." Me, "You can do whatever you want, but it's priced in." Snarky reply to me, is that why they're up almost 12% today? My snarky reply back to them. They're up 12% because people are buying the stock more than they're selling it. I think, where did my capstone for it? This is literally January 5th, 2024. I'm just saying, as someone who's been down this road before, by the time you find out about the news, it's too late, open parentheses, unless you're DL Guiga, close parentheses. And then I hit him with the shrug emoji. Now, that just because it appears that I was actually right in this situation doesn't mean I'm going to be right in every situation, but I'm not going to lie to you. It feels good to be like somewhat vindicated. One second, I'm reading the stock report on on the Peloton subreddit. It doesn't seem like a good buy today, even though it dropped 22%. Listen, it's the Dan Giesling. I went into a Best Buy and there was nobody in there, so I have to short the stock logic. It appeals to a unique part of my brain that has to like mansplain it. You know, you're not the only person looking at the stock, right? There's like 1,000 people in Wall Street whose job it is to know the company inside and out, and even they can't do it reliably. You're not like, you're just gonna, you can't buy the stock based on just the graph, okay? You can't look at the graph and be like, it went down today, so I'm gonna get it tomorrow. Hey, NL, movie in zone 2 this morning. You know it, but don't insult me. I would say it was high zone 2, low zone 3. Average wattage 172, 100-minute ride. Why no Letterboxd review? Because Steven Spielberg made West Side Story 2021 2 hours and 26 minutes long. So I have another 46 minutes or so of West Side Story still to go. Where are we trending? Right now, I'd say we're trending somewhere between a 3.5 and a 4, leaning towards 3.5, definitely getting a heart as well. I would also say that the small stuff, the Ansel Elgort, Rachel Zegler love story stuff, the duets, are hit and miss. The large-scale ensemble numbers are all transcendental. They're beautifully done, wonderfully choreographed, wonderfully shot. The music goes crazy. It's the small stuff where the movie loses me a little bit, but the big stuff is all fantastic. Hey, NL, thoughts on your Peloton turning into a coat rack when they go bankrupt? Hey, Chatter, thoughts on LARPing as like a Wall Street big shot in Twitch chat? Weirdo. It's your life, brother. I'm just asking questions. I'm not a Wall Street guy. I read it on a Wall Street subreddit. Yeah, I know. I know, okay? Is that DL Guiga? DL Guiga doesn't LARP. He doesn't work on Wall Street either. He works on whatever Chicago's Wall Street is. Probably like Door Street or something like that. Crispy them. My God, we are dead. Okay. I know how it is. I used to defend my favorite wrestlers the same way. I would rather you be defending professional wrestlers than like attacking a public corporation that the only thing you know about it is that they make an exercise bike that I ride. I mean, you just, at that point, you got to cultivate a hobby other than hating. A little bit of hating sprinkled into like a chili of life gives us some spice, man. But, you know, you think that you're like Cholula, but you've actually turned yourself into the bomb, a hot sauce that you only want to see other people eat. You never want to actually try it yourself. You've turned yourself into one of those like anus pucker hot sauces that like someone buys you for Christmas because that's like your only element of the personality you've ever expressed to them. And then you like put it in the cabinet, but you never actually open it. But whenever anyone comes over, you're like, check out my hot sauces. And they're like, whoa. And then at work the next day, they're like, I knew he was into hot sauce, but like, brother is really into hot sauce. I'm just saying, you got to sprinkle a little hate, okay? A little sandpaper, you know, ironically kind of smooths things out in spite of its roughness. But too much sandpaper, you're going to get a rash. You got to check out Poor Things. I know. I would love to. I'm getting optimistic that I'll be able to resume I don't want to call it normal life, because whatever you're living is like normal if you're living it long enough, right? But like I haven't been able to interface much with art and culture in my community since the birth of my daughter. But now she's getting more independent. She's doing lots of activities and stuff. I still like to go see a movie at the movie theater takes like, let's be realistic, it takes 3 hours. You need to like either drop your kid off or get a babysitter. It might take you 30 minutes to get there. The movie's going to be realistically 2 hours long. It's going to take you 30 minutes to get back. So it might even take like 4. I don't have a 4-hour window yet. I would say my maximum window right now is like 2 hours and 50 minutes. But my maximum window this time last year was like 8 minutes. So we've really come a long way. So I'm optimistic that maybe by the end of 2024 or 2025, I will be able to be that guy who's like, oh, you haven't seen that yet? It came out 3 weeks ago. God, I would love that. Past Lives was a great film. Who owns the rights to Past Lives? That would be, it would instantly go to the top of my Peloton watch list if Peloton allowed me to watch it. A24. Okay, does A24 have a history of selling their rights for distribution? It'll be on Showtime. It's on Amazon Prime Canada. Okay, not Peloton Core, unfortunately. One of these days, maybe. No Prime Video on Peloton? Yeah, it's kind of, it's a little silly. There are 4 video platforms right now that you can watch on the Peloton. Bike is right next to the stream computer, right? Why not just point the bike at the computer? Me waking up my whole family at 6:07 a.m., watching Tora through my monitor speakers at 117 decibels. What about Bluetooth earbuds? Listen, there's a lot of there's one thing you need to learn about me, and I'm surprised we go through this all the time. So you really should know it by now. And I should know better than to engage in it as well, is the other thing. If I'm in my flow state, and I think this goes for anybody, if you're in your flow state and people are like, why don't you do it this way instead? All you want them to do is be quiet. I always, and this is just one example, it doesn't necessarily prove that this is always how it is, but it's an example I always come back to. Summer of 2014, I got really into running. Started doing Couch to 5K, finished Couch to 5K, I don't know, like 4 weeks, something like that. Did Bridge to 10K, finished Bridge to 10K. All of it was inside on the treadmill, okay? So at that point, that was like maybe 3 months after I started running. I was running 10K like 4 or 5 days a week. Starting to put in some longer runs, starting to realize that most of running is not running the same length every single day. If you want to become a more serious runner, you like pull some days down and then you do like one long day and then one fast day that's a shorter distance. So I was doing that all inside at the community center gym. And then I talked to a friend of mine. They said, don't you live in Vancouver? They have like the most beautiful outdoor running trails. You're wasting your time. I was perfectly happy, and it's not their fault because they are right. But I was perfectly happy, running outside, perfectly contented. I said I could do this for the rest of my life. I said, you know what? They're right. Started running along like the seawall in the beach in Vancouver. First time, I was like, this is beautiful. They're absolutely right. Second time, stepped on a pebble that was on the path. Foot went like this, tore the meniscus in my knee. And basically have run like 6 times since then. I think a good lesson sometimes is that if what you've got is working for you, I wouldn't say be resistant to change, but like there's a reason they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The bike, I mean, we put in 25,000 minutes last year, 27,000 minutes. I'm not going to be tweaking the position just so what? I can watch Past Lives on my 19-inch Dell monitor. Like, I'll just watch fucking The Insider on the bike instead. It's okay. Like, every time there's a change, there's a chance that things never come back, you know? Like when you're on a diet and you're like, I could do this forever. And then you like go on vacation, and on vacation, the first day you're like, I'm gonna have a salad. And then the second day you're like, I'm gonna do a cheat day. And then the third day you're like, I'm gonna get my diet back on track when I get back from vacation. And then like 2 years later, you're like, oh, I'm fat again. So I like when you're in the routine, I'm very hesitant to an outsider going like, hey, here's what you should do. Trust me. I'm moisturized, unbothered, in my lane, watching George C. Scott's 1970 film Patton. I'm having a good time. You don't have to worry about me. Keep in mind, it's a bike that goes nowhere. The pursuit of better is always going to leave me in the same place. You would never escape the Matrix? I think that's probably true. I don't have the right kind of temperament to escape from the Matrix. Like, I think as soon as some lady came to my house and was like, follow the white rabbit, I might follow her like to the end of the hallway, but as soon as they went to like a nightclub at 11:47 p.m., I'd be like, sister, I gotta go to sleep. This is just, can't you just tell me? Can't you just tell me what you want to tell me? Why do I have to go in through like the back rooms to get here, you know? It seems like a whole lot of rigmarole for something that you could just type up in a text message. Plus, did you ever consider if I escaped the Matrix, I would never have gotten to see the movie The Matrix? You might say, well, you could have lived the movie The Matrix. Yeah, but that doesn't seem nearly as fun. That seems kind of very difficult. Pretty low quality of life. They're eating that stuff that's got everything the body needs, but it doesn't have everything the body needs. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, all I know about The Matrix, well, that's not true. I know a lot about the movie, at least. But it must have sucked ass to live on the Nebuchadnezzar, because Cypher literally sold out the only 6 real people he actually knew for 1 steak and a glass of red wine. Like, it must have fucking blown chunks to live on that ship, brother. There was nothing going on. Dude said, I would never betray Morpheus and Trinity. Agent Smith said, bet. How about a ribeye and a Merlot? He was like, you got me. You son of a bitch, you drive a hard bargain. Peloton Battle Pass? I'm actually, people have me mistaken, by the way. They think that I love the Peloton Corporation. I don't. I love the engineering department at Peloton. They did an amazing job constructing this. It's made out of real metal. This is not corrugated cardboard and plastic, okay? The software team, I'm sure they're doing their best, but it hasn't manifested itself in quality on the screen yet. And the coaches, you know, they're doing good stuff, but I'm just kind of, I've heard it all before. But I'm at the point where actually, like, I used to use the Peloton app on my phone to like program what I was going to do daily on the Peloton. But then when I stopped taking classes and started just watching movies instead, I didn't have to do that. So I would log in, or not log in, but open it up like once a month or something like that, just to see, like, track my metrics and stuff like that. But I didn't really use it too much. I just used the bike itself. And then I went to open the app today to see how I'm doing in the annual so far in terms of number of minutes in 2024. And it said, you've been logged out. And I said, well, it might be the last time I use that app. We've progressed beyond the point to need it. I'm a big believer in you should never log me out of anything. So online banking, maybe. That one makes sense. It's a bummer. Why? I'm still using the bike and the service. I'm just like, I don't need to use the app anymore. Why'd you stop with the classes? At some point, like, you've heard it all. Like, every class is basically, you know, we're going to start with like a 1-song warm-up, and then you're going to be out of the saddle, down in the saddle going fast, down in the saddle climbing. You can do it, you know, blah, blah, blah. I've taken literally over 1,000 of those. It was time to get back into some Kino cinema. Eventually you get the Christopher Nolan rant, though. Well, that would require me to take a Jen Sherman class, which is not likely. Thanks for reminding me, everybody. It brings me no pleasure to do this. I need to go to Letterboxd. We will be logging the film The Color of Money from 1986, directed by Martin Scorsese, Paul Newman, Tom Cruise, John Turturro. 2.5 stars, no heart. I'm sorry. Not a bad movie. Doesn't mean I hated my time with it. But a lesser Scorsese for sure. I don't know what else to say. I will say that you might say, really, it compares with something like Underwater, which got 2 stars and no heart. Well, when you go into Underwater, you're looking at different domains of comparison, okay? If I asked you how your trip to the ER was, and you said it's a 3 out of 5, and then I asked you how like dinner was, and you said it was a 2.5, I'd be like, oh, you'd rather go to the ER? No, motherfucker. You're comparing them across different rubrics, okay? You go into Underwater, came out in January of 2020. It's a creature feature starring Kristen Stewart. I wouldn't say I was pleasantly surprised, but I went into it with muted expectations, and those expectations were only slightly unmet. Paul Newman, Tom Cruise, Martin Scorsese, original soundtrack by Robbie Robertson. I went into it thinking, this movie is going to crush. And when I was watching it, I was like, it's okay, but it didn't really get the blood pumping. So I apologize. Fun fact, The Color of Money is how Doom got its name. When Tom Cruise unwraps the babushka, and the guy says, what's that? And he says, this is Doom. That's a funny piece of trivia. I hate to do this again, on Friday told you that I hadn't quite finished Steven Spielberg's West Side Story, but it was trending towards a 3.5 to 4 with a heart. I finished it on Saturday. I gave it a 3 with no heart. I really feel like the first half of the movie, up until when the rumble starts, is really good. And the big ensemble numbers are incredible. Very well shot, very well choreographed, great music, obviously. And then once the rumble happens and the movie zooms way in on the characters, and you get a lot of Ansel Elgort 1v1 with Rachel Zegler, I was like, I don't want to be a hater, but just based on that one performance, I was like, I don't know if they got the sauce. I don't know if Ansel and Rachel had the sauce for this one. I think they needed a little bit more gravitas. So I gave it a 3 with no heart, but with some respect, for sure. What about Officer Krupke? I always just think about Larry David singing the song in his car. Gee, Officer Krupke, Krupp you! Heard they got your mans. Heard they got your mans on no motion crimes. Heard you grew up with them. That was your boy that you was hanging with. You didn't feel nothing? No guilt or nothing? What am I watching right now? Well, I finished The Color of Money 80 minutes into my ride this morning. So I had 40 minutes left. That means I'm 36, because it takes 3 minutes to click on something on the Peloton Disney Plus browser. I am 37 minutes into the 2007 Kerry Russell film Waitress. How do I feel about it so far? I don't know. It's kind of it's got vestiges of like too clever, self-aware, like mid-2000s dialogue. It's got a little like Diablo Cody type genotype in the DNA, but I don't hate it so far. Why are they saying this guy will just watch anything? It's a critically acclaimed movie, man. You'll just watch anything. Your ass is probably excited for the Netflix live-action adaptation of Avatar: The Last Airbender. I'm watching, like, Academy Award-nominated cinema. Please do not compare us. Did Waitress get nominated for an Academy Award? I bet, if I had to guess, I bet it got nominated for Best Original Screenplay. And maybe, that's probably it, but that's okay. I bet it did. Can I get some questions? Could somebody please do a fact check? It didn't get nominated? Well, that's because the Academy's all politics. They probably didn't put in a good campaign anyway. No nominations. It's all politics, honestly. It's all politics. You wouldn't understand. Do you think Bullet Train is a coworker vibe movie? Yes, but I also, like, I feel like describing something, we need the definition of a coworker piece of media is still in flux, okay? I think Bullet Train is a fun movie. Now, when people said Argyle is coworker cinema, I was like, I love jumping into the dog pile on that one. I haven't seen Argyle yet. I did get spoiled because I don't care. This motherfucker, Matthew Vaughn, no disrespect, is in 2024. He said, let's make my movie Argyle connect to the Kingsman universe. Like, he's trying to Everybody, read the room, brother. Everybody is sick of the multiverse crossover. Every movie ties into another movie franchise. And he said 2024, that's when I'm going to launch it. And then I read this dude's plan for Kingsman. And he actually thinks that presently there's not one Kingsman franchise. He envisions the future of Kingsman is that there's one Kingsman that takes place in roughly the modern day. And then there's the parallel The Kingsman series, which is going to run at exactly the same time, which is going to cover the history of the Kingsmen, like surrounding the Second World War up to like the events of the Kingsman 1. And Argyle's going to be involved in it. And I'm like, brother, nobody wants this. Somebody has to say no to this dude, like right now. I actually like the first Kingsman. I like the first one, and I feel like I'm one of the only motherfuckers who thinks that the second one is actually like okay. To the extent that I saw the second one in theaters, and I was like, listen, it's not amazing, but Julianne Moore crushes it in everything she's in. There's some fun shots in the movie. I watched The King's Man like 2 years ago, maybe during COVID when it came out on Netflix or wherever it came out, and it was like, there's no reason for that motherfucker to be 2 hours and 29 minutes long. And then at the end, the post-credits scene where they introduce Adolf Hitler, and you're like, come on, man. Like, the dude is just, he's lost it. The problem is, like, with no disrespect, because I've liked a lot of Matthew Vaughn's movies. Layer Cake, Kick-Ass 1, Kingsman 1, etc., etc. But like the dude, his thermostat in his brain is set to 2014. If Kingsman came out in 2005, and then they started looping the franchises in when everyone was drunk on franchise crossovers, like people would be like, "This is fun," but nowadays, like it's overcooked. It's way too done. It's like making a movie that's like, you know, hey, check it out, we got Bullet Time. 10 years after The Matrix, people are like, get some new material. I already saw it in Scary Movie. All the hype for the Peloton got me to buy one. I'm happy to hear that. Also, we had dinner at a friend's place on Friday, and you know they were giving us the tour around their house. They have a Peloton. I say, oh, when'd you get the Peloton? They said like a week ago. Just got to find the right time to casually let it slip. I was like, oh, I have one too. They're like, what's your routine? And I was like, oh, you know, I usually like hop on and watch like, like a 2-hour long movie, like 6 days a week. No big deal. You already know the vibe. Hang on. We dropped a road flare somewhere. Oh, just basically being an asshole. Whatever happened to Swag Tuesday? Sorry, guys. I'm not feeling too swaggy today. Oh, never mind. No, I'm feeling pretty swaggy. Let me go to Letterboxd real quick. I would like to log a movie. Waitress 2007. Rating 3.5 stars and a like. I thought the first half of the movie I was trending towards maybe like a 3. I thought the dialogue was a little too maybe self-aware and precious, a little Joss Whedon-esque, if you will. I thought the last half of the movie stuck the landing, even if, you know, Waitress is like actually, maybe I should actually give it a 5. Because I feel like Waitress is the kind of movie, like if they made it now, they wouldn't make it. It wouldn't be a 96-minute long movie. It would actually be a 10-episode Netflix original, and every episode would be like 58 minutes long. In the best way possible, Waitress feels like 3 episodes of a television show. It's good, but it's pretty light. It's breezy. I liked it, though. No disrespect, though, to Nathan Fillion. Somebody has to tell him to change the hair. I get that this movie came out 16 years ago, 17 years ago, but I feel like Nathan Fillion has had the same haircut the whole time. It's just, me personally, it's just a little too long in the back. I'm not a hair expert. I think it worked maybe on Firefly, but I just feel like you gotta cut it up in the back a little bit. So I got 23 minutes into Grosse Pointe Blank. And then I looked down the stairs, and my toddler was coming down the stairs. And I said, what are you doing up so early? I had like 18 minutes of ride left. And she said, I woke up and hung out with Ruka for 10 hours. And I said, okay, off your bike then. I got off and I made her some breakfast. Still a pretty good ride, 96 minutes. I don't think she was hanging out with Ruka for 10 hours. I think it was probably like 3 minutes, but also the older I get, I was talking about, this was like 2 months ago, I was talking about it in the Peloton community, but it's actually true. Someone was like, how do you ride for 2 hours a day, roughly? The truth of the matter is, it takes me 90 minutes just to warm up now. Like, you might think that you peak like 10 minutes into the exercise and then it's all downhill from there. You're just trying to hold on. Is actually like the first 30 minutes are like ramping up pretty steep. And then like the next hour is like slowly ramping up. And then you peak at 90 minutes and then you're off the bike. I don't know. It takes a while to get the fluid running around my joints these days. DL Guiga hasn't been posting that much in the Peloton sub-community lately. Yesterday, I was so excited. They were talking about the discount cash flow model of renting a Peloton versus buying a Peloton. And someone said, are you suggesting I take out a loan to buy the bike? And then DL Guiga, in Discord, it was like DL Guiga is typing. And it was like 20 seconds. And then he said, what if I told you that buying anything was essentially giving a loan to yourself? And I just typed, he's so back. I was like, that is a perfect DL Guiga message. It's like, it's so emblematic of his character. Letterboxed, log, gross, point blank, rating, 3.5 stars and a heart. I liked it. I thought it was a little unfocused, but it had a lot of style. I like John Cusack in spite of himself and in spite of the last 10 years of movies that he's made. I like Dan Aykroyd in spite of himself. I enjoyed it. Also, great soundtrack. 3.5 out of 5 sounds so much worse than 7 out of 10. Me, on my first day of fractions class in the 4th grade. But hang on, 3.5 is a smaller number than 7. Nice to see you alive, NL. I'm glad you didn't get a brain hemorrhage from Apollo's chat yesterday. Thank you. I was kind of losing it. I get that it wasn't every individual in consensus, but just some of the bait takes in Apollo's chat had me kind of like losing my mind. Someone said Quentin Tarantino has one good movie. It's Reservoir Dogs. Listen, I don't expect everybody in Twitch chat to be intelligent enough to sit through 3 hours and 20 minutes of masterpiece filmmaking that is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, but you're really going to put some disrespect on Pulp Fiction? Reservoir Dogs is good. It's a good movie. It got attention for a reason. Pulp Fiction, Django Unchained. Inglourious Basterds might be the best of them all. There was another take that got me stressed out. I can't remember what it was though. And I was like, what am I doing in Twitch chat on a Sunday, man? I gotta go do the dishes or something. It wasn't bait, it's Apollo's chat. In my chat, there's bait. In Apollo's chat, there's no bait. There's just people who have insane opinions. No disrespect. Oh, dude, he did say that. I lost my mind a little bit. He did say, I told him to watch The Insider because I watched The Insider on the bike on Sunday. I gave it a 4.5 out of 5 with a heart. But to be honest with you, I've been re-examining the rating that I gave it, thinking that maybe it actually deserves a 5 because maybe I have a bias towards movies that tug at your heartstrings, and The Insider is more of like a slow burn, kind of like intellectual Andy. That it has some sentimental moments, don't get me wrong, but maybe it's not fair to say like, oh, I consider it like 0.5 worse than Little Miss Sunshine just because there's no like scene where everybody tells like a 9-year-old girl that it's okay to eat ice cream. You know what I mean? I'm going to go out on a limb, and this take might be a little crazy. After watching The Insider, I said to myself, you know, I don't want to put my nuts on the table. I almost always do like to put my nuts on the table. This time I'm not going to put my nuts on the table. I might put the tip of a finger on the table for this. I think it's possible that The Insider might be better than Heat. And Heat is insanely good.
The set pieces in Heat are unbelievable. The gravitas of De Niro and Pacino together, but The Insider is also amazing, man. The Insider is crazy. Heat got to be the loudest movie ever. That is true. It's also nice to see like Al Pacino in good movies. It's so easy to forget that he's actually like an amazing actor because of his. I mean, a lot of stuff in the 2000s was not good, and then Dunkachino is like easy to make fun of, and you get the idea. And then he had like a kid at age 84. Did you know that both Robert De Niro and Al Pacino are listed in the Wikipedia article for like the oldest confirmed man to have fathered a child? They're not number one. There's like some shit from the 1300s that was chiseled into clay tablets or something. But like I thought they were just old dudes having kids. They are actually like historically old. You got to break their record? Nah, I'm just chilling. I want to see if the Peloton sub-community, if the bot actually posted my ride today. It does not... Excuse me, mods. The bot in the Peloton Discord no longer posts my rides. And the rides have been good lately. It no longer posts anybody's. No disrespect, I don't really mind if it doesn't post yours, but I really want to see mine. Because the rides have been good. Would you watch on your Peloton ride? I don't watch things for now. Instead I do 90-minute scenic rides because I created the perfect Peloton playlist. Although I gotta be honest, I need to cut some Jens Lekman out of there. It's just not the right feel. Like there's only like 6 Jens Lekman songs in like an 18-hour playlist, but something like, Maple Leaves keeps coming on when I'm trying to get into Zone 5, and I'm like, brother, no disrespect to Gothenburg. It's just not the right vibe.
I feel like I haven't heard much Peloton lately. Did you give it up?
No, I've been, it's not every day, bro. It's almost every day, bro.
Not every day?
I would say it's like 5 to 6 days a week. My daughter is going through a period where she's been waking up really, really early. So typically what happens is like I'll get on the bike and I'll ride as long as I can. And then like before the end of my ride, maybe like 5 to 10 minutes before the end, I will see her come down the stairs and she'll be like, Daddy, I'm hungry. And then I'm like, all right, time to hop off. We're still doing pretty. I mean, we're pumping out some serious wattage. I just look at it as like it's extra recovery.
From r/kidless in Twitch chat, they says, well, why don't you just tell her to go back to bed? Oh, I want to make it a point to go to that subreddit because have you ever been there?
r/child free.
Yeah, I've just heard about it the other day. I haven't seen it though.
I mean, I've seen some posts from it for sure. How was your ride this morning? So straight up, I got my gym clothes on. I woke up at 5:45 a.m., went to the bathroom, gym clothes on, playlist started a ride, pedaled for 20 seconds, and my legs hurt. Not like the muscles, but like the tendons. And I was like, this is a good message from my body to take the day off. So I hopped off the bike and I shaved instead, and then showered, and then my daughter was up early, so I got her changed and made breakfast and packed her lunch. I mean, the arc has not ended. We're still at like, I don't know, close to 3,000 minutes in 2024 so far, and 2024 just started like a week and a half ago. Listen, I'm not calling anybody out. You got to have a long-term time horizon, okay? The worst thing you could do is be like, I need to keep my badge. I'm going to risk injury. If your muscles hurt, just chill. Take an easy ride. If your tendons hurt, fucking get off the bike ASAP. Get some sleep. Can you imagine no love, pride, deep fried chicken? Speak on that, Martin. Are you talking about like your best friend always sticking up for you, even when they know you're wrong? Can you imagine y'all something? Deep fried romance, powwow through conversation. The best soy latte that you've ever had with me. Ba-dow-dow. I hate it. That seems like a great start. Double tag foil joker. Let's engage in some gameplay for now. I know it's a crazy thought. How about 2 pair with a stone 6? Playing this game is the worst part of this game. Have you ever considered seeing a psychiatrist? Did you see that study that they published? That was like, here's the, we've done a survey, a literature review of activities and how they correlate with self-reported symptoms of depression. And according to the study, the most effective antidepressant is dancing. That's someone who's never seen me dance. I took personal offense to the study because, like, the number 3 least effective thing was, like, cycling. It was barely better than antidepressant pills, which were, like, number 2. It's an interesting study. I didn't read the journal. I'm not qualified for that. I did see the chart, at least. Where was gaming? I'm going to guess that it was probably on the other side of the prime meridian, if I had to guess. Tell me you skipped lecture day when they talk about type 1 and type 2 errors without telling me. But here's the thing, is like, people are like, hey, correlation doesn't equal causation. That's true, but your bitch ass didn't even read the article. Neither did I, but at least I saw the chart. So it's like, you want to talk about the blind leading the blind. Sure, I probably have an incorrect or at least incomplete understanding of the data, but you didn't even know what I was talking about until I brought it up. And you're like, here's the fallacy you're engaging in. You don't know what you're talking about. That's Dunning-Kruger, bro. You just found out about it and you're like, I know more about this than you. We're both dumb. At least one of us is willing to admit it, though. I used to smoke weed with Johnny Hopkins. 200 average watts is legit? Bro, it's been known. 200 watts? It's just another day in the damn office, man. I don't know if anybody took that. Like, I did a 60-minute ride in Liechtenstein this morning, and nobody lives there. I already knew it was small. I didn't know that literally nobody lives there. They biked the entirety of the capital city and then biked up a mountain and then looked down at the capital city. 9 houses in the whole place. Then I appended a 15-minute ride in the Netherlands, and that boy was cooking, bro. He was filter passing and zipping into little arches like whatever the dude's name is from Mission Impossible. Ethan Hunt, is that it? He was passing e-bikes and scooters and stuff like that. He was cooking, man. In Liechtenstein, whoever they got to do the ride in Liechtenstein was just like, in the Netherlands, he was actually like initial D mode. He was running in the 90s. Plus, like, for at least 5 minutes of the Liechtenstein ride, they were on the side of a hill. So the shit was tilted like 28 degrees clockwise. And I was like, what do I do here? Do I fuck up my inner ear sitting straight up, but my brain is like, why is the earth tilted? Or do I tilt myself 28 degrees to the right, and then my back is like, take it easy, bro. It's 6:48 a.m. on a Monday morning. How was riding unbuttered this morning? It was okay. I think that I've desensitized my undercarriage to the point where I can go a day or two without having chamois butter, without sanding the tip of my you-know-what off. But I put myself in my wife's shoes. She definitely like came down to my office and was tidying up. And she's like, oh, an empty bottle of chamois butter. He doesn't need that. He should have thrown it out like a week ago. But me, every morning when I still had the bottle, trying to squeeze it like a roll of toothpaste. And come on, you piece. Squeeze it to the end and then like try to grab the stuff that comes out. But as soon as I release the pressure, it goes like right back in the bottle. And I'm like, no, come on. There's still a dose in here. There's still a dose. And I'm like scooping a finger like into the aperture to get something out. There was still like a couple of microliters in there, bro. Coworker brought up his Peloton today, asked him how many watts he's pushing, and he loved it. People who do things love to talk about those things. People who don't do anything love to say, oh, really? You're talking about that thing again? It is Swag Tuesday, people. It is. 2 melatonin gummies, asleep by 10, wake up at 12, wake up at 3. It's not my choice. Wake up for good at 5:30. Great bowel movement. Hop on the Peloton, 90-minute scenic ride through Lake Constance, Germany. 90-minute personal best, 220 watts. Decent sleep. Bagel sandwich for breakfast, 2 slices of cheese, a little deli turkey, cucumbers, tomatoes, mustard, and of course, a 9:09 a.m. Coke Zero. Hello. Oh, the second thing? No big deal, just a new 60-minute PB on the Peloton. Big ups to the Adriatic Highway in Croatia. Nice little scenic ride. What made you give Banshees 3.5 stars? I only liked it at a 3.5 star pace, personally. I thought it was a good movie, and I thought it was interesting. But there's a little demon in my head, and it's not fair, but it's this diversity of opinion that makes us strong. It's just a part of me that was like, why couldn't Brendan Gleeson just be like, come on, take a seat with us, you know? It's life, man. You got to tolerate people that you don't like sometimes. You have a couple of pints of Guinness and you smooth it out, and then you're on a little island with like 6 people. You can't be that picky. That's the point of the movie? I know. But I'm like, he should have just sat down and had a couple of beers with him, man. Why did Kevin Spacey in Seven not commit the murders? It would have saved them a lot of work and a lot of heartache at the end of the day, for sure. But I'm just... I know it's an allegory. It's about the Civil War, okay? But I was like, come on, brother. And you really threatening to chop off your fingers is one thing. Bro really went through with it? Like, come on, wouldn't it have been easier to just clink a couple glasses together? Like, seriously, he did go fingers on the table. He couldn't have just been rude to him? No stars. It doesn't make sense. Back on the Peloton today. Ask me anything about Santiago, Chile. I was there for 90 minutes today. I don't want to brag. I was toasting fools on the way up whatever the mountain range is there. The Andes, maybe? Is it the Andes in Chile? I should know that. Chilean Andy. Mama Liz's Santiago chili oil.
Dude, daylight savings is fucking stupid.
For real.
I fucking hate it, man. Like, I don't care about an extra hour in the morning, dude. I'm asleep.
I've never understood why it makes any sense. People are like, it's for the farmers. I'm like, why can't they just wake up? Like, they don't have to change. You don't have to change the clock. Just fucking, just change.
Bro, plants need the sun to grow. They need more sunlight to grow.
It doesn't change anything. It's just
if you talk to any farmer, they love to pride themselves on waking up at 4 a.m. Like, it doesn't matter to them, dude. They're love like, to tell you.
Right back. They wake up at 4 a.m. and fucking ride their Peloton for 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, an hour and a half today.
Yeah. What'd you watch?
I went on a 90-minute scenic ride in Santiago, Chile with my Amazon Music Peloton playlist.
Ooh. Nice. Any bangers?
I mean, it's got 1,000 songs. You want me to list them all?
Yep.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do a tier list right now.
I'll give you the first 3 songs on shuffle.
Yeah. Oh, this is nice. Okay.
Everybody Wants to Rule the World by Tears for Fears.
Great song.
Classic.
Nice for a 4-minute warm-up. After that, The World Is Yours by Nas off Illmatic.
Okay.
Oh.
The third track is Fuck the Police by NWA.
Wow. Damn.
Wow.
The fourth track is Brothers Sport by Animal Collective.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Animal Collective.
And then
They go
Graceland
like,
by Paul Simon.
Oh, weird.
What by Paul Simon?
Graceland.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to Graceland.
Trump voice. It's country. In Joe Biden's America, you can't even afford 4 walls and adobe slabs for my girls.
What?
It fell apart a bit.
You
there,
can't.
He just beginning to sound like a dude. I think.
Yes, okay.
You're kind of going. You're morphing into a robot.
I am Trump.
I am Donald
We love our chili, don't we?
Oh, thank you, Earth Rider.
I love you,
Thank
man.
Oh.
He does.
Oh, you're right. This is a great playlist. What's on next? Hang on. Let's wait till we hit a stinker. Giving Up the Gun by Vampire Weekend. It's not off the self-titled. It's still pretty good.
That's still a good. That was like their last good record. Contra.
Brandy, open parentheses, You're a Fine Girl by Looking Glass. Oh, fucking Roundabout by Yes. I gotta get on the bike, bro. I'd be pumping right now. Dry the Rain by the Beta Band. Busy Doing Nothing by Love Is All. That's a bit of a deep cut, but still.
DL Guiga, did you do the 90-minute California Olympic Park Scenic Ride today? Pretty good moments on it. Some pretty good moments. That's about all I got. Haven't cycled today yet. Awake all night. I feel that, brother. This is my first time in 6 days. My mind was playing tricks on me. I think it was like Thursday. I was like, oh my God, I'm not sick anymore. I feel great. I'm going to ride my bike. I got out of bed and I was like, it was 30 minutes before my alarm went off. I was like, I'm so much better. Then my foot touched the first staircase and it was like, like I don't know how to describe it. The shit hit my bloodstream. Let's put it that way. Of course I Peloton today. 90-minute fucking somewhere in Ireland ride. I don't know. It was green. That's all I got. I saw someone say, hey, NL, are you doing the Vancouver Scenic Rides on Peloton? No, I am not. Because they're only 10 minutes long, or one of them is 5 minutes long, which I personally take an insult to. 10 minutes? Like, what are we supposed to do with that? You could literally ride on the seawall for... You could easily do a 60-minute ride on the seawall, and it would be beautiful. 90 minutes might be a stretch. You'd be going out to UBC or, I don't know, across the Ironworkers Bridge or something like that. But I mean, like 10 minutes is a joke, man. But you know what I actually think it is? And I mean this sincerely. I think there's too many people on the seawall that they can't do the scenic ride. Because whenever there's traffic on a scenic ride, they splice the video to a spot where there's not traffic. So I think it's just impossible to edit unless they were riding their bike at like 1 a.m. What traffic? There's literally only a dozen people jogging at any given time. Hey, DL Guiga, try doing it on a weekend sometime, you UBC commuter. You know, when you were here in Vancouver on your Fama French shit, you know, everybody else was going to work. 8:30 to 5:30, Monday to Friday. No, they weren't on the fucking seawall, bro. They were on the damn SkyTrain. Also, if your ass was at UBC, keep the seawall out your damn mouth. That's not part of your jurisdiction, okay? If you lived in the West End or English Bay or Yaletown or Olympic Village or Fairview or Kitsilano, you can talk about the seawall. If your ass lives in Killarney or fucking, I don't even know, don't talk to me, okay? If you're in the Southlands and you're like, the seawall's kind of overrated. Yeah, well, fucking, you basically live in Richmond, so shut your mouth. How was the Peloton ride this morning? Oh, thank you for asking. Oh, motherfucker. It's getting better. You know, when fully not convalescent, I like to output on a 90-minute scenic ride. I like to put out somewhere over 200 watts average. First ride back on Monday, I think I did like 162. Yesterday ended up hitting like 171 maybe. Today got 176. Still a little bit of gunk in the lungs. We're working out. It takes time. There's nothing else you can do but to do it. Yeah, I'm feeling like a lot better. I'm just like, once an hour or so, I'm coughing. It like Monday, it was like a sushi restaurant wasabi-sized piece of mucus coming out of my lungs. Today, it's like I don't even know how to describe it. Like it's so infinitesimal. The amount of ketchup that you might put on one French fry comes out of my body about once an hour. That's not too bad. I mean, I sound like myself again. I can probably almost shout again, which is really helpful for content. I mean, like, I'm not gonna say that I have the hardest life of all time, but today, somehow the water that came out of my sink into my water bottle was like bath water temperature, but I didn't realize until I'd already mixed my electrolyte powder with it. So for the first 45 minutes of my ride, I was drinking like 40 degrees Celsius temperature water mixed with what is essentially Gatorade. It was, I know the temperature doesn't determine whether or not it's a cleaning solvent, but it basically felt like I was drinking like toilet bowl cleaner. I'm not a hot water guy. I know some people like hot water with lemon. I think I've told the story before, but I was on a road trip with my parents and my grandparents when I was like maybe 5 or 6, and I got routinely car sick. So I threw up, and then we stopped at like a gas station or a restaurant or something. And then my dad took me into the bathroom, and there was like a doctor in there. And the doctor was like, oh, if you get motion sick, you should drink like lukewarm water with lemon. Now, I started doing that anytime I felt motion sick. And the only end result, like it did not seem to help my nausea, but the enduring legacy of it is now whenever I taste lukewarm water with lemon, I feel like I have to throw up. How'd you skip over the doctor in the bathroom part? I don't mean like he had like his office in there. I just mean, you know, back in the 90s, I'm saying this derogatorily to you, the younger generation. Back in the 90s, people weren't afraid to talk to other people in public. So sometimes, yeah, you go to the bathroom, take a piss. While you're washing your hands, you might make conversation with the guy next to you at the sink. You weren't both looking at your cell phones. Had different shit to get mad about. So you'd meet people. Unfortunately, this guy didn't know what they were talking about. Also, that's how accessible healthcare providers used to be. Peloton stats today. It was pretty good. I'm still like, I mean, this is how you know this flu was no joke, you know? Throughout January and February, probably the 90-minute Scenic Rides averaged like 200 to 210 watts. Finally got back to 189 today, which is the best that it's been since riding post-flu. But still, like I'm missing a gear still, even though I sound a lot better. Like it took something out of either my blood or my lungs or my heart or my plasma or my glycogen or something like that. Thank you, librarian. 189 watt average, 1,018 kilojoules total. Thank you. I appreciate that. You lost that dog you once had? No, man. It has like genuine physiological impacts on you. Makes your blood thicker or something like that. I don't know. I'm not like a doctor, but something's like that. There's some vasoconstriction that goes on or something like that. I'm still under 180 watts post-baby. I know how it goes, man. I know how it goes. But here's, if it helps you conceptualize it, I didn't even start the Peloton till 1 year post-baby. So you're still like kicking the crap out of me circa 4 years ago. How was the Peloton this morning? It's pretty good. Still like, I feel like I'm just getting the last little bit of mucus out of my lungs. How dare you? But I think it was librarian. Oh, I forgot. I always forget. Keep me honest, librarian. And thank you, Crimson Stockings, for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. I believe it was a 205 watt average. 1,106 kilojoules, 205 watt average. There you go. There you go. Okay, this is good stuff. So that's pretty good. We're getting close to my to where I was at before I got lung butter. Hear any good songs on the radio lately? Here's some Olivia Rodrigo now and then. Any new tracks on the Peloton playlist? You know what? I always like to I like to keep you honest on that one. I like when you keep me honest on that one. The most recent song added to the Peloton playlist is, I don't even want to tell you. It's too Canadian pilled. I'm on a Sloan kick.
Most recent song added to the Peloton playlist, If It Feels Good, Do It by Sloan. A little embarrassed. I mean, it's not a transcendental song. I added If It Feels Good, Do It, Money City Maniacs, Losing California, and I already had, of course, Underwhelmed on there because it's probably like one of the top 10 Canadian songs of all time. Holy shit, another person who listens to Sloan. Bro, we're bringing Sloan back, man. We are getting rid of the Arkels and we are bringing Sloan back. We didn't know how good we had it. Are they like Slint? Not at all. You got any Madonna on there? I have 2 Madonna songs on there. In one message, can you type the 2 Madonna songs that you think are on my Peloton playlist? I want to see who gets... I said 2 songs! I want you to get them both right, okay? I haven't seen it yet. I've seen them individually, but I haven't seen it yet. Vogue is not on the playlist, but Vogue should be on the playlist. Hey! Whoa, someone got it. Alphonse_M. You are correct. It is Ray of Light and Hung Up. Both great songs, also both incredible songs for climbing. Perfect cadence, perfect energy for climbing. But Vogue should be on there as well. I'm a big Vogue guy. How much? Sum 41? 0, and I think it's going to stay that way. But I'm realizing I have to be a little bit less picky about what I put on the playlist. Because when you're riding for like 90 minutes a day, you start chunking through those songs pretty quick. Like I've listened to Mojo Pin and Grace by Jeff Buckley like 8 times this week. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I got to open the floodgates. Instead of just like the best 2 songs on every album, it's got to be, I got to open it to like the best 5 songs on every album. Why not just full albums? When I'm working out, I want the hits. I don't want the filler tracks. I want like, if I'm going for 90 minutes, I want 23 singles. I don't want any interludes. I don't want any fucking skits. How much Mika's on there? There's 0 Mika. There's a little Annie though. Tragically Hip. 2 Tragically Hip songs on the playlist. Now this is a fun game while we make no progress at all. Can you guess in one message the 2 Tragically Hip songs on the playlist? Whee! Oh, I was wrong. There are 3 Tragically Hip songs on the playlist. All right, this one's tougher. Not as many people familiar with the Tragically Hip. It is Grace 2, Ex Pimpy, 50 Mission Cap, and At the 100th Meridian. No Bob Cajun. If I was riding outside, I could put some Bob Cajun out there. Is there any rap on the playlist? Brother. Come on. Of course not. I love all music. There's only 2 genres I don't respect, country and rap music. Next question. Of course there's rap on there. You think I don't respect Camp Low, Black Nostalgic, and Coolie High by Camp Low? It's kind of crazy you got Camp Low back there. Yeah. I also have some Liquid Swords on there. I mean, there's a lot of rap on there. Problem is, Liquid Swords, sometimes, you know, title track comes on like 61 minutes into your ride, and it starts with like an 8-year-old Japanese kid. My father would come home. He would forget about the killings. The Shogun sent his team of ninja spies to attack our village. And I'm like, brother, it's like 91 seconds of intro. Like, I gotta give me some jizza insanity, bro. Okay, hang on. Go. Mr. President, I'm afraid Doom's becoming too powerful. It's a great genre of tweet. Hey, NL, there's a Curtis Blow Peloton ride. Hey, chatter. It's not nice to go out and tell lies. They would definitely never do a Curtis Blow Peloton ride. But if they did, it would probably be like, I'm Curtis Blow, I got a Peloton ride. Listen to your instructor and take it in stride. We got bikes and pedals and handlebars.
If they had an engine, it'd be a car, but it's not a car. It's a bike with an extra wheel, it'd be a trike. I'm Curtis Blow, and I'm here to say you should exercise most every day. You know, like, that's... They don't make real rap music anymore. It's all about the Hennessy and the hose. Nobody's ever rapping about basketball being their favorite sport anymore and liking it when they dribble up and down the court. Or, like, making a song called The Breaks and then talking about all the different kinds of brakes you can have. Brakes on a glass, brakes on a car, brakes can make you a superstar. Hey chat, what should I do at the gym today? Pelvic thrusts in the squat rack. Irritate the power lifters. You should do the thing where you put your feet on the bench and hook them so that you're like in a permanent sit-up, and then you bench press while you're doing the sit-up. Hollow hold bench press. It combines the best aspects of weightlifting, hypertrophy, with the best aspects of yoga, spinal injury. You ever thought about doing a tenant-themed Peloton ride where you pedal backwards for the first half? Oh man, that's a great idea. There is a member of the Peloton community. Doaku, are you here? Every once in a while, they'll pop into the Peloton Discord and be like, I set a new PB today. It was like 140 watt average pedaling backwards. And I'm like, this is like a new world, man. I'm not even going to try to touch that one. Hand pedaling when? Listen, I'm just going to say something, and if it offends you, then so be it. Every time I see someone on a recumbent bicycle outside, I know they're a little freak. I'm sorry. I know they're out here with the fucking GoPro on their head, causing problems, getting into arguments with pedestrians and other cyclists and drivers all the time. I'm not saying you don't see cyclists on upright bicycles that are, you know, causing problems, but when I see someone on a recumbent bicycle, I'm like, this person's taking pleasure in causing problems. Maybe you're different. Maybe you have a back injury that means you have to use a recumbent bicycle. What's a recumbent bike? It's the one where, like, you're sitting down and your legs go out in front of you instead of underneath you. So, like, instead of being, like, 5 feet off the ground, you're, like, 1 foot off the ground. Which is, like, the other reason that I don't think I would ever do it, because I think, like, I'm not naive. If I'm cycling and I get hit by a car, I'm probably going to get fucked up pretty bad. But if you're on a recumbent bike and you get hit by a car, like, they might not even know that they hit you, right? You're going under the fucking chassis. Unless you could do, like, a 6 slide. That's what the flag is for. They do always have a flag. There's no doubt about that. I'm not really knocking the recumbent bikes. But maybe it's not fair, but I really do. When I see a recumbent cyclist outside, I do go, oh, here we go. So I guess I am knocking them completely, actually. In the gym, whatever, man. If you choose the recumbent over the stand-up in the gym, maybe it's just better for your back. How was your Berlin ride today? It was great. Thank you for asking. Love to do my Peloton Scenic Ride in Berlin. And see... Oh, you got a lot of bridges over there. I didn't know that. People always ask me, where was it in Berlin that the Peloton ride happened? And I just want to say it was near the bridges, man. The thing goes scraw. You know, this is not a joke. Just to give you some idea of the level of cookedness of Peloton music, there are multiple Peloton rides that use Man's Not Hot, the full song, with no irony. I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad song, but I am saying it's a meme song. So sometimes you'll be doing like a 30-minute Ali Love Tabata ride, and then she'll put on Man's Not Hot, and you're like, what are we doing here? 2 + 2 is 4. Quick maths. No ketchup, just sauce. And you're like, it's tough, man. It's tough. I have a bone to pick with the Peloton Corporation. Previously, on Scenic Rides, they had one Vancouver ride. It was a 10-minute long ride. I said, that's insulting.
This is, I don't want to say it's a world-class cycling city, but it's a good cycling city. We deserve at least a 30-minute ride. You could easily do a 60-minute ride without even having to stretch for good routes, okay? You got the Central Valley Greenway, you got the Arbutus Greenway, you got the Seawall, etc., etc. So imagine my surprise today when I go to Scenic Rides, there's a 20-minute Vancouver ride. I start with a 60-minute ride in Montenegro. It was beautiful. No disrespect. Added the 20-minute Vancouver ride at the end. What's the name of the ride? 20-minute English Bay Seawall ride. Imagine my surprise. You start on the northeast portion of Stanley Park. Beautiful. The trees, the water, the Lionsgate Bridge. You go around the Lionsgate Bridge on the north side, come down the west side, which takes you to English Bay, and then they freaking cut through a park, and there's like 3 seconds of English Bay on the English Bay ride. Before you know, they do a Dune Messiah time skip, and they're at Cooper's Park, which last time I checked was in freaking Yaletown, and then they go all around, yeah, they're at like the Canby Bridge, they go all around Science World, they go around the like, Olympic Village, and just keep going. Like the whole thing is 20-minute English Bay ride. They're in English Bay for 3 seconds. They named the ride wrong. They should call it 20-minute Seawall Vancouver ride. If I'm advertised an English Bay ride, I want to see cargo ships. I want to see beaches. I want to see people roller skating and playing volleyball on the beach. I got nothing against Yaletown. It's a perfectly nice neighborhood, a great place to get brunch. If you're going to call it English Bay, you know, don't skip straight from Prospect Point to Cooper's Park. Yes, on the bike ride today, Dan Giesling did call me at 7:03 a.m.
Let me call Ryan. He's up. He knows if I'm calling him, it's serious. I just have a question for him. Yo, desperate times over here, comma. I'm just wondering if you use the space bar on the Widowmaker jump. Question mark. Have a good ride, buddy. Exclamation point.
I declined to take the call because I was in zone 4. I don't want to take the call and I'm getting farmed for content. I'm waking up my toddler and my wife like an hour and a half before they are supposed to wake up. I'm going to be out of breath and trying to explain how to do a jump that I don't even remember. I hit him with a nice text, though. He said, I need your help. Do you use the space bar on the Widowmaker? And I said, of course, bro. Space is key. But I honestly don't remember the jump whatsoever. What I do remember is that I believe I used the space bar for every single jump in the game. He called squeaks as well. I mean, no disrespect. Calling a motherfucker at 7:03 a.m. on a Wednesday is insane behavior. I'm actually not mad. The only reason I'm not mad is because I'm always up then anyway, but that is crazy. I'd been up for an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes or something, but I'm like, you are lucky, brother, because anyone else, any other streamer, Pacific time, they're not going to be pleased about that. Bro, I didn't get to sleep until 3 a.m. last night. I watched 7 episodes of Shogun back to back to back to back to back to back to back. There's nothing I could have done, bro. I thought your phone is always on Do Not Disturb. It is. My ass was listening to music using my cell phone while I was on my bike ride in fucking Royal Waterford Greenway or whatever the hell it's called in Ireland. In the middle of Metallica's Ride the Lightning, all of a sudden the music cuts out. I go, what's going on? Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop.
Oh, baby.
Corey, yeah.
I've never ridden a real bike, man.
The screen, the person who plays the 90s music. None of it's here.
They're getting a little.
The iPad, the Bluetooth chip, one wheel, water bottle holder, red knob. Nobody else is saying anything, man. You're supposed to save me.
I was
God,
hilarious.
What?
Yeah, see, like this pisses me off because like belt drive and braze-on can be maybe parts of a bicycle.
Be the bicycle guy, bro.
He has a mustache, bro.
Oh, it isn't spelled. I was like, that's
Yeah,
not how
it's
you
not
spell
spelled
pedal.
that way. Yeah, me too.
It's a chain.
I had a dream I owned a bicycle. My dream was last night was crazy. I had a dream I moved into an apartment and someone else still lived there, but we just perfectly dodged each other's schedules and no one knew that we lived there. Like each other person didn't know.
Holy shit. Well,
Oh my god.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Shut the
6,
fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up.
11. 1, 2, 3.
I also, on the Peloton today, I did a 60-minute scenic ride in Lucerne. Oh, this is huge, brother. We just won. I gotta tell you, they shouldn't call it a 60-minute Swiss scenic ride. They should literally call it, okay, don't blink. Your ophthalmologist is about to shoot a puff of air at the back of your cornea. I'm sure that there's cities, but this entire ride was just a dirt road with 2 enormous green fields on the side of it and like a farmhouse in the distance. It triggered my PTSD, man. People with functioning eyeballs will never understand. It's true. This one's for those of us who basically are only alive today because of Ben Franklin. I wear -8, bro. I would have been dead like 12 years ago. I hear you. I hear you. I don't even know what my prescription is, but it's bad. I know it's bad because I was talking about LASIK with my wife, and I said, I've always said, like, I don't want to get LASIK. I don't mind wearing glasses. It's no big deal. But now I feel like I am actually pro LASIK because you can probably see, you can see it in the thumbnails too. When I look directly at the camera, my lenses are so thick that it bends light and it makes it look like my head goes like whoop, whoop. Like it creates like a divot in my head where, especially if I like turn to the side, you can actually see like the wall, like not even in the camera frame. Like it bends the light so much, you can actually see stuff that's like 270 degrees off of my left eyeball. It's crazy. Okay, Corbin Dallas said, oh, it's this game again. You can't take affectations from normal speech and then translate them directly into text in every situation, okay? In real life, someone could say, oh, they could feign surprise. It's this game again. But in text, you got time to let those emotions percolate, man. It's the way. This is not real speech. You don't have to put an in there. An asterisk, exclamation point, sigh. Are you back to your pre-illness Peloton setup yet? No, I surpassed it. I set a new PB on the 60-minute ride today. What was the wattage? 60 minutes, 220. I know it was 220 because I was at 219 average with like 8 seconds left, and I cranked up the resistance to like 75 and just pedaled as fast as I could. Now, I will admit, 220 on 60 minute, it's great. There's nothing wrong with it. But the 60-minute PB is like, I mean, if we're talking about like track and field as an analogy, 20 or 30-minute PB is the 100-meter dash. That's the one everybody cares about. That's what everybody maximizes for. 60 minutes is kind of like, it might be like the 400-meter dash. It might be the 200-meter dash. Like, it's still, it's good. Like, people will watch it, but the 30-minute one is the one, it's tough to beat. I think my average on 30 minutes for my best run is like 244 or something. It's going to take a bit. Favorite scenic ride? Honestly, the second they're complete, I forget anything that happened in all of them. Do you think it's beneficial to spam 30-minute rides to increase 30-minute PBs as opposed to 60-minute rides? The fuck are you talking about? Like, no disrespect. It's exercise, bro. What are you talking about?
Let me know how the PB spamming works for you. And the reason like that is hard is because you're like, oh, how hard could it be? You only got to beat like your previous best. It's because on your previous best, by the time you finished the run, you were going. NL's gotten so antagonistic over the years. What are you talking about, man? It's not antagonism. People are out. The point of exercising is not to set a new PB. And if it was, the best way to set a new PB is by getting more in shape. It's not by just doing 30-minute rides as often as you can every day. Your cortisol is going to go to the fucking moon, bro. Your quads are going to fall off. You got to train, bro. You can't just fucking Doctor Who your way out of this shit. As a power lifter, my goal is almost always to set a new PB. That's not realistic. Like, I mean, you're probably stronger than I am. I'm going to give you that. But, like, that's not training, brother. Like, if you've been lifting for, like, a year, that's a different story. Of course, you're going to PB, like, every third time you go into the gym. But, like, if you've been at it for a bit, you can't fucking set a new 1-rep max every day. That's crazy. You're going to fucking get injured, bro. I think when it comes to exercise, you almost got to think about it the same way that you think when you see like a financial influencer on Twitter or TikTok. If they say something like, my strategy is to just like improve my fitness by 1% a day, and then like over the course of 2 years, it completely transforms your life. And you're like, yeah, you ever hear about the rule of 72, motherfucker? If you could improve your performance 1% a day, you double your performance like every 2.5 months. You're gonna have like a 10,000 watt FTP in a year and a half. Like it just doesn't pass the mathematical test, man. I always wonder if they're so rich, why are they so bald? First off, that's offensive. Secondly, hang on, we buy this for now. What you should be saying is, if you're so rich, why are you running a podcast? I would be gone, man. If I was good at trading stocks, something that I'm not sure exists, but we don't need to get into the Burden Malkiels of it. But if I could wake up, open a laptop, do 3 trades, make $10,000, close the laptop, you're not gonna catch me on Spotify. I'll be at the fucking beach or something. I'll be in the woods. Has Peloton talk gone away? There should be a Peloton for sex. Me trying to come up with a bit off the top of my head with no preparation. Cause like, what are you talking about? Well, like, listen, the AI is rising up, right? People are gonna be having sex with like androids and stuff like that. Somebody's gotta develop the sex training app. Cause like the way that this shit worked in the early 2000s or something like that, you know, you'd be like 19 years old, you Google like sex tips, and you try to get like an encyclopedia of them so that when it finally happens, you're like, check it out, I'm like the Michael Jordan of basketball of sex. But then like what, once every year you get a chance? It's too much pressure. You're trying to put all this shit into practice that you read online, but you never actually got any training in the lab. And then you fuck it up, and then you gotta wait like another year to try again. That's why we need like an app that's like, okay, day one, just start with the fucking foreplay, and then you do like a month of foreplay, and then they're like, okay, now we're gonna work on like the next step, and like, you know, I don't want to get too into it. I'm just saying. Then we would have some serious sexual superstars out there. They need some on-the-job training, bro. You can't just go to reddit.com/r/sex tips or something like that and then hold that information in your brain. You need to get some time like out of the saddle. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you guys. I'm looking out for you. I got it under control. You don't even have to worry about that. I'm so good at it, I can get it done in like 30, 45 seconds sometimes. It's you guys that I'm worried about. I do it all night long. I think you're doing it fucking wrong, bro. I think you're something's not right in your methodology, okay? You need the app. I just need the funding. I'm on SSRIs, bro. Give me a break. We could have like a setting for that in the app or something like that. We could have themed sexual rides. Yeah, dude, it would work. They all laughed at the guy who invented the AI pin too, but now look at him. I haven't been to YouTube today. Is he doing okay? Move, run, jump. Okay. If you already mentioned your daily Peloton bit. No, because people get mad because they hate us because they ain't us. I did PB again today on the 60-minute discipline. Pretty good PB. I PB'd last week with a roughly 220 watt average over 60 minutes. Today I think I hit 222. It was, I mean, it's like a 0.8% improvement, but that is pretty good, man. It's getting hard. It's getting difficult. Okay, break. You gotta break grip sometimes. Still with the lung? Yeah, but it's almost done. Like every morning I cough out like 35 milliliters of green mucus. And I'm like, that's the last one. Spoilers, it's not the last one, but we're getting there. When I breathe forcefully all the air out of my lungs no longer sound like one of those crinkly like aluminum balloons, which I think is positive. That seems like a good intermediate step on the way to health, at least. You have pneumonia? I don't think so. I said 2 PBs on the Peloton in the past week. Could someone with pneumonia do that? Tragic news today. Streamer Northernlion has died. Severe untreated pneumonia. I will say this is like one of the only times, I guess it's never like a great time to die. But if I died, I've complained about the Canadian medical system for so long in the last 2 years. It would start a fucking movement, brother. I might be a martyr in that case. Those clips would start to resurface, and then people would be like, the system left him to die. Isn't it sad that, we're supposed to live in one of the most powerful or richest countries on earth, but we let our strongest citizens die with no attention? And then I pop out of the coffin after they fix all the fucking problems, and I'm like, you're welcome. You didn't do anything. Didn't I, Lisa? Didn't I? I have no sugar in my brain because I was supposed to do like a recovery ride today on the Peloton. I was doing a scenic ride, 60 minutes in Nagano, Japan, to celebrate the 26-year anniversary of the Nagano Olympics. Ross Bagliati, you better recognize. Dude almost had his gold medal stripped for testing positive for weed. Are you kidding me? What do you think has been fueling snowboarders since snowboarding was invented in 1993? Anyway, long story short, I start getting high fives from somebody who is in their 70s. And I say, oh, all right, old man, we're out here having a nice ride together. Maybe you need a young buck like me to push you a little bit. Then I open up the damn scoreboard and I see that the dude is going watt for watt with me. He's going kilojoule for kilojoule with me. I had to let him know. I mean, we stayed bar for bar until 30 seconds left in the ride. Then I cranked up the resistance like a madman and beat him by like 5 kilojoules at the end. But I'm happy for him. I mean, he's in his 70s, so at a minimum, he's like twice my age or more. Let him win. He wouldn't have wanted that, man. He wouldn't have wanted that. I also gotta respect him because like he wasn't doing what like most people do when they race against someone who's a better cyclist than them. He wasn't like cadence 54, resistance 85. Dude was just trucking at like 85 cadence and like 50 resistance. He was going nutty, man. He wanted a biking buddy. Like it was not a race. He saw me and just attached his wattage to my bike. You know how disconcerting that is? Like he was going watt for watt with me at like 195 watts. Over the next 30 minutes, I took the average up to like 216 and he was still hanging there. I was like, wait, this guy, he's got no ceiling, bro. And I basically cheated him out of the victory at the end when I got out of the saddle. But I'm not letting this dude beat me. I'll compromise my cycling ethics to beat him. Plus, he's probably doping anyway. Peloton ride this morning. I'm not going to lie to you. I PB'd. But I PB'd by 1 kilojoule on an 801 kilojoule ride. And I felt like this was not like, I'm Superman. I'm just going to PB. This was like, I was close with 2 minutes left, and I said, all right, let's risk the heart attack to get that extra kilojoule.
And we did. But it took a little bit out of me, for sure. Also, it was like any percent coughless. I probably won't be coughless the entire stream, but it was a big milestone for me to do a ride where at no point during the ride did I hork out like a little green alien like onto the mat below my bike and then have to clean it up afterwards. That was new, man. That was it was sublime. Nice average watts on the Tokyo ride, 212. Thank you. I wasn't feeling like I PB'd like 2 days ago. I took a recovery ride yesterday, maybe like 190 watts or something like that. Today I was like, is it going to be a recovery ride? Is it going to be a PB? Turns out it was something a little bit in between, but not bad. Not bad. Damn, NL, you must be feeling better. 224 average watts on your 60-minute Hakuba ride. It's true. It's true. We PB'd again. We're Peloton guys. Of course we PB by 0.3%. Nobody said that. Excuse me, /user Bills Mafia for Life said it. Welcome back. How was your first Peloton ride back from vacation? Looks like your average watts were down from your normal at 176. Bills Mafia for Life, I love you because you keep it real, okay? When I'm on my highest highs, you say, way to go, brother, great job. And when I'm just moving the pedals to get it done, you're like, is everything okay? Well, it is and it isn't. I'm extremely jet lagged right now. So today's Tuesday. I woke up 7 a.m. on Monday Tokyo time, which is like the evening. One second here. Thank you, Manarelli, for the gifted subscriptions as well. Thank you, Jimbo Marshmallow as well. I appreciate it. It's not about that though. It's not about that, okay? Long story short, I was awake for 8 hours in Japan, 10-hour flight, got back to Vancouver 7 a.m. in the morning, rode the Lightning all day, stayed awake, mostly because my daughter slept on the plane, so she wanted to be awake when she got home. Fell asleep at 8 last night, woke up at 1 to my daughter crawling into bed with us, woke up at 3, she was like, I'm hungry, and I'm like, of course you're hungry, this is like Japanese lunchtime. Fed her breakfast at 3 in the morning. She goes to sleep on the couch around 4:30 or 5. I was like, at this point, I got to send it, man. I got to stay awake. So I've been up for 6.5 hours already. Nausea is a little annoying, but happy to be back for sure. Happy to be back. How's your gut biome been lately? Well, okay, honestly, it's it's too much information. I think that it got reset. I think, it sounds insane, okay? I don't know why this would be the case. I think having jet lag has helped out my gut biome. Because I'm only bringing this up not to be gross. I'm just hoping that there's at least 3 or 4 people in chat that'll be like, this is so me. I run the gamut as far as poops go, okay? The best poops I have are when my body sends me a signal at 2 p.m. and is like, you gotta go poop. Because that's very rare. And it always comes out like sausage, which is what you're looking for, right? My morning poop at 6 in the morning is usually not my favorite poop. And if I ever have to poop before bed, it's usually not my favorite poop either. But if my body sends the signal that I have to poop in the afternoon, it always comes out 10 out of 10. I don't know what it is, man. This is actually very true. It's true. This is real. I can't believe other people feel like this. It should be wrong to be this right. Are you eating too late or something? I mean, so I also feel probably, because I would, with the Peloton and everything, I feel like I probably eat 3,500 calories a day of food, and just being real, 2,000 of it was dinner and after dinner. So I don't know if my body is hey buddy, you ate 2,000 calories and went to sleep, here's some diarrhea for you or what. But since I've been back, I've been trying to curtail the evening eating a little bit, which has me fucked up on the bike. My legs are bro, what happened to the rocket fuel? And I'm just fucking chill, dude.
What are you eating that gets you to 3,500? Peanut butter sandwiches and goldfish crackers, like ad nauseum in the literal sense of the word. No ride this morning? No, so my daughter didn't want to go to bed. She went to bed at 10, so I went to bed at 10:01. And then I woke up, I don't know, like 3 times before midnight to her like going downstairs and like trying to unplug her iPad and watch it, and like just like banging 2 plastic toys together in her room. Then finally, like I got her down maybe like 10:45. Then I woke up at midnight to like Kate being like, "What are you doing? You have to go to sleep." So I got up and she's like, "Uh-oh, you woke up daddy. Now you're in trouble." And I was like, "You really shouldn't do this. You really need to get some sleep." And then she was like crying because she's like, "I'm not tired." And I'm like, "I get it. You're like 12 time zones away from where you think you're supposed to be." And then I woke up at 2 a.m. to her crying again for like half an hour. So I slept in until 7 today. Well, which is to say my alarm went off at 5:45 and then I must have just unconsciously snoozed it. And then I woke up at 7 and I was like, am I really going to like rush to do a Peloton ride? Nah, I'll just ride extra tomorrow. I mean, in aggregate, I had a pretty good sleep. It's just that it came in 3 parts, like a Peter Jackson film. You taking your meds? Yeah, bro. I'm on my 1-a-day, 2-a-day vitamins. The bottle says you're supposed to take 2 a day, but when I take 1, my piss is like dark yellow and fizzy, so I only take 1 a day. Yeah, I think fizzy is the right way to describe it. I think that the multivitamins, they just loaded them up with too much vite, honestly. How would you like your piss, still or sparkling? That's what I'm saying, man. Most of the time I want it still. I would even say all of the time I want it still. In my mouth still. Making your kidneys work? Honestly, I think that it's one of those things where, like, you know how when you work out, like you break muscle tissue and then your body rebuilds it stronger? I do believe in that philosophy for some of your organs. Like my kidneys, as far as I know, they're basically just chilling. Stomach and intestine and colon, they've been having some issues, like not lately, but in the last 5 years, they've taken more abuse than I think is good. They're probably in worse condition than they were 5 years ago. My kidneys, I gotta imagine they're roughly the same, plus or minus like 5%. Balls doing okay? As far as I know, can't complain. I mean, if I had to imagine what organ in my body is in the best shape, it honestly might be kidneys, bro. Brain? Have you been watching the stream? You know what's fucked up is that I used to be like at least 30% smarter, but people did not find that as funny. And now that I'm basically brain dead, people are like, he's the avatar of our generation. Really makes you think, huh? It's like when they unfreeze a caveman in the movies and then he becomes like a celebrity. Heart probably pretty good. I don't know, maybe. I think my heart, I would, like, listen, kidneys are in the green for sure. Heart, I'm going to say, is light green. I have no reason to believe that my heart has any problems, but also, self-destructive habits in university, plus not always worried about the saturated fat content in my diet. I'm going to give myself a light green on the heart. Gastrointestinal system is definitely like a deep yellow, but coming back, I think. Lungs, I'm going to put it a light yellow. The lung butter, people don't want to believe it. It is getting better. The thing is, it's like Peloton stock, right? Like it gets 1% better every quarter, but it was 98% down. Weight, close. That's a symptom and the cause, I suppose. It's not an organ though. Calves, also not an organ. I got to assume pancreas, spleen, appendix. Those have got to be in the dark green. Skin varies a lot. Can I say, like, I don't think there's any science to back this up, but I think if you do cardiovascular exercise, it's good for your skin. I don't know if you like sweat out the zits or whatever, but when I was in Japan, my skin was decrepit. It was horrible. I looked like a golf ball. Ever since I got back and I've been on the Peloton, I've been like more like What's a really smooth ball? Like a bowling ball. It is, but you need to shower it off? Yeah, honestly. I mean, sorry, I meant to say obviously. You forget that I'm normal? Obviously, after a 90-minute bike ride, I'm going to shower. What am I going to say? Oh, it's bad for my hair to shower that often? Your skin can't handle clean air? I mean, no disrespect, Corey, back me up here. Air pollution in Japan, worse than air pollution in Vancouver by far. Don't, like, you live in Ohio, so Tokyo is, like, idyllic to you, but Corey and I, we're not about that lifestyle. Corey says 1 billion%. Don't even get me started on Korea, okay? We need some music, brother. Honestly, no disrespect, but you're mentally weak. I was thinking about what makes me one of God's strongest soldiers. Part of it is definitely suffering the slings and arrows of an unruly populace who claims to love me more than any other media creator, but then like for 5 hours a week that I'm actually here just insulting me to my face. The other one is in the last 30 hours, I've done 3.5 hours of scenic Peloton rides with just music in the background. No streams, no no drugs, no wind in my hair, no nothing. And I'm not skipping any tracks, man. I'm not skipping any tracks. Am I really stoked to hear Romance in Durango off Bob Dylan's Desire 3 times per ride? No, not really. But like at the same time, I think it gives you like a greater appreciation for the form of the album as a whole, okay? How was the barbecue? Killed it. Nailed it. That was the social interaction I won. Well, I didn't lose is all I'm trying to say. I'd say everybody who was a part of the social interaction won. Did you bring food or just mooch? It wasn't like that. It was more like listen, I'm going to say there's food everywhere, like the party was catered. Like that's the kind of circles we're running in. Every once in a while, I put myself out here for the masses, for the rabble. I put myself in the stocks and I let them throw tomatoes at me. Then on the weekend, we're moving different, okay? Was it burgers and dogs? I don't know. Because I didn't commit anything financially to the barbecue, I abstained personally from eating anything at the barbecue. But I did, I let my daughter have some ice cream because otherwise she would have like freaked out. Real shit. Why? He was like, do you want some food? I said, no, I ate right before I came. Hand was probably going like, is this a bit? It's not a bit. But also, I think it was for the best because I was also like, I'm kind of doing like dick skin June. I think that my mental breakdown in Asia has helped me like recenter a lot of things in my life. I'm kind of going cutting mode again. Which mostly just means like it's a very simple life change for me. Instead of eating 1,100 calories of goldfish crackers right before bed, I just like don't do that and change absolutely nothing else. Just don't. I decided to stop eating after dinner as well, and it's sick. It does. Listen, here's the thing. I always talk about this. I forget where I stole the original idea from, but like, it's the idea that you have like an impetus in your life that leads you to want to change something. So you start a hobby that changes it, but then instead of like remembering why you got into the hobby, you instead swallow the central tenets of the hobby, which allows you to deviate from your original motivation for getting into it, right? So I was fat. So I said, I'm gonna start exercising on the Peloton. But then after like 18 months, I was like, I don't need to like lose weight anymore. So I'm just going to try to become like a good cyclist. So then I started eating like 1,100 calories of carbohydrates right before bed. And the legs were pumping like crazy during the Peloton, but I was also putting on a little bit of belly fat. And then I was like, I think being away for 2 weeks allowed me to reset. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing? I was like, why am I eating so much junk just so that my numbers on the bike get like 10% better? Nobody cares, man. Except Bill's Mafia for life, and we respect it for them. Or we respect them for it, I should say. But so now I pared it down a little bit. Cut the wattage down a little bit and cut the junk food down a lot. The egg carton cares? There's like 6 people left. The graph, you worry about your own graph, okay? You don't worry about my graph. My boyfriend was skinny his whole life and ate whole tubs of ice cream while he was trying to bulk, ended up being 105 kilograms. Here's what I'll say about bulking. I personally think that, and you can call this a bad take if you want. This is just my opinion from someone who's done cutting and bulking cycles. I think that the way that it goes for men is they start either like a little fat and then they're like, I want to lose weight. And then eventually they're like, cardio takes too much mental fortitude. Instead, it seems way better to just like lift and get like huge, right? Right? And same thing if you start like super skinny, you're probably like, I want to, start putting on muscle and then get huge. Once you're through the looking glass of bulking once, I think you change something. It's like a physical change in your body that's hard to come back from. If I could give myself like one piece of wisdom, I would be like, don't do a bulking cycle when you're like 17 years old. You get so normalized to like eating at a caloric surplus, enjoying the fact that you're like, your mood is always lifted because you're always like oversatiated and stuff like that. And then like my set point, now things change as you age. But when I was in like first year university, I was like 155. Now my like set point for skinniness is like 170. Just because like I've done bulking and cutting cycles in my life, man. I think it's better to just like ride it out. Don't worry about the bulking and the cutting. Just try to live a normal life. I'm getting way more +2s than I thought though. I have no idea what you're saying. In the fitness world, it's considered that rather than trying to gain muscle and lose fat simultaneously, which is very, very slow, if not impossible, people tend to recommend going through things called cutting and bulking cycles. Bulking is when you eat at a caloric surplus to put on muscle, and cutting is when you eat at a caloric deficit to take off weight. I'm 6'0", 130. I think I need to put on some weight. No, what you need to do is become either a cyclist or a jockey. You should spec into your... Oh, you're right. Too tall to be a jockey. Too tall to be a jockey, but the right height for a good cyclist. I can't even follow chat. Light is fixed. Thank you, Kate. What kind of video games does the electrician play? I hear some conversation up there. I know how it is. He comes over to the house. There's a cute lady. So it might take 15 minutes to change the life, 45 minutes of conversation about playing StarCraft in high school. I can't say I blame him. I mean, I signed up for the lifestyle myself. You think it's funny, though? Your husband's down here, his stomach's going... Meanwhile, I'm kibitzing on what's upstairs. I'm going catabolic down here. I'm already in a cutting phase, and I'm like inadvertently, I'm doing a super cut. The thing with the cut is if you go too far in the catabolism, your body enters something called starvation mode, which means that you actually start storing more fat. So now I got to bulk my way out of the starvation mode, but if I bulk too far, then I'm going to go anabolic. Then I got to restrict even more to go back to catabolism without falling into starvation mode, bro. How was the Peloton ride today? Pretty good. Thanks for asking. 90 minutes in Berlin. Bob Dylan's 1976 album Desire and the Bob Dylan's 1975 album Blood on the Tracks. I know what you're going to say, NL. That seems like it would go a little longer than 90 minutes. Well, you're right. You're right. It ended, I'm going to say 40% of the way through Lily Rosemary and the Jack of Hearts. I believe that Big Jim had just entered the cabaret. No spoilers, please. Do you like Saved? You talking Saved, the Mandy Moore film? It's a Bob Dylan album? Oh, hang on. Saved Bob Dylan. Let's see. Is this like after he became a born-again Christian? Saved was the second album of Dylan's Christian trilogy. It has possibly the most cooked album art I've ever seen in my entire life, but that's okay. I mean, he's been a career musician for like 70 years. Rolling Stone gave it a 3-star. The Rolling Stone Album Guide gave it a 1-star. Encyclopedia of Popular Music gave it a 1-star. Robert Christgau gave it a C+. CCM Magazine gave it not applicable, and All Music gave it a 2 out of 5. I'm going to say probably not considered one of his best works. Rolling Stone hasn't been relevant for decades. Well, this album came out 44 years ago, so when is Peloton going to drop a pool? Honestly, I don't think, based on the history of the Tread Plus, I don't think that the FDA will allow Peloton to make something that submerges their athletes in water. I think that it's... They would probably be like, hang on a second. That does sound like a good way to drown, for sure. Peloton isn't going to exist this time next year. It's actually so sad that people have been saying that like every year since 2021. They're like, surely this year, Robert Kiyosaki told me, dude. Robert Kiyosaki told me, okay? I sold out of the S&P 500 at the bottom, bought a shit ton of silver. Gold's a little bit too pricey for me, so I bought a shit ton of silver. But this time is different, man. It's bullets and cans. Maybe Peloton will go out of business. I'll still pedal the motherfucker. I'll just do it with the screen off. Is it true that you're built different? Let's start on that. We finally got a comment good enough. NL, is it true that you're built different? It's anybody else that's a 34-year-old guy in Vancouver, British Columbia feel this way? I feel, and maybe this is the most universal feeling of all time as you approach middle age. I feel like I'm built different than the younger generation and also built different than the older generation. And let me back that up a little bit so you understand. I feel like if you're 19 years old and you knew that I Peloton for 90 to 120 minutes just staring at a Berlin street while 2 albums from 50 years ago play in the background and I don't skip a single track the whole time, you would think that I am suffering from psychosis. You would think that I've lost my mind. But at the same time, I think if you were like 75 years old, you'd be like, that's amateur hour, buddy. You need music. Back in the day, I was training for 120 minutes on one of those exercise bikes that was just like a metal wheel with a piece of sandpaper. And then it had like I don't even know what you would describe it as, like the lever that slightly alters the friction on the top, but it gives you no feedback either way for like what the friction is or what your power is or how many calories you burned or how long you've been on it and blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I'm built the same as people roughly my age, and I feel like I'm built different than people who are older and built a little different than people that are younger as well. Do you not skip because you're lazy? No, I don't skip because I respect that sometimes the impetus is you listen to an album one time and you're like, I'm a genius. I already know the good songs and the bad songs. So I'll just skip the bad songs and only listen to the good songs. But sometimes you only really appreciate some songs after you've heard them, like 20 times and you really get, and even if you eventually don't vibe with the song that much, you appreciate like the up and down of the album, you appreciate, not every song can be Hurricane, you need some Black Diamond Bay and some Mozambique in there. Less Mozambique, though, ideally. I find I appreciate songs more when I'm high. That's so true. Water does go crazy when you're thirsty. Anyway, let's start a new game here in Blueprints. Are you natty? Yeah, I'm natty. I mean, I'm on 1 cup of coffee today. I had a BioSteel and a Liquid IV. So, like, there's some electrolytes, but electrolytes are natty. And I take a multivitamin and some vitamin D, but I still feel like that's natty. How's the Peloton been recently? Pretty good. I did a 2-hour ride today. Probably averaged, I'm going to say, 187 watts. Set the Peloton playlist on shuffle. The thing I'm most proud about with that 2-hour Peloton ride, I swear it to you, 2 hours, not a single skip. I didn't skip a single song. Now, when I get to the end of, Bombs Over Baghdad, and there's like 4 minutes of like, was I tempted to skip? No, because I have an impenetrable mind palace on the bike. That was like probably 81 minutes into the ride. I was having like a spiritual experience. If that had been song 1, I might have been tempted to skip the end of it at least. I might have been tempted to at least hit next song, but...
get so much done.
I believe that like there are genuine night owls, but
yeah,
waking up at 5:30 a.m. is like, I think it's just God's chosen wake up time.
Dude, I think it's the only way I could like genuinely function.
It just feels right.
I was always a night owl, but I was also like always fucked up. And now that I'm a morning guy, I just function way better. I don't know.
It takes me like 4 hours to wake up, no matter what time I wake up.
Having some leisure time goes crazy though, like in the morning.
Yeah, dude, it's nice.
Not having to start your day like, oh fuck, like it's
yeah. Well, I wake up, I do my little, I throw on a podcast, take a shower, brush my teeth, and listen to a little pod. I get some YouTube editing done, and like, I don't know, there's just so much I get done, and then I'm like, oh, it's like 7. Like,
That's the thing, man. It's gonna come across like a flex. Do you know how sick it is to get off a 2-hour bike ride and then be like, oh, it's like 8:07 a.m.
Yeah. I gotta get back on the long rides. So I'm curious how you feel about this.
2 hours is crazy. I don't know how you.
It feels good, man. It's meditation.
Your rides, do they like change intensity as they go? Like they do, right? Like
if you do classes, yeah. But now I just sort of like, I'm basically just pedaling. Yeah.
I think I like that more. Like I feel like it'd be better for me to go for just like
depends what your workout is. What your goal, your workout.
Yeah, what your goals are. That's true. Yeah. Because I was crushing like 1 to 2 hour bike rides when I was doing it regularly, and then I fell off, which happens.
Oh, are you okay? That's fall off the bike.
I fell right off the bike.
It's one of the recumbents though, so it's not as far to the ground.
Oh,
yeah,
true,
it was just a couple inches. But
what the fuck?
What am I gonna say? I've been back on it, but I've been doing like interval.
Rides.
And that shit kills me, man. I could do 30 minutes and then I am beyond toasted.
Yeah, that's every Peloton ride basically.
all the classes are like that for sure.
Yeah, they're all interval. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, unless you're doing power zone. I think it's like it depends what you're going for. Because like long.
Honestly, right now I'm just going for heart health.
Well, I think
that's my ultimate goal.
I think you're doing good work then.
I
gotta quit the fucking vape. I think that's like the biggest thing I could probably do for heart health.
You want LSD then, man? Yeah, long, slow duration.
Wait, what?
Long, slow duration?
Yeah, like long.
Genuinely for a minute, you were just telling me to take LSD. I'm like, that's good for your heart, huh? Like you could have told me that. I would have believed.
I mean, maybe.
Probably.
Yeah, I've been back on hit kind of shit with my trainer, and I hate it, but it's effective, so I deal with it.
Well, it's proven to be like a cheat code to like level up, right?
You could do like
sucks.
Ali Love Tabata rides, and then here I just checked my watch. It's boss o'clock. Time to boss up about 7 times every 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I hate that. What about Christine's races?
Dude,
she's old, but
you're gonna make me cyberbully, so I'm not gonna talk about it. All I'm gonna say is there's one time when I was doing a power zone ride with Christine, and at the start of the ride, she was like doing the itinerary, right? So she's like, oh, so right after the warm up, we're gonna do like 4 minutes in zone 3, and I was like, that's not so bad. Then when the call out came, she said 4 minutes in zone 4, and I'm sweating my ass off. Like there's a huge difference.
Then she fucked up.
Yeah, then like 3.5 minutes into it, she's like, oh, did I say zone 4? I meant zone 3. And I was like, close class. I'm not doing this shit.
Yeah, no, she does shit like that a lot. She misses her call
you gotta get that shit handled in post or something, man. Like people's lives are on the line.
Oh man.
It's just like 40% more effort exerted.
4 minutes in zone 4 is not easy.
That's crazy. Well, it's harder than zone 3 at least.
Yeah, it's not crazy, but it's if you're not prepared for that, that's rough.
Yeah, and then she's playing some fucking cooked 90s track that's like Lisa Loeb or something, and she says you're welcome every time she introduces it.
Yeah, and she sings along, and like when they said like, man, did you have to let it linger? She fucking points.
She's
like, yes, this is the part.
Only hear what you wanted.
Goated song.
I really resonate with this moment right here.
Man, but yeah, I have to do my bike a little more consistently. But I've been hitting like 4 days a week right now.
That's pretty.
30-minute rides, 4 days a week. I feel like that's a good start.
Yeah, I'm getting back into it myself. I'm trying to go every other day now.
I'm on some freak shit. Like today,
Yeah, you are.
two-hour ride, no classes, just basically staring at the screen. And I just put on my playlist on shuffle, and I didn't hit skip one single time. I didn't skip a single song. I feel like the world's strongest man.
I just can't sit on the bike for that long, man.
Well, every couple of minutes you could hop out for a little out of the saddle Andy work.
I like that recumbent, man. I'm all about that shit.
I go numb. Like my dick just retreats. All the blood just like goes into my legs and heart, and then like leaves my cock. Just like it just like fucking shrivels up into.
It's poetic.
I think I did enough damage to my penis that
exit right here.
My cock doesn't turtle up anymore, which is actually like huge tech. You know what the worst is when you have like an ass pimple and then you're sitting down on the bike.
I'm not really having ass pimples a lot.
Really?
Like in the crack?
No, like where the cheek meets the upper thigh.
Oh, I know. You know what? I will occasionally. I know what you mean. At least that spot gets me bad after a while on the bike.
Yeah.
And I feel like I get like little friction pimples there, which is
that's probably
nasty.
what it is.
Yeah.
Ryan, you should count yourself lucky. You haven't gotten any saddle sores.
Dude, I don't think I'm built different. Like I don't know.
I got one.
That shit don't work on me, man.
I got one once, bro, and it was horrible.
What is a saddle sore? It's like
it's like getting a big pimple. Oh. It's like getting a big pimple down there. It's like a cyst almost.
Maybe I've got one right now then.
They fucking suck.
How do you deal with those? Because I've definitely had
stop
those.
riding.
Fuck.
Or I don't know, you just push through it.
Yeah, I think I'm just like a different kind of person.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you sit on that for like the stationary bike for 2 hours is like, it's so much harder than a regular bike.
But it trains your mental so good.
I feel like once it becomes routine, it is so nice. Like I'm so pissed I lost that routine because I was in that zone for like a good year and a half.
I think if I was gonna sit on a bike for 2 hours, I would just get on a bike though.
That's fair. Wow, look at this Spawn, a classic.
Ever since they added Disney Plus and Netflix and Hulu and stuff, I think it's a little easier to grind out the time. But also there's times where I'm like, I don't want to watch a movie. I want to focus on riding the bike.
Yeah.
I
don't like focusing on riding the bike ever.
I feel like it takes 15 minutes to kill the part of your brain that is like, I want some extra stimulation. Yeah. And then you enter I don't know, enlightenment or something.
Yeah. Here, look at this real quick.
Running, right? Like I used to.
You remember the goblin spot up here? They literally just turned it into a fucking ladder.
Oh man,
that's
which
so
I think
funny.
is very funny.
Dude, sorry I'm late. I Peloton this morning for sure. You can auto me yourself, if you please. But horrible sleep because my daughter went to bed at 12:30 a.m. again and is driving me crazy. Good for her? No, not good for her. Not good for her at all. And then her reasoning was that she was scared because she watched one of Daddy's YouTube videos. And I'm like, that's it's a double whammy. Normal reaction. How your mitochondria is doing? I think I don't know, good, because I'm on that pre-workout or something. I had to buy pre-workout yesterday, and it was just driving me crazy, man. I was in Apollo's chat just typing out the names of the pre-workout. They need to just. Here's again, I'm not in business really. I'm just cursed to kind of be in business by necessity because of the fact that for some reason people like listening to what I have to say. They need to have a normie pre-workout brand. My thinking is that in the industry right now, the pre-workout supplement business is so crowded with people that are like Joker's Raspberry Fizz, blow your cock up pre-workout supplement. There's so many that are introducing, they're named after 2X bullies. I saw you in chat, Sound Oriented. That could be the next pivot for you. Is just go to Amazon.com and type in pre-workout and then cut some of the names out of that. And you I'm telling you, you'll see ones that have Grand Theft Auto 4 branding on them. And it's called Miami Ice presented by Jacked Factory and stuff like that. Like it's incredible. They just need one that's like, can Jameson's get into this business or something? They're all named like catastrophically psychotic marijuana strains, man. I'm just getting on the bike for 2 hours. They really got like divorced dads out here with full sleeve tattoos, taking some shit with the Joker's face on it and then doing pelvic thrusts in the squat rack. Like you're doing damage to society, man. It can't be good for your brain to be buying that shit. I just want one that's like Jameson's, pre-workout, caffeine, fucking, I don't know, taurine, L-citrulline. That's, and flavor, original. Nobody knows what it means. It gets you going, man.
Oh my god. Is that it?
Oh, yeah, maybe that's it. There's a little stain there.
It's here too.
That's because, okay, this literally happened. Hour and 15 minutes into my, okay, I was talking. An hour and 15 minutes into my bike ride today, I had my banana and I was going to take a bite of it, but the weight, can you let me finish the story? The weight of the banana caused the banana to like fall over, but I was biking at the time. So I like, it was almost like I was playing keep ups with the banana. So I like hit it with my knee just due to my natural pedal stroke and it launched it like across the room.
That's gross, dude. And you didn't clean it up.
I did clean it up. I got off the bike, took off my shoes, and I picked up the banana and threw it in the compost bin. You don't have to play, but this home screen music is gnawing at my brain. You don't understand. I just got off a 90-minute Peloton ride. Again, just staring at the screen. Nothing much going on. It was a scenic ride. I couldn't even tell you where it was, to be honest with you. I don't even remember. And I'm embarrassed in myself because my mind palace got broken because I had to use the skip button once. Oh, is your mental shattered? No. Somehow I must have accidentally added Undone, the Sweater song, 2 times to my playlist. So it was the first song of the playlist. And then like 83 minutes later, it came on again. And I was racking my brain. Like I was like Brad Pitt at the end of Seven. I was like, am I going to go against everything I believe in and hit the skip button, or am I going to just tank it? I hit the skip button. But it's a great song. I just don't want to hear it twice in the same ride. Either that or Amazon has the only honest shuffle algorithm where it can actually just give you the same song like 2 times in a row. What'd you get on the next song? Highway Star by Deep Purple. It was actually like the exact runtime of the length of the ride that was remaining, which was perfect. That's a good one. Great biking song. Good tempo, good energy to it. Oh man. Please, it's not butt cream, it's butt butter. You talking about the chamois butter? You talking about chamois butter for her? Your wife is saying crazy stuff? What was she saying? I say your butt cream moved? Well, it moves every day. I used it this morning. One of the best products of all time. It is awesome. How much does it help? A staggering amount. I don't want to, because you guys get very, what's the word I'm looking for? You go very Dan's game, the emote, whenever I talk about certain elements of the male anatomy. A lot of people like to use it on their butt so that you don't get saddle sores. Me personally, I use it the same way that runners use like Body Glide. I rub it on the tip of my you-know-what so that it doesn't get sandpapered down over the course of a 90-minute ride, rubbing against my like sweaty synthetic fiber shorts. I'm just being real. That's just the reality of human existence. Before I got it, there were times that honestly, like I'd step off the bike and I'd get in the shower and just the feeling of the hot water like hitting the regions that had been chafed, it felt like when you have a sunburn and you put like aloe vera on it, like it stung like a motherfucker. So that was a necessary invention. The butt cream moved. That means my man. You know how it is. I followed so I could ask about the butt cream. We have 10-minute follower mode, so this question must have been burning a hole in your soul. Doesn't that stuff stain your underwear bad? It's also smelly too. I haven't noticed any underwear stains. Maybe I have other stains that outcompete it. I don't think it makes the junk smell bad. I actually think it kind of smells good. Because it's like a feminine hygiene product. So it's, I don't know. I like the way it smells. It's not like a typical, male hygiene product that, it smells like, it's like an Icelandic waterfall. But really, it's like just chock full of BPAs. Plus, I shower after I work out anyway, so it's not that big of a deal, I guess. Have you tried the curly girl method? I don't know what that is. Is that when you ball your shit up and hope it wake up inside like Evanescence? That's a reference to a load-bearing post. I'm not sure if you've seen that one. Lamal. Anyway. You see Rory McIlroy blow the US Open? No, but good for them. In Pride Month, good for them. It's crazy to me that, it's crazy in like an aspirational way that golf courses are open like Monday to Friday and the weekend. Like on the weekend, that makes perfect sense to me. Most people are not working. But like the golf course is open like Tuesday at 8 a.m. That's fucking crazy, man. What do you mean by that? Well, I mean, like, most people are working, man. It just goes to show you how much, like, retirees are subsidizing the golf industry, bro. What are you doing Tuesdays, 8 a.m.? Hopefully being about, I'd like to be about an hour and 15 minutes into my Peloton ride. Depends on when I wake up, which usually depends on when my daughter goes to sleep, though. Pretty good ride today, 90-minute scenic Santiago Chile ride. I know you're vibing with that, DL Guiga. I know you're vibing with that. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? You're from Brazil. They're like close. They're close. They're the whole continent apart, east-west. Yeah, okay, but let's be honest. It's not the widest continent, is it? South America, people? It's not, is it? It's not the widest continent. Asia, much wider. Africa, I must assume, is wider. North America, easily wider. Brazil is gigantic, bro. People from the 5th largest country by area in the world be like, my country's huge. Yeah, okay. Try being number 2. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. I'd love to be the one who disappoints you when I don't fall down. Yeah, but if you take out all the lakes, Canada, fuck you, man. If you take out all the lakes, Minnesota wouldn't even exist. No Bob Dylan, no Prince, no fucking, I think the guy from My Pillow maybe is from there, I'm not sure. The 3 most famous Minnesotans, Paul Bunyan maybe, I don't know. He is? Okay, just checking. More people live in California than Canada? Yeah, and more people live in Bangladesh than California. What's your point? 7 is a bigger number than 4. 4 is a bigger number than negative 12. Who gives a shit? Welcome to society. How's the Peloton today? Pretty good, pretty good. Zach, thank you for the gifted subscriptions, by the way. I'm not trying to like blow you out or anything. You have to take a stand at some point, okay? So I don't know if it was Friday or Saturday. I did a 90-minute ride. Zach shows up 13 minutes in and high-fives me every 90 seconds till the end. So he gives me a high five, I give him a high five back. He gives me a high five, I give him a high five back. One thing you need to know, I'm a millennial. I was on Facebook in 06. So I'm never losing a poke war, okay? If you poke me, I'm poking you back. That's how it goes. I will always get the last poke. So at the end of the ride, because I finished it 13 minutes before he did, because he joined later than like after I started, I like high-fived him back and then just closed, like power cycled the fucking bike. So I get the last word there, okay? So same situation today. Zach shows up on the ride, I don't know, 13 minutes in or something like that, sends me a high five, I send him a high five. That's like me saying, welcome to the ride, I see you, best of luck to you. 74 minutes left in the ride, he sent me a high five. I said, no, we're not doing that. For 74 minutes, I just pedaled and minded my own business. And then at the end of the ride, I sent another high five to say, best of luck on the rest of the ride. There's a wave when you get there, and there's a wave when you leave now, okay? Hey, Lobo Senior, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. And Sully, you kind of, you got like a little bit of collateral damage there because you joined and I high-fived you and then you high-fived me again like 15 minutes later and I said, no, because then if I high-five you, I got to high-five Zach. And if I high-five Zach, then I'm never going to be able to focus on the wattage. So you kind of got a little bit of the blowback there. But I just had to protect like my own self-interest there, you know? Sounds exhausting. Yeah, I guess if you think like tapping a button on a screen is like more exhausting than putting out 204 watts with your legs for 90 minutes. It's honestly kind of a nice break mentally sometimes to just send a high five so that you get like 3 seconds of not feeling like you're engaging in physical exertion. Any beta band today? I gotta say that the beta band has not come up in the shuffle for a while, which is unfortunate because like when you get, I mean, Dry the Rain is a classic, but when you're in like that mid-ride sort of zone, catching like a 7-minute ride like or a 7-minute song like She's the One or Dog's Got a Bone or something like that, like that's the sort of thing before you know it. You're like, you munched 8 minutes just like following those bongos in the background. And the bass, you know what you're talking about. And then the spider sat down beside her and gave him a bone of his own, I think. I can't remember. You know what's a feeling I haven't felt in a long time? And I feel for you if you're at this age that you have to still deal with this. Not having a credit card, but wanting to buy something online. So you have to out your purchase to your mom so that she gets to be like the final arbiter of whether she's going to use her credit card to pay for this, even if you're going to pay her back with cash. Like sometimes you would just be like, you know, it's just like Xbox Live Gold for 1 year. I'll pay you back. I've got cash. Then sometimes you'd be like, oh, I want to get a book on Amazon and or an album or something like that. And then she's like, oh, what's this singer like? And you're like, Mom, it's Sufjan Stevens. He's kind of like the millennial Paul Simon, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. Then she like puts on like Casimir Pulaski Day or something like that. And you're like, oh, man. My mom telling me that the only Modest Mouse song she likes is Styrofoam Boots, but she doesn't like it when the snare drum kicks in. God love her. She's a nice lady, don't get me wrong. And we have some shared taste in music, but not 100% for sure. Me when I want to buy apps on the App Store where you drink a beer on your phone. Yeah. That's oomph. Yeah, man. Yeah. She's my oomph too. She's a nice lady, man. She's funny. And I mean, this is 20 years ago. I do remember one time, so we had a very, very small workout room in our house because my parents only had one kid. So you're like, what the fuck do you do with this extra room? So we put like a treadmill in there or a stationary bike and then like some free weights, like some 20-pound dumbbells. So I would work out in there in high school. And one time I left my Creative Zen jukebox in there. And I remember I got home from school and my mom was like, hey, I worked out today. So I listened to your MP3 player. Hope you don't mind. You got some interesting songs on there. And then I went into like Recently Played and she was listening to like the Mariner's Revenge song by the Decemberists and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, Mom thinks I'm a drama kid. No! She was probably like, my son is fucking weird, dude. He's fucking 16 years old. In the jaws of a giant whale. But then the priory took pity and hired me to keep his viscera nice and neat. She's probably like, what the fuck is this guy on? You should be listening to 1-2 Step right now. I missed the Peloton update today. We didn't do the update today, but it was a pretty good ride, 90 minutes. I'm going to say it was like 1,045 kilojoules. Average wattage around 191. I thought it was going to be a recovery day, but then like halfway through the ride, I was feeling good enough to make a little push. Not an insane push, but it was it's pretty solid. Sorry, I'm a little bit late, by the way, today. Knees were a little bit sore when I hopped on the Peloton today, so I said I'm just going to do like a recovery ride. I'm going to keep the wattage pretty low. Got 32 minutes into my 90-minute ride. My daughter came down the stairs, and I was like, what the heck are you doing? It's 7:40 a.m. If you're awake, go like hop into bed with mommy and sleep until it's time to wake up. And she was like, no, I'm too excited. And I was like, excited about what? And she was like, excited to be awake. And I'm like, okay. So I told her to just sit down on the chair in my office for like the next 50 minutes. So my like 60% of my Peloton ride was her watching a video on her iPad, and then like every 10 seconds holding the iPad up to the bike and going like, look at this. And I'm like, whoa, that cupcake is blue, but that one is pink. Whoa, that motorcycle is blue, but that one is pink. There was something. I was like, man, hey, listen, is it too gender normative? Yeah. Because there would be like a button that says boy and a button that says girl, and it would say like, pick your headphones. And every single time, the boy version was blue and the girl version was pink. And I'm like, listen, man, I don't want a royal blue toilet. Pink toilet, they tried it, I feel like, in the 60s and 70s. I mean, I've taken a couple dumps in pink toilets in my life, but a deep blue toilet, nah, man, I don't know about that. You ever go to like somebody's house that they bought in 1958? There's like an 80% chance you're going to see a pink toilet in there. And like a perpetually damp bathrobe that's die cut to fit like right up against up against the toilet. That would have been a great bit if not for the lung butter too. How was the Peloton? It was good. 90-minute British Columbia Scenic Ride. Total output, I don't even remember. 202 average watts. Thank you, Bill's Mafia, keeping me honest. Thank you.
Oh, man. I don't know. I love a punishing game. Like I was saying recently, I think I just have an affinity for annoying things.
Yeah.
I really like an annoying game. I like annoying music.
That is kind of wild.
It's crazy to me that people will like listen to a song just because the singer has a good voice. To me, that's like it's like picture book mentality. That's like I don't want to read a book that has like too many words. I'd like to see some cool cartoons in the middle.
Yeah, I feel the same way about so much music. Where I'm just like, yeah, it's talented. I could say it's talented. It still fucking sucks.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah,
but music's kind of a weird one though, right? Like if you were like exposed to it at like a certain part of your life, like I think I'll make excuses for it. You know, like I'm like, no, I like this. Like I like
Third
this.
Eye Blind.
Yeah.
No, but maybe.
Who's Third Eye Blind? What song they do?
Do 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 do.
Okay, yeah. That song's fun.
Hey, easy. That's on my Peloton playlist. Okay, easy now.
We going? We're not going.
I always love that people will like try to blow your mind. They'll be like, "Did you know that song is about crystal meth?" And you're like, "Yeah, bro." He says crystal meth.
Crystal meth.
The words in the song.
Yeah. I mean, I just learned that like a month ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say I never really paid attention to the lyrics past the like doot part.
Yeah, and then like it just does not seem like a song that would be about crystal meth, nor on the radio.
Well, he doesn't say crystal meth is awesome, although it does seem, according to the lyrics of the song, to have led to some memorable sexual escapades. You really focus on the lyrics when it comes on 41 minutes into a scenic Peloton ride.
Yeah, I was analyzing your rides the other day.
That's normal.
So you do like well, I was looking. I'm always like I'm fascinated that you can sit on the bike for that long.
It does. It
looking at
trains
what
the
you were-
mental for sure.
I was analyzing your rides.
Yeah. You should push harder on pump 3.
Not this one.
Never been
We're hitting
an
the next
issue
one.
with a guy like me.
Let's go. And we're gonna wait.
Pump 2 then.
We're gonna hit this next one.
That would help out a lot. Not this one. Not this one.
Okay. Yeah.
Go.
Oh,
I really wanted to go on that.
I
one.
saw you. I saw your little toes
I
tapping.
really wanted to go on that one. But no, so do you built in like sprints for yourself or
So
something?
I do like it depends on how my legs are feeling. If they're fresh, I'll do like 4 minutes zone 3 or zone 4, 1 minute just out of the saddle recovering. And if I went hard like the day before, then I'll just do like 4 minutes zone 2, 1 minute out of the saddle recovering.
You recover out of the saddle.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Out of the saddle recovery.
I find
Like
that
what zone?
Doesn't really matter, but like usually around 3, I guess.
Oh, I could not recover.
I try not to stress it too much. But then I think it's psychological because I think, you crank up the resistance to like 60, and then when you bring it back down to like 47, your legs are like, oh, this isn't that bad. You kind of also, I feel like at the start, the first 30 minutes of every ride are like killing the voice inside of you that's like, get me off.
Yeah.
And then the last 60 minutes, you enter kind of like the Zen state.
Why am I not going down? All right.
I still gotta. I feel like a fucking car engine that's almost turning over, but can't quite get there with my bike shit. I'll get back on rhythm, and then I'll like just kind of like lose my routine for a few days, and I'm like, oh, I gotta get back on the routine, and it's just kind of rinse repeat.
I feel like every time I establish a routine for myself, there's just something that breaks my routine. Like every time.
Yeah.
Like I was doing it like every other day. Then I wake up with a headache for like 2 days. I'm like, well, I don't want to ride when I have a headache. I feel like I might blow a fucking vessel.
Yeah.
I feel like you got to be at it for like a month, and then whatever comes up that would have stopped you before, you're just like, I'm just going to find a way to work around it. Like this weekend, maybe it was Friday, 90-minute ride, my kid came down 40 minutes in and just sat next to me having a conversation like the whole time for the next 50 minutes. I was like, this is impossible, man. Like I have to have a conversation with my kid and like feign surprise and stuff like that while also being out of breath. And then I was like, oh, the next day is going to be better. 1 minute into the 90-minute ride, she came down and started having the conversation, and we just ran it for 90 minutes. 3 months ago, I'm like that. I would have been like, I'm getting off the bike. I'm not doing this. But now I'm so locked in that I'm like, no problem.
Yeah, I have this struggle. If I'm on the bike, if I'm like, I feel like podcasts are good for it. But like if I'm watching a show, I can't do anything with a progress bar. It fucks me up. Like I don't
doing
like
the math.
Yeah, like I hate to know like I've been watching Taskmaster a bit while I'm on the bike, but I hate knowing like I hit a commercial break and I'm like, oh my god, I've only been riding for 1 commercial break.
Okay.
I have like a rule for myself, and there's nobody like enforcing the rule. It's just me. But like, I don't start doing the mental math until I'm at least an hour in. Because if you start doing it like, you're like, oh, after this interval, I'm 1/17 of the way through the ride. You're like, oh, fuck, man.
Fucking Matt Wilpers does that shit. Oh.
It's like starting to do the math for like when school's going to end when you're still in the homeroom. Like, you got to at least make it to lunch first.
You're 1/3 of the way through the first of 8 efforts. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
You're like, damn, bro, I'm 4.2% of the way through the efforts right now. Thanks for that.
Or you have Olivia who goes, we have 30 minutes in zone 3 next. I'm like, the ride's 30 minutes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I've had the itch to fucking walk more. Like I love going out for walks. It's just too damn hot. It's not enjoyable.
I hear that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
At least it won't be for much longer.
What do you mean by that?
That did sound real fucking ominous.
It did. It sounded like an asteroid was going to hit Earth.
I didn't mean it. I promise. All right, let's go. So, any what was the soundtrack? And any standout hits during the ride this morning?
I actually listened to some podcasts this morning. So it was I listened to a podcast on the history of aviation travel. That's about it.
So
really hyped you up for those climbs.
I just needed a break from the music today. I just needed something to break up the third eye blind.
That's fair.
I stopped reviewing shit. Can't be bothered, honestly. I kind of feel that way about like cataloging everything. I feel like people are psychopaths for cataloging. Like they gotta log every song, every movie, every workout they've ever done, like every restaurant they've ever eaten at. And I'm like, I mean, if you're into it, that's fine. But like, for me, I'm not. I guess it's because 25 hours of my week is like recorded live, so I understand. Like, we got psychos in the Peloton subset of the Discord that are like tracking the volumes of their pee week to week. And then they'll like introduce a new supplement and be like, my piss per 60 went down like 3%. And then they post like a fucking some shit they made in R that is like, check out this infographic. I think the world needs those kinds of people. But on Letterboxd, I don't know. It's up to you, really.
How you feeling?
Good, good. Back on the bike today. No migraine. A tight pulling sensation in the back of my head, but I'm sure that's fine.
You know, the more I ride the bike, the more I have neck issues.
Yeah, yeah.
From like tensing up. It was an issue I had when I used to ride like a lot as well.
You should ride with like a neck brace. Daniel, thank you for the raid. This may look familiar.
Oh, that was amazing.
I was watching you on the bike this morning, Daniel. You almost, I saw you get a new PB on the boss. I couldn't tell what was happening, but I saw you get a new PB.
3, 2, 1, go.
Can you watch Twitch on the Peloton?
No, I put it up on my monitor.
Oh, okay.
And then I move like 30 feet away to my bike and
I see.
have it out on in the corner of my eye while I watch podcasts. Yeah, I stopped watching movies on the bike because I just think the Android tablet on the Peloton is like not capable of handling it.
Oh, really?
Like the subtitles kept getting like gradually more mismatched from the dialogue, and then like if you ever like if anything ever froze and you had to get back into it, it was like a a 5 or 6 minute ordeal, and I'm just like, nah, it's just not.
That's like when I load up a ride and like my heart rate monitor doesn't connect, and I'm like, why aren't you connected? Please connect. Please reconnect. Please reconnect. I keep smacking my wrist into the screen like.
I hate the heart rate monitor on my bike because it doesn't give you a number, which I think is bullshit.
Do you have to grip it like with your hands?
It gives you a percentage.
What the fuck does that mean?
Okay, yeah, like percentage of your heart rate max.
Should be for your like age, which is insane.
Oh, but it's not. That shit's not even accurate.
No, not at all. This is.
I'm losing it, man. It's like this shit makes me laugh every time. People are like, "Oh, your $2,000 bike has a problem." You know what you should do? Get rid of it and buy like a $2,000 bike and then get it Swift.
Yeah.
You ever heard of a switching cost, motherfucker?
Zwift is not good.
I don't want to be on Zwift getting cooked by like males who are 52 years old on testosterone replacement therapy and live in like Rotterdam or something like that.
It's an extremely different platform anyway. It's not like there's no classes or like instructors. You're just like
it's for Europeans, bro. It's for people who want a bike, not people who want to get fit. That's fine.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing wrong with it. But like, I'm not gonna be in the Tour de Girona anytime soon.
I like Zwift, but it's just like you wear and tear your own bike.
Okay, everybody gets one.
Well,
I'm a fan of my Schwinn because it was like $400, and I just put a tablet on it, and now it's a fucking.
Just say it. It's a Peloton, yeah.
Like I think the classes are definitely Peloton's strongest.
Oh really? You don't think the 90-minute British Columbia Scenic Ride is where they're at their best?
No.
Weak.
I like having a German guy yell at me.
Well, I'm not even gonna touch that one. There's just way too much there.
Next one. This one. Let's go.
Well, I just think all the Power Zone classes now, like half of them are German.
Yeah. Because all the other instructors are pumping out a busy work week of like 3 20-minute Taylor Swift rides.
They must be killing.
Or is it like
yeah.
Okay.
They must be killing it in Germany because it's the only other language available on the platform, I think.
There are some rides in Spanish, I think.
Is there?
Too,
okay.
And some of the English rides are half Spanish if you ride with Camilla, but that's neither here nor there. Also feel like the leaderboards on the Scenic Rides are, it's a more like accurate slice of humanity. Because like fully 40% of the leaderboards is people who are at 0 kilojoules generated after like an hour and a half. And then there's like a lot of people that are around, like 10 kilojoules per minute. And then like one guy in Boulder, Colorado, who's been pumping out 415 watts for 2 hours straight.
Yeah.
What just happened to Ryan's mic?
It did sound like it changed drastically.
Really? Hello?
Yeah, okay, you're fine now. Okay, that was really weird.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, I mean, like you said like a long time ago, right? Like some people's bikes are like uncalibrated or not calibrated correctly. Yeah. Like I'm not saying that like people aren't like more fit than me, but like when I see a guy who's like 60 and he's putting out like Tour de France numbers, I'm like,
yeah. Then you click on his fucking profile and he's at like 4 cadence, 100 resistance, and you're like, this dude is going to die. Like
3, 2, 1, go.
He's basically like simulating climbing a mountain right now.
Just grinding his knees to death. Yeah, and then I'll get in like a Power Zone endurance ride, you know, which is like supposed to be like kind of
pretty
relaxed.
chill. Yeah.
And like some dude put out like 800 kilojoules in 30 minutes, and I'm like, I think you're fucking doing it wrong, bro. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, I don't know if their bike is cooked or like they're just like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking take number 1 on this shit. The classes were like the whole time the instructor's like, this isn't a race. This isn't a race. We're all here together.
Yeah, but like there's psychos out there, and there's been days where like I've been one of them, where they're like, oh, thank God the instructor said it's not a race. That means I'm gonna win easily.
Yeah. Well, if you're close to like someone in the leaderboard, I definitely ride faster. There's definitely like some psychosis there, right? Where like, it makes competition where there isn't any.
Yeah, that's why I just turned the leaderboard off on the Scenics.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah,
I enjoy it though because it does give me like some of my best outings.
Yeah, I just have, I don't know, no drive in me to compete with something like that. But I do kind of have the drive to compete with like the powerlifting stuff.
But wait, what if like you're on a ride and like some guy starts just ahead of you and you're like 2 fucking points under him?
Yeah, and like, his profile is him giving the middle finger to his camera in his car, and then his hashtag is like FJB. What do you do on that one? How would you rate your Lofoten archipelago ride? It's just something to distract the brain while you sit there for 2 hours. That plus a podcast would go crazy. I mean, listen, I listened to that whole Behind the Bastards miniseries on Thomas Jefferson. I'm just going to come out and say it. I don't care if Lin-Manuel Miranda gets offended. I do not want to smoke with him. That sounds like a nightmare. This guy sounds like he's got some cognitive dissonance. I knew he was like I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it. I don't want to say controversial figure. I feel like that does it a disservice. When you think about it, the dude really did write, hey, like, all men are entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And then he was like, by the way, I own like 80 slaves. Like, what the fuck, man? It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but it's just like not good. No, hold. It's in a divot. No, sorry. Lin-Manuel Miranda didn't say that. As far as I can tell, I mean, Lin-Manuel Miranda seems a better character than Thomas Jefferson. I feel like I can say that with a relative degree of confidence. I'm not saying he's 100% perfect. I don't know everything about Lin-Manuel Miranda. What I do know is that clearly in Disney's Wish, the way I pictured things going down is that they were like, Lin-Manuel Miranda, thank you for writing the songs in Moana. Thank you for writing some of the songs in Encanto. Would you like to write the songs for Wish as well? And then he was like, sure, but give me like this much money. And they were like, no. How about like this much? And then he said, nah, not interested. So they just like recreated Lin-Manuel Miranda with like ChatGPT 3. And it turned out to be 17 cuts below the organic Lin-Manuel Miranda, unpasteurized, straight from the teat. And I bet they're regretting every minute of that. They moneyballed him. They did. They said, we can't afford Lin-Manuel Miranda anymore, but we'll recreate him in aggregate. Well, how'd that work out for you? True. LMM greater than sign LLM. That's I'm going to give you a +2 on that one. Was it actually made with AI? No, I'm insulting a real person, but pretending it's a robot so that it feels better, I guess. I'm insulting a real person, probably a team of real people. But there's no way that like when they started writing the songs, they didn't have a whiteboard that said like Lin-Manuel Miranda on it. You can listen. Many of you have probably not seen Wish, and I would not encourage you to do so unless you have like a child who's like interested in watching the movie. But DL Guiga, I don't know how closely you follow the Peloton leaderboards on the Discord. Did you see that somebody beat Larissa one day? We have there's someone in the Egg Garden, which is the Peloton community that we ride under, Broncos country. And there's someone in there called Larissa's Playground, and they average 300 plus minutes on the bike every day. So people have been trying to like figure out what's up with that. Like, is this like a shared account in like an apartment building or something like that? Or is this like in someone's gym? Or is it like, did someone engineer a machine to pedal the Peloton? And like, it's a mystery, but they normally are number one in the leaderboard by far based on time and like total output daily. They've been getting beaten a little bit the last couple days. Kind of crazy, right? Let's see, okay. Endurance leaderboard. Wow, okay. King Sully. What are you doing here, King Sully? 5 rides, 321 minutes for a total output of 3 megajoules. I mean, that's outrageous. I'm being serious. That's incredible. Also, I hope your knees are okay. And then LarrisaPlaygrnd, a little bit of a light day for Larissa. 5 rides, 180 minutes, only 3 hours. Come on. 3 slacking. How about the day before? 6 rides, 180 minutes, slacking. There we go. 8 rides, 300 minutes. That was a good day for Larissa. How about this one? 5 rides, 150 minutes. So the theory is that this is like a real person, right? Or do we? I think so. I think it's a gym bike. I think it's a robot. Does I know you can access the Peloton API to get this data. Is there any way to post to the Peloton API? Like, can you fucking just send them a like the JSON for a ride and be like, I did this, and then they post it? There's no way, right? The rides are always 80 resistance and 40 cadence, so it's not real data. I think it's just easier to ride an uncalibrated bike for 120 minutes. See, DL, nobody said anything about 120 minutes. I can't help but notice I rode for 120 minutes today, so I feel like you have taken what could have been a moment of solidarity where we kind of try to figure out what's going on with Larissa, and instead you have turned it into cast aspersion on my own cycling ability. All of you know, all those scenic rides, I close the leaderboard. I'm not that concerned about my output, okay? So I don't take personal offense to it, but we will need to ban this person for 24 hours. You gonna get some hot dogs? I was thinking about it. It's really hard not to, because they're like $1.50 with a drink. But then I'm also like, I don't know, I'm kind of like losing weight right now. And you could probably like, you know, maintain your caloric deficit and still have like a Kirkland signature foot-long hot dog combo. But I also feel like for me, I'm the kind of guy where like, it's easy for me to make allowances for myself. So I'd be like, you know, oh, I've been good. I did a 2-hour Peloton ride today. Librarian can go check the metrics. I'm going to guess that we were around, if I had to guess, 1,280 kilojoules over 120 minutes. Still a pretty good one. But then, like, I make the allowances for myself so much that they add up to, like, just treading water. So I think I have to be like a hardliner with myself, at least for a bit, when the motivation is there. And then when the motivation is gone, I can be like, oh, let's have some hot dogs. How was the Peloton this morning? Enriching. I woke up 10 minutes late, which meant I need to pull 10 minutes off my ride, but it was still a 90-minute ride, then a 20-minute ride in zone 2. I had a recreational sports activity yesterday afternoon as well. So I was feeling a little bit drained this morning, but still got the job done. Which songs played? None songs. I'm a podcast girly right now. You ever thought about getting into rollerblading? Yep, when I was like 8 or 9, I think. I don't know why people are laughing. It's not a joke answer. It would literally kill you now. I honestly think it would be totally fine. I know how to skate. In fact, I've done a lot of rollerblading in my life. I don't know why there's other like motherfuckers in their 30s that are like, I can't do this stuff that I used to do. That time will come. Don't worry about that. But like, you should still be able to do a couple things I have a hard time doing. When my daughter tells me to like climb up on the jungle gym with her in the playground, I'm like, that's tough for me because they have like safety bars and stuff that make it so kids who are 2.5 feet tall don't fall off of it and break their collarbones. So you gotta like either, you know, WWE yourself over the safety bar or do like some shitty parkour to like try to get under it, like slide through it like you're pit maneuvering like your motorcycle under a garage door or something like that. But otherwise, like, I think you should be chilling, man. Use a water filter or just raw dog the tap. It's crazy. When I drink water when I'm in the kitchen, I always go to the fridge, which has a water filter built in. But when I like pour 2 water bottles in the morning before I get on the Peloton, I'm raw dogging the tap. But the idea of pouring it from the tap, from the kitchen sink instead of the fridge filter is like, what am I, stupid? But then at 5:50 in the morning, the idea of taking 2 water bottles upstairs and then filling them up from that slow-ass filter is like, ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, I think I'm turning over a new leaf. I had a sore throat Saturday night, and I was like, oh no, I'm going to be sick. Didn't Peloton Sunday, didn't Peloton Monday. Woke up today feeling not so bad. Not so bad. Got some sleep, didn't really work. Just played Slay the Spire on my phone. Turns out rest is like the best medicine. It's not to say I feel 100%, but I feel all right. Like I feel like you know, there's like an arc to every sickness, and I'm not talking like librarian type arc, like a narrative arc. There's literally like a parabola. The first day of sickness is not the worst. And then it gets worse and worse and worse, and eventually it peaks, and then it comes down, 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 down. I feel like I peaked like yesterday morning at like 10 a.m. or something like that. And I've been coming down, down ever since. Probably won't be 100% until like Friday if I had to guess. You know what's crazy though? I do think, I think whatever illness we got actually killed the lung butter. And there's 2 ways to think about that. One is a superior virus came in and outcompeted the virus that was giving me chronic lung butter. The other one is maybe my lungs they just gave up. Like they had butter and then a second virus came in and they said, we're not even going to try to push this stuff out anymore. We're just going to let it live here. But I don't know, because I don't have lung butter anymore. It's been like 2-3 days with no lung butter. When the COVID-24 comes into your lungs and outcompetes what virus that was giving you chronic bronchitis, yeah!
And let's bounce once.
Oh, okay.
And then we go up there. Okay.
Okay. Let's bounce one more
we can
time.
just get to this.
Okay.
Sorry. I was really feeling it.
The garden! Dude, I went to like so there's a place in Coquitlam right now, Corey, which is like a huge inflatable bouncy castle type like mega structure.
Okay.
So I went to that with my kid this weekend, and they had like a Fall Guys type obstacle course set up with like
hell yeah.
like those wipeout balls that you have to run across.
Yo,
That's so
really?
cool.
I was going ape shit on the.
How many
I felt
broken
like a guy.
ankles?
I honestly think this is like the first time I've ever like been able to appreciate the Peloton gains. It was like 30 Celsius, and all the other parents were like in the shade dying, and I was like, I'm on the moon, boing, 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 like jumping around for like 80 minutes straight.
I love
They're all looking at you like, does this guy have a kid?
No, I was chasing her, but sometimes she was like, I'm tired, and I was like, I'm jumping up on the mega slide.
3, 2, 1, go.
He's got the Wikipedia article out about the mega slide.
I was sick as fuck the next day, though. They were definitely sending like
3, 2, 1, go.
There were some sick kids that were playing in that mega structure, I guarantee.
Yeah.
So about that Peloton update, what's your problem with the Peloton? It was 110 minutes today because I got on a little bit late. 90 minutes, and I don't even remember. 20 minutes kind of in Vancouver. Zone 2, it was just, it's every day, bro. What do you want me to say? Does your groin ever fall asleep when riding? Yes, you must kill your cock. One of the first steps of getting good at cycling is destroying all the nerve endings in your penis. which can have benefits in other areas of your life as well. Like, you ever see that video of that martial artist just getting kicked in the groin endlessly? It's not all bad, brother. Let me start out with that. Why did he even change disguises? It's called security. Why wouldn't I change disguises, man? What does it cost? Like an eighth of a picocalorie to press G for 2 seconds? You got nothing to worry about. I'm flexing on him. Gym bro calculating calories while gaming. Don't accuse me of being a gym bro, okay? I just exercise. It's not my life. Dude on keto realizing he can eat 1 extra lettuce leaf because he jerked off 4 times today. Fuck you. You step into the arena with the king of the straw men? I don't even know what my next mission is yet. 1 second. Peloton is in your bio? No, the fuck it isn't. It's in my tags. Would you ever stream a Peloton ride? No, it's boring enough to do them. To watch them. It's one of those things where like the only people who would watch them should be like on a list somewhere in Virginia. Please, I'm begging you.
I believe in you, and also I'm watching in amazement. I can tell that you've played a lot of TMNT games in the past.
I'm something of an expert, I would say, yeah.
It's like riding a bike. You never really forget, you know?
It's funny that people say that, though, because, like, I've been riding my my indoor bike for a long time. We fished out our real bicycles, and I took it on a trip, like, in the alley, and I fell off almost immediately. I think I'm not used to steering, and also, like, I'm not used to my legs having, like, that kind of power. Like, I'm used to normie legs. It's like putting yourself behind the wheel of, like, a Lamborghini or something like that. Hey, Salpingitis, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Good ride today. Good ride. I gotta be honest with you, Salpingitis. You were we had a good ride, but you were the victim of lots of people in the Peloton Discord thinking that I sold them all. To put it in a certain Dr. Dre type parlance. A lot of people have been posting stuff like, I bought my Peloton 2 months ago, accidentally got a PB because I realized I was racing against one of NL's ghosts. Well, Salpingitis paid the price today. Last 30 minutes of my 2-hour ride. He needs... Oh, okay. Supposed to be a little bit of a cool down. I saw you at about 180 watts, and I said I ain't going out like a bitch. I put out 205. Now, you might not have... That might have just been what you were doing. You might have just been enjoying your life. I was in my own fucking fucked up Michael Jordan headspace, okay? You didn't do anything wrong. I made it personal. You won't let me follow you? I stopped accepting incoming friend requests just because it was, I don't know. I don't need to anymore. It's not a social network, it's a bike. How was the bike ride? It was good. Legs were a little dead this morning, so I just did 90 minutes, 171 watts in Berlin. Just keeping the heart rate up. I mean, that's not it. I mean, I don't know what happened last night. I went to bed at like 9:38, and I woke up to like the kind of disorder that you wake up to when you're in college after a night of drinking. Like, I went to pick up my phone, and it was dead. It was the first night in probably 8 years that I didn't charge my phone. And I was like, oh God, it's a disaster. So I put my phone on the charger, and it was like 0%. And I was like, oh, motherfucker. So, like, now I'm pooping with no phone, which is like, you know, eating dinner with no YouTube. I said, that's fine. I go to get on the bike. My Bluetooth earbuds go, hey, low battery. I go, what the fuck? I didn't charge my Bluetooth earbuds either. I thought they were like totally charged. Then I went to change into my gym clothes, and I had gym clothes, but I didn't have a headband. So I'm going to be dripping sweat in my eyes the whole time. So while I was pooping, I charged my phone to 15%. And because I'm not a song skipper, my 90-minute ride took me from 15 to 11. Ooh, not too bad. Managed to make it work, man. Now I got my phone on the charger as we speak. Oh my God, he's a headband Andy. I get it, you're 19 years old. You're like, why would someone wear a headband? I've been an adult for 6 months. I think I got this adult thing all figured out. Wait until you start losing your hair, or alternatively doing a real workout that actually generates some perspiration, TK421, and then you will see. Then you'll see why people are wearing headbands. You know, some professional athletes wear headbands too. What are they thinking, man? What are they thinking? Don't delete your account. I see you. Pooping with no phone is objectively better, less chance for piles. Are you literally here from 1931? You're calling them piles? They're called hemorrhoids, okay? For one, we switched, I think in like 1973, we started calling them hemorrhoids instead of piles. Secondly, let me guess, you've never drank a diet soda in your life, but you eat 4 McDoubles a day. I know how the health maxers are. Fruits, vegetables, I don't need that. I'm on keto and I have a squatty potty. I've never felt better. You're the one who says the McDouble's healthy? Yes, one. One McDouble is a fit meal. Wouldn't 4 McDoubles a day not be enough calories? That's only 1,520. Lots of people don't just eat one thing a day. Sometimes they might eat up to 3, 4 meals a day, possibly 5, 6 with a little snacking in between. It's called intermittent feasting. Okay, holy shit, he is dipping in here. Every once in a while, I scroll through the Discord because I see people, cowards, some might call them super fans, tier 3 subscribers. They can't put their real opinion into the chat because I'll see it, so they put it in the Discord where they think I'm not allowed to look, but I can see it. I can see everything. Even the individuals who have changed their usernames but not their avatars, the key value pair has been updated. Anyone hits Zwift instead of Peloton? I was gonna go, I got a more acetylcholine, you know, because I've been with my daughter all weekend, which means I haven't really been allowed to like yell at people. I did a Peloton ride today. You got to be deep in the Peloton sauce to really understand this. Long story short, my personal opinion is that it's healthier and a little bit harder to hit the same wattage at a higher cadence, lower resistance than it is to hit it at a lower cadence, higher resistance. But to some extent, it possibly depends on your mass as well. Anyway, long story short, I'm doing my Peloton ride this morning. 190 watts average, thereabout. Average cadence, 88 to 90, somewhere in there. I look at the people that are competing with me on the Peloton leaderboard. One dude was at 17 cadence, 92 resistance. You know, you could just like take a gun and shoot yourself in the kneecaps if you don't care about the health of your joints. Like that's insane. And there's another dude who is at like 41 cadence and like 80 resistance. And they come out and they're at like 300 watts. And then like 10 minutes into the ride, they're at like 37 watts. And I'm like, yeah, because your legs are going to fall off, dude. I beat them by like 300 kilojoules over there. What? Two of the dudes didn't even finish the ride. Their knees were probably like, I can't take this anymore. You got to relax yourself, man. You could just do squats. Just do squats and then ride the bike at like a normal pace. How's the Peloton today? Pretty good. 90 minutes in Lofoten, Norway. OMG, I live there. It's my 20th time doing the ride. You don't live there. Nobody lives there. You see nothing for the first 50 minutes. Then, like with 7 minutes left in the ride, a car appears. And you go, Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the screen. A car. That's not even close, man. 110-minute Peloton ride. Wattage, I need the librarian to audit this. I think it was in the 180s for wattage. But the important thing, cadence, 92 for 110 minutes. He's in his cadence arc. I'm such a pedal-pilled cadence cell right now. 92 out of what? I don't know, realistically, like 120. If you start to go a little bit more than that, I think maybe your hips would fall off. Oh, I can feel your body moving. Is that what she sounds like? Is that Shakira? It's like mixed Kermit the Frog mixed with Levon Helm. I can feel your body moving. It's just, it needs to be a higher register, but I'm not sure I can get that. I'm trying. It is a little bit more Cher-like. You're not wrong. Name a couple Shakira songs, okay? Whenever, wherever. Hips Don't Lie. Waka Waka, parentheses, this time for Africa, close parentheses. Underneath Your Clothes. I remember that one. Underneath your clothes, there's an endless story. I went to one dance in the 9th grade, and that was the last song. That was the slow dance. Track and field, let's just call this like 100 to 400 meter dash. I'm just being real with you. We're talking the average. I beat the average 12-year-old and the average 35-year-old in track. I got the cardio. I got the VO2 max. I got the low resting heart rate. I got the optimal blood pressure. This one's not even... And the average 12-year-old might be the average 35-year-old in track. But you're right. I'm a Peloton merchant, okay? No way you beat a 12-year-old at running. It wouldn't even be close. A 12-year-old's legs are like... I don't even know how to describe it. They're completely smooth. There's no ripples or anything. I've got the legs of like Major Kusanagi when she rips the head off the spider tank at the end of Ghost in the Shell, okay? I'm not trying to flex, but the quads are quadding. The human growth hormone has been released from the pituitary gland, and I be hitting progressive overload 5-6 days a week on the bike, okay? Like this, not to mention they're carrying around my like 170-pound body every day. Trust me, this one's not even close. I'm rinsing the average. By the way, have you been outside in North America? These are not 12-year-olds in like 1982 where they were doing track and field like 10 hours a day, okay? They're on their iPads, they're playing Fortnite, they're being driven to like Math Academy 6 days a week, okay? I'm rinsing the average 12-year-old. Are there faster 12-year-olds than me? Without a doubt. The average 12-year-old, I don't even know if they could finish a 100-meter race, okay, without walking. So I'm taking them. Don't even worry about that. Now, this finally, cycling in the velodrome, it's not even a contest. This is peak for me. The average 35-year-old is getting cooked in this. The average 12-year-old is getting cooked in this. This is like basically level ground. There's no gravity working against me. This is road cycling. It doesn't matter. They're cooked. The bicycle moves. This is the velodrome. Oh, you're right. It doesn't matter. They're done. As long as I'm in control of the speed instead of Isaac Newton being in control of the speed, it's over. I know how to steer. I've ridden bikes, man. You got nothing to worry. The average 35-year-old. I'm telling you that we're doing salami slicing here. This is a take that's going to give me a lot of -2s. I have no problem seeing cyclists on the road. Every time I see a cyclist on the road, I do think to myself, first, emotionally, I'm like, but I could be going 5 kilometers an hour faster. But then I think, but if these guys weren't on their bikes, they would probably be in cars. And then I would be like 250 meters back because there would be like way more traffic on the road. Like yesterday was the first day in the summer where it really rained all day. And when I went to pick up my daughter from daycare, it took me a lot longer to get to the daycare because instead of cycling, more people were driving. So I had like way more traffic to deal with. And I realized that even though the cyclists sometimes make you go a little bit slower than you want to go, it pays for itself in the fact that they're not in cars, slowing everybody else down as well. That being said, I always try to like clock their speed by matching them to my speedometer. The average 35-year-old isn't even out there on the road. The 35-year-olds that are out there on the road, they are sending their best. And the best is not good enough, okay? Now, I understand that they're commuting to work. They're not trying to compete in like the Tour de France or something like that. But there's a lot of times out there when I'm like, you're not even pedaling. Like, you're coasting on a flat, man. You're coasting on a flat. Get a life, okay? Get an e-bike or something like that. There is I'm the average 35-year-old, I'm taking them to the mat, okay? It's over. You don't want to be drenched with sweat at work. It's done. I was saying, if they spent as much time on the trainer in the winter as they spent on Amazon looking up the goofy-ass USPS helmet that they wear when they're doing like 17 kilometers an hour at 6:15 a.m. on Sunday morning, that would serve them a lot better, okay? Got your own custom brewed maltodextrin beverage in your beverage holder, doing 8 kilometers an hour on an open road. Come on, dude, I'm in zone 2. You're getting taken to the mat. It's over, okay? Now, are there better 35-year-old cyclists than me? Probably. They're in the Olympics right now. But the average, I would bet everything I have that we crush the average here. Pairs canoeing, pairs kayaking, I could not complete the event. That's a given. If anything, the team row I stand a better chance in because my maladroitness is diluted by the fact that there's more people. If there's only two, my opponent is going to kill me. Or not, my teammate is going to kill me, I mean. You just row on the beat? I don't think I could complete the event. I think I would be gassed. It's a different kind of cardio, man. The biking, like at this, I know you'd think like the cardio is transferable, and in some ways, I think it is. Like I think you can go like biking to running, and for the most part, you're like your heart and lungs are doing the same thing. But like as soon as you involve a considerable amount of like upper body musculature, I'm like, it's a different ball game, man. It's more anaerobic, I think. You push with your legs though. Listen, my foundation for this is like I'm in a boxing class right now, and I thought that I was gonna I basically thought the coach was gonna be like, holy cow, who is this guy who's not even sweating during the boxing class because his cardio is so good? I was humbled very quickly, like 40 minutes into the 60-minute boxing lesson. I was like, holy shit, this is like a completely different ball game, man. Like the lungs and the heart were doing okay, but the arms and the shoulders and the lats were hurting like a son of a gun. So I think that it's naive. It's like the same way I hate when people are like, I'd probably win a boxing match because like I'm 6'2" and they're 6 feet. Like you don't know what you're doing with it, man. That's me in the boxing class. I was like, oh, I do a lot of cardio, so I'd probably be like the best boxer in the class. And then after like 50 minutes of boxing, he's like, do a push-up. And I'm like, literally, I can't. You know, I think you got to be honest about your physical abilities. Having not really rowed, I don't think I'm completing the distance of the rowing event, man. Can I say, by the way, I didn't get a chance to talk about it. Let me give you my experience on the Peloton this morning. Put Dan's stream, I should say, full screen. Right when it started, hopped on the Peloton a minute later. 20-minute intro of clips. I don't mind. They're funny clips. Starts the stream, 3 minutes of talking, frame drops. He says, I'm assuming because I don't have audio from the PC, he says, hang on, I'm going to restart the stream. Goes to his overlay, and then I'm assuming you have to press F5 to refresh to get the new video feed after he goes live again. So I would say approximately 85 minutes of just full screen Dan's offline screen on my monitor while I was pedaling in Madrid and then Vancouver. Amazing motivation. This is diabolical. I could have gotten off the bike, but I was trying to get my cadence up, and I didn't want to lose like 30 seconds to clip out and then go over and then clip back in. Need a wireless mouse? It's just like at some point it sounds crazy, but at some point it's just too much stuff. Like just to get on the bike, 2 water bottles, couple bananas, anti-dickhead chafing cream, you know, non-cotton shirt, athletic shorts, the shoes, a headband, Bluetooth earbuds, my phone, something on the monitor. Like it never ends, man. Chamois butter's amazing. It's definitely saving my life. And your balls? I mean, my balls, they do fine on the bike. The head of the penis does not do well on the bike. It chafes against the underwear. Or the shorts. This is why you gotta have the chafing cream. Have you tried having foreskin? Yeah, for probably 10 minutes when I was born. I don't really remember it though. Back in 1988, I'm pretty sure that in rural Ontario, they were just like, it's cleaner to cut the foreskin off. My parents were like, all right, we trust you. You're a doctor. So then I just, they sent it. I'm not holding it against them. They got a lot of decisions to make back then. They didn't need to take so much off the top. That's true. Would you have cut it off if you had chosen? I don't know, man. Because I don't know what it's like to have foreskin. Like, it's not fair for me to say this, but because I'm circumcised, an uncircumcised penis looks very strange to me. But then everybody who's uncircumcised is like, it's better. And I'm like, yeah, but how would you know? I think it's totally fine. Like, they didn't botch me. Like, it's still, everything's okay. You don't have to worry about what's going on down there. Everything's okay. Now, I do think, like, given that both of them seem to be okay, the base case should probably be that you, like, don't do it for no reason then. I'm not saying it's better this way. I'm just saying it's not really, like, a big deal for me. Like, if all other things are going to be equal, then, like, I would just say maybe, like, don't slice me. But what's done is done, you know? Unsnipped is great because you can tie it off if you really need to go to the bathroom and then just let it all out later. Don't, like, lie to me because I'm going to believe that stuff. Because I don't know, man. I don't know what it's like. It's true. No, it's not true, man. There's no way it's true. Why are so many people saying it's true? There's no way that shit would make a good seal. It would spill all over your shorts, man. Unironically, it has a good seal? That's crazy, man. You get like an IKEA bag clip? Doesn't it hurt like a son of a bitch? Is it like made of adamantium? It can't be, because then like how did they slice it in the first place? I think you're gaslighting me, man. I don't think that's... It hardens over the years. I don't know, dude. I don't know about any of this. I'm gonna bring this shit up at like a barbecue or something. Everyone's gonna look at me like in the 40-year-old virgin when he says that they feel like bags of sand. They're gonna be like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Hold up, pause. What do you mean you can piss in your foreskin and tie it off for later? Good Peloton today, sire? Yerp. It's an infection, man. It was pretty good. High cadence, decent wattage. Can't complain. Dan's stream did not go down during the Peloton ride. It's true, which I appreciate. I'm going to get on the bike today. Let's go. It's a landmark day in Peloton history. It's the day that happens 1 to 2 times per year where they release like 9 scenic rides. I've been doing the same 18 90-minute scenic rides for like 7 months. They have added one more 90-minute scenic ride, but they added it while I was already on a ride this morning. So I got to get to save that till tomorrow. Don't even get me started. Librarian knows about this. 20-minute Vancouver ride pisses me off, man. Because I want to bring up a map of Vancouver, okay? I know you can't really see my cursor. You can't see my cursor. Listen, you don't need to worry about it. But anyway, they start in English Bay, which is like the northwest corner of downtown Vancouver. And then they ride kind of down the southern edge of that. So it's like you're on the through line. And then they skip ahead like 5 kilometers. And all of a sudden they're like in Yaletown. And you're like, okay, they skipped a lot of good stuff on Beach Avenue, but at least they're like still on the right, like continuous path. Then they jump out all the way to like Foot in Boot Square. Like we're out in Fairview or something, man. They jumped all the way to Fairview. Then they jump back to Olympic Village. They jump back. You can't get that by a real Vancouver, right? You went too far west. And then you came back to the east, and then you made me ride that part again? Like, what is this, some kind of time machine? Why is it called Foot in Boot Square? Well, like, apparently at some point, like, a foot in a boot washed up on the shore there. So they said, that's pretty quirky. Let's name our street after that. Dude, can I hit you with something? I think they made an overnight oats for lunch. And it was fucking right in front of our noses the whole time. It's pizza, bro. You take it out of the fridge, eat it right away, or warm it up in the air fryer for 2 minutes. It's good to go. A slice of pizza, 200 to 300 calories, fills up your gut, keeps you going. The overnight oats of lunch might be pizza, man. It might be pizza. You do feel like ass after eating pizza? Yeah, if you eat like 6 slices. I think pizza, listen, it's not good for you, but it gets a bad rap because we've trained ourselves in North America to like eat as much of it as we possibly can. I think if you just said like, hey, I'm having like 2 slices of pizza for lunch, and then you lock that shit away in the fridge, you'd be chilling. And then like don't put like 8 preserved Italian meats on top of it. Put like 1 type of Italian meat on top of it. 1 piece and some fruit. I never thought I'd say this. I think I actually have to fucking curtail my fruit consumption, man. I guess it's a quality problem to have. I think I've been eating like 8 pieces of fruit a day. Yesterday I had 3 nectarines for sure because I ate all the nectarines. And then like a few plums. Definitely had 2 bananas on the bike ride. I don't know if I would count those, but like, been eating a lot of nectarines, man. How were the nectarines? They were fucking amazing, dude. They were incredible. Why would you not count the bananas? It's not complicated necessarily, but you kind of like, when the furnace is on while you're doing cardio, your body routes the calories that you eat from fruit sugar don't go to fat storage the way they normally do. Your body goes like, we're in the fucking shit right now, just toss it in the fire. I don't know the specifics of it, but that's what I've read from cyclists who know what they're talking about. Because the tech for cyclists is basically, they're like, you almost can't consume enough sugar on the bike to cause yourself to have a problem. Serious cyclists are like, you should be eating like 90 grams of sugar per hour on the bike, which is kind of crazy. Me eating pure sugar on the bike? Yo, but that's actually like what people do. They buy like maltodextrin powder and then just mix it with like water. My brother drinks a sugar solution like a hummingbird on the bike. Listen, apparently that's what you're supposed to do. I'm not saying I'm going to do that, but what I am saying is I'm not going to stress out about eating 2 bananas, which is where this conversation started. I would go fruit for fruit with you. Honestly, I would go bench for bench with the motherfucker on Twitter who's telling me my life is heinous because I'm biking too much and not doing compound exercises on my coffee table in the living room, but I digress. Did you see that, librarian? I felt bad, though, because I thought he was taking a shot at me, and then I clicked on his profile, and like all of his tweets were replies to you, and I was like, I should lay off a little bit. I might be this guy's hero. My personal trainer boss eats overnight oats for breakfast, heats up the same pita bread chicken pizza thing every day. I knew it, man! I knew it! We convergent evolution, man. It's pizza. Pizza's the way. That shit was so funny, man. I don't know. I don't even mean to be like rude to the guy, but he was starting to... he was like, you don't need a home gym. You could just start doing tricep dips on your dinner table. And I was like, buddy, this is not fucking old boy, okay? I'm living my life. I'm doing cardio and I'm picking up my kid. That's my muscle workout, okay? You're not going to catch my ass punching the wall and eating gyoza from the same restaurant. Sorry, mandu. It's Korean, not Japanese. But I would rinse you in any athletic competition. Let's see. Let's see everything you've ever written on the internet. 23 messages, not much. You know what? You might. Because, like, all of your comments are from GeoGuessr just typing, this is North New Jersey, 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 this is North New Jersey. I resign. Trivia, I think I got you, but a physical competition, I don't know. You might be Cousin Angelo, although they live in Boca Raton. I gotta hydrate here real quick. Good Peloton ride, good, because you asked. Because you asked. 120 minutes. Probably like 175 watt average. Just a nice one to make it to Friday. How was the new Scenic? Like most Scenics, I got to the end of 90 minutes and could not tell you a single data point from the 90 minutes that I watched. It literally does not get into short-term memory. It just fades away. It was in Croatia. My one, not even anecdote, but perhaps insight from the 90-minute ride, a lot of dudes in Croatia be walking around without their shirt on. Now, to be fair, this was like on the shore. It was pretty close to the beach. Like, I feel like I saw 4x per capita more shirtless guys than I see in Vancouver, which is fine. Who cares? But I was just kind of surprised at the level of shirtlessness. I bet you know a lot about shirtless guys. I mean, I am one, like, for part of the day. Peloton ride this morning? You know it, brother. It was a little bit of light work. The knees were creaky. It was like 105 minutes, probably like 160 watt average. But you know we get those hours in. Skinny Pete, thank you for noticing. There's a milestone today. Today I weighed in at 168 pounds. It really pisses you off too, because I'm like, first off, that's like the lightest I've been since probably maybe 2006, 2007. Then you look at like boxers, if they're 5'10", motherfuckers are like 138 pounds or something like that. And they're not only leaner, they're more muscular. Like, how does that make sense, man? Don't you have to pick a lane? I guess they are dehydrating themselves on weigh-in, which is probably like, the jury's out, but maybe like giga bad for you. Most scientists and nutritionists seem to agree that water is good for you. Not as bad as showering 2 times a day. True. They are stink maxing, maybe. I don't know. On the bike, straight cycling it, and by it I mean my zone too. How was the Peloton today? You even gotta ask, man. 170 something watt average. 90 cadence, maybe like 88 cadence average. 110 minutes. And what's even more impressive is like, that's huge. The first 70 minutes of the 90-minute ride, I had Dan's stream open, which was like 40 minutes of the overlay, like his montage to start the stream, and then 30 minutes of opening dang packs, and then 30 minutes of Notepad++, entering the people who promised that they would gift subscriptions if he won, and then making it go on like a chyron on the screen and scroll across.
Chat, because this is not the point of it. This is like you're here to watch a game, but this is like the side action. It makes it a little bit more interesting for those that want to get on the side action. All right, tell me, Nate. We'll do quick names. Chat. So here's the thing, man. If we lose, it's double penalty. Blue shirt, and I do like drawing, but I don't. It's gonna take forever. You want your first card to be hand drawn?
So, like, essentially, the first hour and 10 minutes of the ride, I was in a mental prison, and all I was thinking was, "Thank you for the opportunity to strengthen my mental." And they were loving him. I didn't have any audio, but his audience was loving it, man. So it must have been good. But then those mesmer attempts, I was sure that I was here. Oh my God. Stockholm Syndrome on your part? It's not really Stockholm Syndrome. I just, you know, when it's live, the fast forward button doesn't work. And then also, I'm clipped in on the bike. Like I can't, it's like the Olympic track cyclers. Like I can't take my feet out of the pedals without completely stopping and then walking on the fucking ballet shoes over to my computer and then finding somebody else who's like, ah! It doesn't get faster than that, okay? You ever drop your towel and go, fuck? Yep. I know, like, I could have worked on my emphasis there, but you ever drop your towel and go, fuck? I see what you're saying. The way you wrote it without the quotation marks, it kind of sounds like you work at Soapland. Or so I hear. Okay, we had tech for this, but I don't remember what the tech is. Yeah, oh, it happens all the time. You forget something when you get on the bike. That was okay. Like you get on the bike, you pedal for 4 minutes and then realize you didn't bring the 2 bananas that you were supposed to bring. And then you're like, well, am I just gonna starve or am I really gonna go up the stairs with the clip shoes on? And then like, usually you're just like, I'm just gonna send it. What are your thoughts on House of the Dragon? I gotta be honest with you. I have to start watching a TV show because people are starting to think that I'm weird as fuck. Chibli, you ever get this? Like people in retail environments, restaurants, etc. My dentist today, for example, I don't know if you'd call that retail or medical, but she was asking me like, hey, have you been watching anything lately? And I had to like stumble. I was like, maybe I should just make up like I've been watching something. Because if you don't watch something, people think that you're doing it like you're Amish or like a Mennonite or something. So I got like, if you say, actually, I'm not watching anything right now, I kind of get the idea, or I get the vibe that they think you're like anti-TV. I'm not like anti-TV. I just haven't really been watching anything. I just like, I don't know. I've been playing Slay the Spire on my phone instead, I guess. I watch 120 minutes of Scenic Rides through mid-tier cities every day. Hey, careful, DL Guiga. They added Chicago the other day. Oops, it's only a 10-minute ride. Sorry, you'll never be on Vancouver's level. We got 20 minutes. Tell Chicago to get some more biking infrastructure, and then maybe Little Bro can hold on to the handlebars for 20 minutes. Fuck you, buddy. And I haven't done it because like a 10-minute ride, what is this, like a ride for ants? That being said, I doubt they even showed the most famous architecture in Chicago history, the corncob parking garages. Do the 10-minute as a warm-up in a stack? No, I'm not gonna do that. That's ride stuffing. We don't respect that. So you come across some motherfucker that's like, hey, hey, congratulations, Pello for wine. It's your 8,000th ride. Yeah, 8,000 fucking 5-minute ride. Fuck you. You don't get a free t-shirt. Nobody does anymore. Profit margins got too low. Company almost went out of business. Should just be happy that the thing still works right now. I think Squeaks just went fast. That would be a first. No disrespect. How was the Peloton today? It was good. Thank you for asking. Actually, like, I had a really bad sleep last night. I didn't think that I would get on the bike, but lo and behold, when you get up at 5:45, you have a bad sleep. Guess what time you wake up at? 5:45. So I said, fine, I'll do it, but I'm gonna go easy. Then a minute into my easy ride, a chatter from the Peloton subgroup joined, and I said, fuck that shit, we grinding. So it was 90 minutes in fucking the Amalfi Coast. I see you, White Lotus, Jennifer Coolidge. I'm gonna say 90 cadence, 201 watt average, maybe 200 watt average. Then 20 minutes in fucking, I couldn't even tell you, Alaska, I think. Around 90 RPM, I'm gonna say like 179 watt average. Something like that. I'm doing my first 90-minute this Saturday. Can everyone just chill? You divorce yourself from the idea of coming in first on the Peloton leaderboards in the Discord. It's just not going to happen as long as like Larissa is here. And even if Larissa takes a day off, which has literally never happened, JB69 is still there. So like, just what I'm saying is the ride is the reward. Okay, I just want to be 10th. Okay, let me give you a little tip. You want to come in 10th with a 90-minute ride? Schedule that shit for a weekday morning. I sign on to the Peloton 6:30 a.m. on a Wednesday. 2 of your friends are riding. I sign on 6:30 on a Saturday. It's like 17 of your friends are riding. How do you know people don't falsify their runs? Because we don't let losers in the Discord? Mostly because we have to resync Twitch right now, so like nobody's allowed to get into the Discord if they're not already in there. Good one. That one's for the Discord mods. You don't have to break all the blocks. You guys would never survive being tortured. Hey, the optimum strat for surviving the fucking Chinese water torture is to just imagine you're taking a really slow shower. You are mentally weak. You would survive? I survive. I'd be confessing to everything for sure. I'd be giving up all my homies. I'd be confessing to shit that I wasn't even like alive for. I'd be like, yeah, that was me. That's me. I'm Max Headroom. You got me. I mean, what's the point? They're probably gonna kill you anyway, right? You might as well just minimize the suffering, I guess. But I'd fucking, like, in my head, I'd be like, I'm doing better than the other guy. No question, man. No question. I'd be like, I'm the best at getting tortured out of, like, the 6 dudes in here. I'd be like, the captors, like, prefer to torture me. Wanted to go for a bike ride today, but unfortunately it's rainy outside. Oh. Oh, but I thought, this is the wrong direction. I thought your precious outdoor bikes were superior to the Peloton. Well, I had quite a nice ride this morning. It's like, I don't know, 53 kilometers or something like that. The weather was fine. It was like a balmy 76 degrees. 2 bottles of water. A little bit of music in the AirPods. Holy. Well, who would have thought? Well, no, maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow weather will be a little bit nicer for you. 76? Yeah, 70, 77 in here right now. Body heat generates like 1 degree on the thermostat, or maybe just the sun. I didn't even know we were going to make that one. That would have been horrendous. You'd really rather use a treadmill than walk outside? I would never walk on the treadmill to begin with. I'm not judging those who do. I'm just saying, like, I'm not buying a treadmill to go for like a leisurely stroll in my house. But here's my experience with outdoor Andes versus treadmill Andes, okay? Now, you can do whatever you want. In 2014, summer of 2014, I did couch to 5K, boom, light work, okay? Followed it up with bridge to 10K. One day I said, fuck the bridge, let's just run 10K. Started running 10K on the treadmill inside of the community center gym near where I lived, okay? Was having a great time. By the way, we got a good prison mic here. This could be A++. Got to the point, I don't know, I was probably running like 50 kilometers a week or something like that. Like 55 10Ks, or maybe like 4 12 and a halves. And that's just like, you know, an hour of running every other day now and then. Sometimes you double up. Then I was at PAX, and one of my friends said, you live in the best city in the world for running. Why would you ever run on a treadmill? I said, you know what? He's right. Went down to Kitts Beach, Jericho Beach, Spanish Banks, went for a run. Stepped on some uneven ground, rolled my knee, tore my meniscus, and could not run for like 6 months. Should have just stayed on the treadmill, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. At least it was, like, we had one where, like, I think it was 2 summers ago, we went away for like a week. And then we got back, I had like a bunch of voicemails from the property manager of our apartment that was like, hey, like, knocked on your door again. Your smoke detector has been like beeping every 30 seconds for 4 days. And like, your neighbors are starting to complain. If you could get back to me at your earliest opportunity, that would be nice. So, okay, sorry. I didn't know, man. I didn't know. Hey, now, watching old VODs where you hit 100 Peloton rides. You enjoying the Elden Ring playthrough? How many are you at now? I'm at about 1,300. I don't mean to be defensive about it, but like, it also went from 120 to 30-minute rides. And now, I mean, not all of the 1,300s are 90-minute rides, but like a lot of them are 45, 60, or 90. So I think you almost got to look more at like total ride time as a reasonable metric, because there's people on Peloton that have like 10,000 rides. And you're like, how did you get 10,000 rides? 5-minute warm-up, 5-minute warm-up, 10-minute warm-up, 15-minute pop ride, 10-minute climb, 10-minute cool down, 5-minute cool down. And you're like, okay, well, if you do like 9 rides a day for a half hour, like you're getting the milestones really quick, but at what cost, man? At what cost? What's your ride time? I don't know. I was slacking a little bit at the start of the year, but I picked it up. I think I'm at like, this year I'm at like 13,000 minutes, which is like 200 and something hours, 216 hours. But we'll be hitting that 20K for sure. Maybe like 21, 22K. Hey, NL, you said you used to run 5, 10Ks a week, and that stuck with me ever since. I run about 3 kilometers a day. Any tips to improve? You know, they always say, I think it's true on the bike as well, just slow down. Sometimes people are like, how can you go for 90 minutes on the bike? Like, I can barely do 30. If you can do 30 every day, you can do 90 one day. You just gotta like pace yourself. When I was running, I was getting to the point where like, I mean, I don't even know how to express it, but like it was barely exerting myself for like the first 20, 30 minutes of the run. And then they say, like, if you want to run faster, you slow down and run longer. I think it's the same thing on the bike as well. Just do zone 2. Zone 2 is kind of goated. Zone 2 when zone 3 walks in, though. Zone 2 when zone 4 walks in for 20% of your rides. They should fucking abolish zone 1, though. I don't even know what zone 1 is doing there. Zone 3 be like 180 to 200 watts. Zone 1 be like fucking 0 to 140. Like, just figure it out. It's bullshit, man. The cardio streamer. View count dipping precipitously. Like the stock market on Monday, but not the stock market on Tuesday when it rose precipitously. But nobody talks about that, man. Nobody talks about that. Okay. The dulls.
What is this sorcery?
I'm a warrior, not a seer.
Frozen as it falls.
As if time had stopped.
Uh-oh. That, to me, that sounds like there's going to be puzzles. That's not my area of expertise. Now, you just saw me losing combat to the first boss. Combat, not necessarily my area of expertise either. What is my area of expertise? Talking sometimes, if I'm allowed to choose what we're talking about. Banter, yeah. Movie trivia, knowing a little bit about the cast of movies I may or may not have seen. Sure, no doubt about that. That's so makeable. Overnight oats, I mean, that's a given. You already know I'm obsessed with it. Taking echo form, sure, if you're offering. Okay, we can't make that jump. We need an air dash. We need an air dash. Hello, Simvicta, hello. Riding a bike, true, as long as I don't have to steer.
Stay sharp.
What's your overnight oats ratio look like, King? I don't want to get into it. But I will say, yesterday for the overnight oats, I used agave syrup instead of maple syrup, and I think I used too much. Because I felt like I was having like a blood sugar crash the first 30 minutes on the bike. I was like, you'd think that much sugar would give you like rocket fuel, but I think instead my body was like, it's like you just ate like a whole chocolate cake. It didn't know what to do with all the sugar. I got to use like 30% less agave syrup. Sorry, I'm just letting the heart rate come down. I'm fucking tired, dude. I mean, like the results weren't great, but it was a hard Peloton ride yesterday. Last night, we built 2 enormous shelves in our garage. I had blood drawn. Say your resting heart rate yesterday. I don't want to, because I don't want to make people feel bad. I don't want to give people like resting heart rate jealousy. Okay, fine. I had my blood pressure taken, blood drawn yesterday, piss siphoned out of my body, etc., etc. Resting heart rate when they took my blood pressure, 44. It's normally in the low 50s. So like I was in a fucking zen state during the blood pressure take. That being said, I'm starting to think that my man's instruments are miscalibrated because I weigh myself every day and I'm always like 76 to 78 kilos. He was like, we need to weigh you on this scale. I stepped on the scale and he was like 88 kilos. And I was just like, all right. Like you're the nurse. I'm going to trust you on that one. But I feel like you might need to get a new scale. Yeah, I was wearing shoes. Well, no, I was wearing clothes, but I took my phone out of my pocket. It was an analog scale, but it wasn't one of the good ones. You know, it was one of like the dollar store scales. It wasn't like one of the ones that has like a counterbalancer and then like a fine adjustment knob and a coarse adjustment knob. And I know this sounds like cope, but I actually weigh myself like all the time. When we go to the aquarium, they have like a scale that you can get on that is like, see what animal you weigh as much as. And every time I'm at the aquarium, I weigh myself on that and it comes to what I expect it to be. And then at Science World, there's a scale that is exactly the same. That's like, see how much you weigh compared to animals. And I'm always in like the right zone on that as well. So I think he's got to go to London Drugs and get a new scale, man. What are you? I think I'm like wild boar or something like that. How much does wild boar weigh? 75 to 100 kilograms. There you go. What was the diagnosis? I gotta wait, but I swear to God, if they try to like neg me If they're like, oh, your triglycerides are a little high, I'm going full ghost mode. I'm holding my frame on that. I'm not going to let Sun Life dick me around like that. I know what I got. I'm not giving it up for free. I do feel like the first 2 days of streaming this week was basically like me coming off of injured reserve. Today, I did a 90-minute Peloton ride, and I feel like I was reborn. I was singing along to Alanis Morissette songs. I did have to get off the bike at 82 minutes because I had a gastrointestinal emergency, which it makes sense because I have like still the virus is circulating through my body. But we did 82 minutes at pretty good wattage. Man, he feels like a woman. So close. That's Shania Twain, another Canadian musical princess, placed on the LTIR for cap circumcision. Sad story. Happens to the best of us. I tried a stationary bike, but anything over 40 minutes is boring. Well, the thing is, though, that's when your spirit is reborn. So I know how this sounds. Like, it sounds like a caricature of myself, and maybe it is. But, like, the first 30, 40 minutes of every Peloton ride is my brain and body going, like, you should just get off the bike. 20 minutes is good enough. 30 minutes is good enough. You could just get off the bike. Sometime between 40 and 50 minutes, I think your body, your mind, and your spirit align and then just go, let's do this. You could stay on it for like the rest of the day if you wanted to. And that's where you start going like, swallow it down. What a jagged little pill. It feels so good swimming in your stomach. When my pops did Ironman, he always said the 8-hour bike ride was the worst part. Okay, that's fucking crazy. That's nutty. Your dad's built different. Old people love endurance exercise, though, myself included. I'm not at that level yet. Like, that's a little crazy, but I'm not joking. I feel reborn after finally being able physically to get back on the Peloton, man. It's the commentary was not hitting the way. Listen, we were probably batting like 260, but that's a little low for a gangster like me. To spend 82 minutes in the pain cave just thinking to myself, I think it got the muscles warmed up. Any songs from Brad on the Peloton playlist? Not yet. There's no room right now. There's too much Alanis right now. I hear what you're saying, NL. You can't have too many female artists on the playlist. That's not what I said. Oh, what percentage of artists on the Peloton playlist are female? Probably like 1 in 12. 1 in 12, I would say. But there's some of the best 8% on the list, man, for sure. Wait, seriously? I don't know. There's some Cranberries on there. There's a lot of Alanis. There's some Sophie B. Hawkins. There's NMIX, and that band is like 6 ladies, right? So that really starts to balances the numbers a little bit. No Chapel Row on? No, doesn't she like oppose low-income housing in Ohio or whatever? What are you talking about? You guys can't make the leap on that one. I got her confused with Dave Chappelle. No Bikini Kill. Now that could make it on the playlist. Because that girl do think she's the queen of the neighborhood and she got the hottest bike in town, I think. No Milkshake. I like to put like good songs on my Peloton playlist. So there's like a distinct lack of like Chingy. No Sleater Kinney. Now you're talking. We could get some Roller Coaster on there or something. I really only add it though if it's an anointed song. Okay, it has to be unskippable because I don't allow myself the luxury of skipping during the ride because I think it's bad for your mental. Got to be at least a couple songs off Tapestry. I don't know what that is. Let me guess. It's the best album of all time. It came out 8 months ago. I'd say Tapestry is probably like number 1 in my albums of all time list. Number 2, I'd have to say probably like Another Green World by Brian Eno. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, probably number 3. Sorry, I'm just being a dickhead. Whoa! And it worked.
and it worked. It doesn't get any better than that for me personally. It doesn't get any better than that for me as an individual. Could you run a 60-meter dash without getting hurt? Yeah. Yeah, safe bet. Isn't that like 40 meters shorter than the shortest dash? Fuck that, dude. What would your time be? I don't know. I'm going to say a 60-meter dash. I'm going to say I put down a 9-second time. It's slow as fuck. I'm not a sprinter. I'm just the guy. I'm just trying not to get injured. You could probably do 7 seconds. I don't know. As an adult, you don't get that many opportunities to sprint anymore. It's really only like emergency situations. So I have no idea what my benchmark time for sprinting 60 meters would be. Become a cardio guy, do track instead of tennis. I am a cardio guy, motherfucker. You may become a cardio guy. Track is like less cardio, man. 100-meter dash. I did a simulated like 40-kilometer bike ride or something this morning. That's like 4,000 times further. You spent $4,000 to become a cardio boy? Listen, broke boy, Nordic track is that way, okay? Didn't you see? The Peloton crew is staying winning. Mango just won a major and credited the Peloton with helping his physical and mental become aligned in such a way that he can defeat Hungry Box even after a 6-month melee cleanse. People are finally starting to wake up and realize, man. I was riding the stationary bike, and you are right. Once I got to 30 minutes, I hit the Zen state. That's true, but there is a caveat, okay? Because for the second day in a row, I got 80 minutes into the ride, and then my body was like, you are going to poop your pants if you don't get off the bike right now. So then I got off the bike so I didn't poop my pants. I pooped in the toilet instead, and then I got on the bike for another 30 minutes, and my body was like, you should not be doing this. You just dumped like 2 pints of water into the toilet. And I was like, fuck you, bitch, we're riding. But the wattage took a serious hit. You good, brother? I'm still getting over the illness. It just, it went from here to it's down there now. But like, there's nowhere else to go. It's not like I'm going to get, foot sniffles. Like, it's almost done. No water during the ride? No, like 2 liters of water during the ride. Just turns out like when you have diarrhea, you fucking, you lose a lot of water and your body is like, please stop exercising. I need that water that we just got rid of. And I'm like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Immune system's cooked. I'm fucking chilling, bro. I had a 90-minute diarrhea-less Peloton ride this morning. The Peloton sub-community can attest that to celebrate, I screen capped the Hulk Hogan tweet that said, poop in my gym, brother. And then I crossed out the part that said poop. So it just says, in my gym, brother. Pretty good wattage, too. Maybe like 197 watt average. I'm going to say 88 cadence. It's not 92, but it's still, we were working the respiratory system. Don't get me wrong. All right, we're so back. How was the Peloton? It was great. It was an elite ride today. 5 Egg Carton members. I didn't forget about you, T Deviants. 4 that joined at 6:40 and 1 that joined at like 7:45 or something like that. The 4 original Andrews, myself included, all averaged over 200 watts. That's an elite ride. I was talking about it in the Peloton Discord as well. I don't care if this is what's really happening, but it's something I see a lot on these 90-minute rides. The Egg Carton is zooming, okay? 180, 190, 200, 210 watt averages. Normies join the ride, and they ride for like 15 minutes at 100 watts. Nothing, disrespectable about it. But then I think they start the ego ride, and they go, look at these motherfuckers that are going like 200 watts. I can keep up with them. Exercise isn't really about consistency and, area under the curve and stuff like that. It's just about being built different. It's just about having a good attitude. It's just about turning it on when like the moment strikes. So then for like 10 minutes, they ride at 230 watts. And then for the rest of the ride, 0 watts. The whole ride, they just blow themselves up. and leave. I don't know why. They just like you could have just hung in for 90 minutes at whatever pace you were comfortable with, had a good cardiovascular experience. But instead they're like, I'm not going to let these guys get out in front of me. And then they blow themselves out, man. Or maybe like, they got diarrhea or something. It's happened to me too. Maybe they're doing interval training. Yeah, maybe they popped into the 90-minute Scenic Tuscany ride and said, you know what my plan is today? 10 minutes at no level of effort, 15 minutes at a suicidal level of effort, and then just let the screen play for the next 55 minutes. You don't know their journey, man. You don't know their journey.
I'm straight hiding, bro.
The head of my penis after 45 minutes on the Peloton.
45 minutes, like 15 minutes anymore, bro.
Dude, I don't know what happened. I think it actually might be like a bad sign, but I don't get turtled anymore.
You're so lucky.
You have a callus now.
I think it might something to do with
You got a
that.
callus on that thing.
I think you actually just probably lost enough weight.
Oh, there's less like force being applied in the yeah. Because
For me,
for anybody who doesn't know, depending on the kinematics of it, like when you ride in a seated position on the bike for too long, if you're circumcised, your phantom foreskin will reclaim the head.
That's true. Yeah, that's
it does not feel good. And then,
Phantom foreskin.
like it feels
inside,
bad.
bro.
Yeah, it feels bad, and then it gets like very, very uncomfortable, and then it goes completely numb, and you gotta kind of strangle the shit out of it to get your property back.
I'm always reaching in my shorts and pulling on it.
It's like if you get to it fast enough, like it just pops right out. It's like I needed the oxygen, but if you wait too long, then it's like it's Baywatch, man. You gotta do like CPR on it. Like it doesn't want to pop out anymore.
Now,
it's
Ryan,
so annoying.
Like you ride for longer than me, so I'm hoping you've had the same experience, because otherwise maybe I should go to the doctor. But afterwards, have you ever like gazed upon your member and noticed that it's like it's like shriveled?
Oh yeah.
It's like it hasn't had blood flow in like an hour.
Yeah, it's not doing
it's looking real sad.
It's not
gazing upon their member.
It's like when you look at your plants after you come back from vacation. Like it's like you're like they're still doing like photosynthesis, like the mitochondria are still popping in there, but like it's not at its peak like condition for sure.
Dude, it's fucked up. Like I've said before that like you'll have like good dick days and bad, like big dick days and small dick days.
Yeah, that's damn true.
Like you'll like. I know for sure because I have a mirror right over my toilet. So
over your toilet?
Over the toilet. So you know when you're having a good
Oh,
dick.
so you look at your dick while you piss.
I'm always looking at my dick when
from
I
the
piss.
third person perspective.
Yeah, like,
always looking at his dick. When
he's got third person dick perspective while pissing.
Yeah,
that's crazy, dude.
But dude, it looks particularly sad after a long ride.
Yeah.
I took apart a disco ball and then I glued all the mirrors inside the toilet bowl.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
That's second person.
Is there RGB in there?
Yeah, my gamer toilet.
A little RGB.
There's a little window in the side of the toilet so you can see the poop in it.
Dude, just a DX Racer toilet that just looks like a toilet, but it has like the racing back on it would be sick.
Who's my little gamer toilet?
Me.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, I hate that.
How's your Peloton ride today? Thank you for asking. We've been crushing it this week. Monday, elite ride. Tuesday, I would say elite ride. Today, elite ride. Wattage was slightly lower, 192 watts. Librarian, can I get an audit on this? But the real eliteness of the ride, 93 average cadence for 90 minutes. Pretty fast. Pretty fast. The legs were moving pretty good today. Probably tomorrow the legs are going to be dead, but today they were still moving. Also, the Peloton playlist, it's crazy that it's not AI driven, because it gave me exactly what I needed today.
It gave me 2 Jeff Buckley songs back to back. Oh, you love Hallelujah and Last Goodbye? Listen, I'm not shit talking him, but it gave me Grace and Mojo Pin, okay? I'm not fucking with Lilac Wine on the Peloton ride, okay? I'm fucking with that. Those are bangers. They might be the top 1 and top 2 banger on the album. My ex-girlfriend just got featured in a blind date TikTok video. Is it over for me? I don't know if it's over. Why can't I move the shit, man? I don't know if it's over for you, but I feel blessed to be of an older generation where, like, if someone broke up with me, I would never see them on TikTok answering like a man on the street interview that's like, what's your pet peeve in a guy? And then she just like describes you in excruciating detail. So I guess I'm saying I feel for you. Thanks, bro. Drinking heavy tonight. Get it twisted. You should impulse buy a Peloton. Sorry, I've become a bit of a hydroid myself. We had another elite Peloton ride thanks to Peloton user Oven Heat. I really thought that I was going to get on today and do like a all zone 2 ride. Then the legs felt pretty good, so I pushed it a little bit. And then it was like, we had a few egg carton riders. And I was like, I think maybe I could take first today. And then I pushed it to, 200 watts. Oven Heat pushed it to 200 watts. I pushed it to 220. He pushed it to 220. I pushed it to 240. He pushed it to 240. Now he got on the ride like 2 minutes before me. He finished the ride 1,136 kilojoules. I got to 1,136 kilojoules. There were like 6 seconds left in the ride. I hit the brake. I went, psst, out of respect. But it was a Hunger Games 1 type situation. We crossed the finish line together, 11:36, 11:36. The alternative was I would have won by 1, but that's fucking disrespectful in and of itself, man. To be like, gotcha by 0.1%. Why don't you try harder next time? Instead, I said, game recognizes game. 11:36 hand in hand. But it took some of the brain glycogen. It took some of the glycogen I normally use to talk. Wattage. Librarian, can I get a check? I'm going to say I think it was 210 or 211. It's pretty good though. Does every Peloton rider have these weird ethics? No, like 99% of riders that even hop on to 90-minute rides just ride for like 17 minutes and then zero out for the rest of the ride for whatever reason. Doesn't really make sense to me, but it's their time. No, dude, I did 90 minutes on the Peloton today. 30 minutes at 120 watts and 60 minutes at 0 watts. That still counts. I was being mindful. I did 400 minutes, try harder. Okay, Larissa, I see you. No, Eric, we're going to do another take. This time you say boom or doom. Climb rides versus high-intensity interval training. Hey, welcome back to Boom or Doom. Hidden Hills versus high-intensity interval training. God. I feel like Jen is just doing a lot of damage for me, which I appreciate. But I got to figure out, what I'm doing with her. Now Skull doing +1 damage actually makes, Skull worthwhile, I think. That's your wife's head, Kimosabi. If they remade The Matrix with Seth Rogen, James Franco, and Danny McBride, let me think about that. So I'm thinking you definitely have Aubrey Plaza or something as Trinity. And then Neo. I gotta feel like Neo's gotta be Seth Rogen. And then Morpheus has got to be like Danny McBride, and then James Franco has to be Agent Smith. The Matrix has poisoned my mind so much that anytime I see somebody on the Peloton Scenic Rides that's on a recumbent bicycle, I'm like, man, they really think they're Tank from the Nebuchadnezzar. They look like they're flying a fucking ship through the sewers of Zion right now.
So they're always on the bike, like sitting down, reclined, and then they got like the two big handles they're cranking, and then they got the helmet on with like 17 mirrors that are coming down like this, and all the flags and stuff. I always think like, damn, this dude's like, he really thinks he's in charge of the Nebuchadnezzar. Is it just me or what? Jonah Hill is Cypher. I could see it. Actually, Michael Cera would be a great Cypher too. I could see him eating the steak. Martin Lawrence as the Oracle. In or out of the Big Mama's House makeups? Oh, Michael Cera as Mouse is so much better. Yes, man. Who would be the Swedish twins? That's got to be Will Ferrell. I get that he's aged out of the role, but I think Will Ferrell would crush it as those Swedish twins. And of course, Werner Herzog as the Merovingian. I'm just stretching. It was, well, we're just killing time. It was an elite Peloton ride yet again. I PB'd on cadence, not on wattage, but on cadence. 90-minute ride, 94 average cadence. That was fucking... The leg, it was getting quite sweaty on the bike. We were zooming a little. And 5 days of 90-minute rides that all broke 1,000 kilojoules. Pretty good. Pretty good. Favorite power zone? I'll tell you, it sounds crazy. I don't know if I could answer favorite power zone. I also don't know if anybody cares. 2, 3, and 4 are all really close. 2, you can stay in for life. 3, if you stay in it for life, that's a really good ride. 4, it feels good to add like, 10, 20% to your wattage and hold it for a little bit. 1 is useless. So they should call that zone none. Because if you're deliberately spending time in zone 1 for anything but recovery, you're not going to make it. Let me just put it that way. 5 and 6 are both miserable to be in. So, like, it's a 2, 3, 4 for sure. Thank you for your Peloton-related question. Is this maybe a silence, dude? Maybe that doesn't really make sense. But let's play it. This is like this looks too widescreen to be vertical limit, and also, yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be in there. Isn't there a movie called Everest? Maybe they were climbing. Yeah, they were climbing Mount Everest. Look at that. I mean, if you didn't get it on like one of the, it looks like he's touching the tip of a dude's erection. That's so funny. When are you climbing Mount Everest? Like never, because like 15% of people who attempt it die on the mountain or something like that in like a horrific way. And also, I just don't have any interest in it, I guess. What if there was a bike route? Maybe. It looks a little bit uphill, but you're buying the Intel dip? You guys got me all... I don't know. When did every 22-year-old on the internet become an options trader? People are really, like, asking me questions about the Peloton Corporation. They're like, you think... I'm sorry, Funky Kong, but you didn't post an image of Funky Kong. You asked me a stock question, so I gotta ask, okay? I gotta put you on blast a little bit. My TikTok editor said, I yearn for the Peloton. I replied with Jake S. Funky Kong Jorts replied, give it to me straight, Doc. Do you think they're going to be around in 5 years? I don't fucking know, dude. I'm not in the books. I'm not their chief fucking finance officer, okay? What's the worst case scenario? They don't exist in 5 years? Your ass got healthy for no reason. Oh, no. It's because I want to buy one, but I don't want it to go offline in 4 years? There's other ways to exercise if you're always looking for excuses, man. Like, you could just go outside for a run. You don't need a Peloton. It's not the Peloton. It just gives your legs something to do. Now, I gotta, like, I never even recommended the Peloton to anybody. I'm just a living example of, like, how it can be a tool in your toolbox. And people are like, oh, how do you feel about the CFO's decision to fucking raise the price of used bikes? I feel fucking zilch about it. It's not, I don't work for Peloton, man. Like, take it up with Librarian. Librarian made the Peloton Supercut, okay? I'm just merely existing. NL would be sick if he knew he inspired me to get an exercise bike, but I chose a competitor's
product? What are you talking about, man? I'm excited as long as it's not Zwift. We hate the Zwifters, but apart from that, it's pretty chill. I'm a tech manager at Zwift. Fuck you. What did I do? I was just making a joke. Go back to forcing people to input their weight when they get on the bike so that they can't cheese themselves on the Grand Girona or whatever the fuck you're doing on it. It's all fucking wheels and iPads, man. They will not divide us, okay? You did the division? I did not, man. I did not. I'm just sick of people being like, I don't want to buy a Peloton because in 2029 the company might not exist. Okay, buy a fucking Schwinn, man. Buy a Nordic Track. It's none of my business. Have you considered a real bike? Have you considered watching dash cam videos on YouTube and thinking about what would happen to my family if I passed away because somebody in a white Tesla Model X opened their Falcon door into me while I was riding in the bike lane? Peloton bros are the worst? What are you even talking about, man? I'm saying live and let live. Your sedentary ass is like, I would never buy a Peloton. Nobody cares, dude. Nobody cares. You do you. Lift some weights and then get back to me? Brother, you're so far out of the meta. That's lifting weights is a 2019 meta, okay? Now we're cardio maxing. We're zone 2 Andes. Weightlifting Andes when it's time to play a sport with friends. Just said he will not divide us, okay? I just said he will not divide us. That being said, you ever see Physical 100 when they got the really strong guys? And then, like, they have to do cardio, and they're like, sorry, this isn't my strong suit. And they're, like, out of breath doing the cardio. And then they get drafted for the teams because there's, like, strength competitions. And then you're like, oh, well, they got the strongest motherfucker, and this event is, like, lift a bunch of shit. They're going to kill it. And then the motherfuckers aren't even that strong? Like, what happened, man? You're supposed to be your thing. You're like 5'7", 280 pounds, 9% body fat in the gym 3 hours a day. And the person that's like 100 pounds lighter than you is lifting the same number of sandbags. I'm getting lit up in Discord because someone posted the clip. It's not your fault, okay? It's just you have to understand that if you're a Peloton Andrew, you do get asked about the corporation a lot. People legit ask me with like fresh-faced and rosy cheeks. They're like, should I buy Peloton stock? No, bro. You should buy like VTI. This is not financial advice. All of the finance shows that I listen to the podcast of, the first 5 minutes of the show, here's what to do. The 6th minute of the show, this is intended for educational, or this is intended for entertainment purposes only and should not be misconstrued as financial advice. Why don't you 90s Max get a stationary bike without an iPad on it? Honestly, my mental's like pretty good. Like I'm watching movies without looking at my phone, but it's not that good. Like if you were training for a triathlon indoors in like the 1980s, your mental's built different for sure. What up, gangsters? It's a new era. Excuse me, maybe it's a new era. My daughter has started morning school. School obviously starts before 9 because I live in North America, not Europe. As a result, my daughter is out of the house before 9 o'clock, which might mean that I don't want to say consistently yet because this is day 2 of kindergarten, right? So this is like, it's just perspective. This is theory crafting. No plan survives contact with the enemy, but perhaps some days I might be able to be live not only before 9:20, but before 9 even. But we'll see. We'll see. I assume no Peloton today. You would have made an ass of you and me, to be honest. I set my alarm for 5:15 instead of 5:45. On the bike by 6. 90 minutes in Madrid, Spain today. Now the legs were a little asleep for the first 87 minutes of the ride, but we made it work. We made it work. 5:15's crazy. Ain't nothing but a peanut, honestly. Sleep well? Yeah, I mean, I was asleep by like, I don't know. In bed at 10, awake at 5:15. That's 7 hours and 15 minutes of relatively high quality sleep, man. Dad life, it happens. That's the thing is like people, younger people in particular that aren't waking up early, because a lot of them do. You know, if you want to stock the shelves at the Old Navy or like unload the truck at the Save On Foods, you got to be at work at like 3:45 a.m. or something like that. It doesn't make sense to me, because if you're an early morning grocery store worker and you're stocking the shelves early in the morning, how come when my ass comes to the grocery store at 10:45, I gotta pile up my cart around 17 employees because they're still stocking the shelves, man? It was one of the reasons I stopped going to Whole Foods, is I couldn't get the food anymore because every single aisle had like 3 people stocking the shelves. I thought they were supposed to be stocking the shelves before the sun came up. That way I could shop unfettered. We're busy with other stuff too. Yeah, well, I don't see that. So as a result, it doesn't exist to me. I don't see that. So as a result, it doesn't exist to me. 30-minute ride in a few minutes. Which instructor is goated? Everybody likes different instructors, okay? Me personally, I'm a Sam Yo, Emma Lovewell, Dennis Morton, Hannah Frankson sort of guy. That's like the holy quadrumvirate. Ben Aldis. Most effective riders leave the center of weight over the middle of the pedals. I know what you're talking about. Cody, I like Cody for sure. I've been doing scenics for like a year at this point, but Wilper's on the power zones. Worst instructor, I would never insult Christine by naming her. That would be rude. I would never do that. What about Robin? She's not my favorite either, but that's okay. That's okay. Jen, I don't know. I kind of like Jen just because, like, I don't think she cares. She'll, like, start a ride and be like, we've been getting lots of emails from people who tell me to stop saying the F word. Meanwhile, like, you mind your own fucking business. So it's 60 cadence, 60 resistance. I'm not a Dennis Menace, okay? I'm in the egg carton. What music you been listening to lately? Let me see. Last song on the Peloton playlist this morning is not I Am Placing Blocks and shit. Well, okay, this is like pandering. The last song that was on the ride was Someone Great by LCD Sound System. That would explain the 90-minute 206 watts. Like that was, and we were going straight up like derp, 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 derp. Let's see what would have been next if it was a 95-minute ride. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Styrofoam boots, It's All Nice on Ice All Right by Modest Mouse. I'm sorry, like, I'm swagged up. I'm swagged up. After that, would have been Express Yourself by NWA. Boyfriend by Best Coast. Party Hard by Andrew WK. All right. Well, that one, maybe that's a little nostalgia on that one. AT Aliens by Outkast. It would have been a nice 15-minute cooldown, man. It would have been a nice 15-minute cooldown for sure. Best Coast, who is he? Dude, I listen to good music. If you like indie sleaze. I lived through indie sleaze, and I lived indie sleaze. And people now that are my age are trying to tell you that indie sleaze is a co-opt aesthetic, and that's not what it's like in 2007 and 2008. Nah, that's what it was like. People were drinking like $16 beers. Not a $16 beer. That's one beer in 2024. They were drinking 16 beers that cost $1 and then getting like sweaty as fuck while the Rapture played. It was like that, man. It was all threadless graphic t-shirts and clean-shaven 19-year-olds drinking like way more than was responsible, throwing up like off in the bushes and then coming back to the front of the stage. It's disgusting. There were positives and negatives, let's put it that way. How was the Peloton today? Pretty good, pretty good. 90 minutes, 206 watt average. About an 1125 kilojoule output. Legs were a little sore, took a while to get going, but otherwise felt pretty good. Knees weren't too decrowed from tennis. It was nice. 226, no, 206. One day the 220s will come back, but wrong, actually. It's not autumn. I wish it was autumn, but it's not autumn yet. It begins, I mean, officially it's like the 21st, I think. But I think functionally, this upcoming weekend is the last weekend of summer. It was 12 degrees Celsius this morning. I mean, admittedly, that was at like fucking 5:06 a.m. or something like that, but we're getting into autumnal temperatures. But this weekend, the weekend that just passed, was like was like 28 or something like that. So I can't say that it's autumn yet, but it is getting dark early. This is like, I don't know. People are going to disagree with this. I'm not saying it's good, but like I'm more motivated to exercise in the morning when it's dark outside. So I kind of think that the late sunrise is a exercise buff, because when I'm riding the stationary bike and I can see that it's light outside, I think it's like a subconscious message to my brain that's like, you could be outside having fun right now. But when it's dark when I'm on the bike, I'm like, it's dark. What the fuck else are you going to do? You could take a real bike outside. So true. That's where the cars are. How is it? Again, I guess the answer is that there's like, more than one person in chat. The chat is like simultaneously, the consensus at least is cars are too scary to even drive in and they shouldn't exist. But also, fuck you for riding a stationary bike. Doesn't make any sense to me. So look, King Sully's on my side. It must be nice. It must be nice to have Sullivan on your side. No bike paths in Canada? Yeah, we got bike paths, but like the cars like also just drive on them. I mean, this is like +2 farming, but like the same sentiment I think about like every day. It's the number one thing that makes me misanthropic outside is being at a red light and looking around me and realizing that like 30% of drivers can't look at the traffic light for 10 seconds. They have to look at their phone as soon as they stop. That shit is extremely disheartening. How'd Peloton go today? Best ride in 2 weeks, which is, I mean, you can auto me, librarian, but we were at like 210 watts. It's got to be like 1130 plus kilojoules or something like that. I was at like 207 watts when the last song came on. And I'm not going to lie to you, I was doing some Kylo Ren shit. It was Sugar We're Going Down by Fall Out Boy. And I was like slapping myself on the leg and stuff, trying to like get the, to squeeze an extra 3 watts out in the last like 3.5 minutes is kind of crazy. I don't know how you do it. I can't with cardio. My brain is cooked. It's just practice, honestly. I mean, I've been riding for like 3 years or something like that now. Like the 90 minutes ain't nothing but a peanut. I'm a 90-minute no song skipper, and I'm talking. There's 9-10 minute songs on the Peloton playlist, man. I don't know, I'm 73 minutes into the ride and Marquee Moon comes on. You can catch me. Any Billy Strings on the playlist? Is that a jam band? I really only fuck with like Rebubula. And maybe a little bit of, who's the guy? Wait, I'm going to come up with his name. Tweaker by the Speaker, what's his name? I'm not going to come up with his name. Keller Williams? Mozart? He's in there sometimes. When are you going to do a Subway-style Jared collab with Peloton? Hopefully I'll never do a Subway-style Jared collab with anybody. Hopefully never. You could have found another data point or something. Nick Merckx in Warzone. Can I say, by the way, here's how much I disrespect Subway. Got some ice cream on, I think it was on Monday. Couldn't find a place to street park for the ice cream parlor. Went to the Subway. Shit said customer parking only. I said, fuck you. Parked my car, walked across the street, got some ice cream, ate it in the ice cream parlor with my daughter, walked back, got in my car, drove away. I don't respect your business anymore. You want to charge me 18 bucks for a sandwich? Slide her outside. They feel like they're drowning. Victimless crime because nobody goes to Subway anyway? That's true. Corey lives pretty far away from me. If you're an international chain and you have customer parking only, you should redact it. That's what if it was a small business, I'd be like, I'm not taking up fucking a parking spot at Gloria's Nails. Like, she's a small business. She's the backbone of the community. Subway? You don't fucking own the earth. Hey, NL, most Subways are owned by independent franchisees that only have like 7 or 8 Subway locations to their name. Fuck you. $18 sandwich ass. Before you even put on double meat? You see Ludwig got a Peloton? Let's go. We're so back. Gamers are becoming fit again, people. Not that Ludwig wasn't fit to begin with, but we're doing it. We're becoming double, triple threats, man. I saw the video of H-Box in the hotel gym at like 1 a.m. in jeans and a long sleeve shirt doing bicep curls. The era of the jacked gamer is upon us. I just hope they let me along for the ride, honestly. Ludwig also bought an air fryer. He wishes he was me so bad. It's kind of sad. I should probably stop talking about it. Don't want to make him uncomfortable. So that's why he's balding. Origin, stop picking a fight with Ludwig. Also, he always like pulls his hair back. I don't think he's balding, man. I mean, he's balding in the sense that like we're all gonna die someday. But like I wouldn't say, especially for like, what is he's like 20, 29 or something like that? For a 29-year-old, he's like, the hairline looks good as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I'm not the expert, but hang on, I gotta drink. The shakes keep getting better, although I have to say my wife rejected the shake today. She doesn't like the shake with the protein powder. She said, why did you put the protein powder in the shake you gave to me? I said, without the protein powder, it's like a 71-calorie breakfast. She said, I don't really care about that. I said, you know what? Fair play, but you know what? More shake for me. Frozen fruit, ice, and a little almond milk is not... It's not... After 1,114 kilojoule bike ride, I need a little bit more than that. But, you know, she wasn't living that lifestyle in the morning, so she's got different priorities. What, the tuna?
You're a little old on that one, I feel like.
Dude, you know what song was pumping me up on the bike this morning?
What has to do with tuna?
It does nothing to do with tuna at all.
Oh, then I don't know.
I'm going to call it a top 50 exercise or at least cardio motivation song. It starts like this. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
And then it goes like, it's been such a long time.
Oh, that's
your favorite song ever? Your favorite song
It is
ever?
literally one of my favorite songs, and I did not recognize you singing it.
You probably haven't heard it in a while. It's pretty good though.
I played it on the drums like 3 days ago.
That's amazing. I could never get the cadence right because it's like it's not like an even number of beats on the phrase, right? Like it's not like a ducka ducka. It's like a ducka 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 ducka, like it's triplets instead of quadruplets.
Yeah, that's what that's called. Yeah.
Yeah.
Triplets are not that hard. Honestly.
They're hard for me because I'm left-handed.
You were just doing it with your mouth.
Yeah, I can't do it with my hand though, because then like
it's also it's not you go cymbal 2 snares like because you're hitting and so you're only doing like little twos with your left hand.
Oh, because so you know what? I've been the way I played in Rock Band because I don't play the real drums. Is I was just alternating. So in my head, I was trying to transpose the triplets in the couplets. And then every other couplet, you have to flip your handedness, basically.
Yeah.
Like I was turning into Animal from the Muppets when what I should have been doing is running right hand double speed, left hand regular speed.
Yeah. I think that was a bit of a miss.
But then you just got to survive. You just got to survive the foreplay. And then you can enjoy... the long time. Yes, yes, man. Yes.
Good, good. It's not like YYZ where you're just like constantly.
I think because I was born in Ontario, that one just kind of feels like a home game for me.
That one is so much harder. You want to talk about weird time shit, man.
That's how we do it in Etobicoke.
Not that part though. It's the
Yeah, I know. Yeah. There were like 7 Rush songs that just came up on shuffle today too. It was a good ride. Spirit of Radio, Cinderella Man, Fly By Night. Oh man, it's some good stuff. All right, let me.
Spirit Radio is good because that one goes.
Yeah. The words of the prophets was written on the studio walls.
That's the best part.
My God said how to do.
They got the audience noise in there.
Yeah, they do, but I think it's like an ironic audience noise because they're talking about like selling out or something, or maybe they're talking about like I don't know, Dungeons and Dragons or something. You never know with those guys.
I don't know. I just like the cool noises that play during the song.
One of the few rock bands, the least rated participant is the lead guitarist. You know a band is fucking cracked when that happens.
Yeah, I mean,
people are like number 1, the drummer. Number 2, I don't know, the goblin bassist.
Goblin bassist?
He's kind of a goblin. I mean that in a complimentary way.
I don't really know what he looks like, but
you don't know what Geddy Lee looks like?
Oh, right. No, I forgot Geddy Lee was the bassist. He's kind of like, in my mind, like the lead man.
Right,
and normally the lead man's not the bassist.
Geddy Lee, if you painted him green, he would be like the merchant from an RPG. You could picture him with like a scattered group of wares in front of him on like a wooden table and like a tent behind him with like a bubbling cauldron or something.
Uh-huh. I'm trying to just decide if this is like offensive or not, but he's rich, so it's probably fine.
I don't think it's offensive. I think he looks fucking cool. Do I think he looks a little bit like he's from like Icewind Dale? Yeah.
I feel bad because he can't really like sing like he used to anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's like you're on I don't know what the fuck I was going to say. Heart rate's still coming down, honestly.
You just got off the bike?
No, I guess like an hour ago, but it takes a bit.
Oh, God. Okay. I mean, I got to get back on the bike, but when I was on the bike, I feel like it was like a 30-minute cool-down period, you know?
Dude, the egg carton's running buck wild right now.
I still got to replace the part that they recalled.
Me too.
No.
Yeah, man.
Break your legs, man.
No, they said like your seat would break, but they were like it's only like high risk if you're a tuna can.
Okay, so they says high risk if you were either high weight or high height. So for me, that's one of those two.
That's true. You're 6'4".
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Not that tall.
It's
tall. It's like it's firmly in the tall category.
Tallest kid in your high school class on average?
Easily.
Wow, okay, yeah. So it's like a realistically, because men tend to be taller than women, you're like a 1 in 30 height.
It's tall enough that when I meet someone taller than me, I'm like, whoa, you're weird. I'm not used to looking this direction, man.
I understand that, yeah. It's true, man. A lot of people out there are like, you should never drink soda, it's poison. That might be true in like a metabolic sense, but like you should definitely not drink 6 sodas a day. But if you drink like 1 soda every 2 weeks, you will feel like a god when you finish the soda. For sure. Because it'll actually like do what it's supposed to do, which is like give you a little energy boost. How cooked am I on 2 a day? I would say not cooked. Again, don't let society get you down. People are like, you should never drink soda. It's poison. And yet motherfuckers are like out there looking worse than they did in 1997 when everyone was drinking like 8 sodas a day. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying soda's good for you. I'm just saying people are having performative nutrition but not actually backing that shit up in the kitchen and on the Peloton. Speaking of which, 90 minutes, 230 watt average, 3.03 watts per kilogram. Who said I was washed? Who said I was washed? We set a new PB today. A new PB on a 90-minute ride? That's the power of it raining on Saturday and Sunday so that I couldn't play tennis, so my legs actually had some energy. Is Ruka down here? Yeah. I don't think so. Why am I so hungry for breakfast right now? Let the boy eat, man. Let the boy eat. This is a great Akabeko now that I think about it. like mitigate that is to eat some food. But not everybody agrees. People will be like, no, you got to eat like slow digesting carbohydrates or something in the morning. You got to get on like some kind of like horse maltodextrin or something. But low key for a guy like me, I'm like, maybe you could cancel me for it if you want to. But I personally am like, food like goes crazy when you're hungry. For me, at least, for me. Then you gain weight though? Nah, man, no, just 90 minutes, 230 watts on the Peloton. Every day? No, Monday to Friday. Then Saturday, Sunday, maybe a little bit of tennis, okay? If it's not raining, but it is raining a lot these days. What about some fencing? I didn't grow up in like a zip code where that was an option. But if you're rocking, but if you're fencing, so let's say you're like 20. Who are you fencing with, man? Aren't you only fencing with Olympians or like 11-year-olds? So I've never like met a dude who's like, yeah, I like fence casually. It seems like one of those things where like you're pretty much, you're in or you're out, right? What's the cost of a practice foil? I hope to God I never find out, because I'm assuming it's a lot. my guess is it's more than I'd like to know. $10? That's not so bad. I could live with that. Oh, you said 10 Bitcoin. 10 Bitcoin. How's it going, Boner King? Pretty good, pretty good. Good Peloton. I mean, I PB'd yesterday, so I knew it was going to be a little lighter today. I said, you know, let's, instead of output maxing, let's max cadence instead. 95 average cadence, 90-minute run, 200 watt average. Total output, librarian. I'm going to say 1065 kilojoules, 1081. Oh, so I kind of blacked out halfway through the ride because Amazon Music servers went down. I didn't know that was something that could happen. So I'm being me, dominating mid lane on my 90-minute Amalfi Coast ride. Then all of a sudden, the Rage Against the Machine cuts out, not asked for. So I have to go into my downloaded music, and all of a sudden, I'm trying to maintain like 108 cadence to like. She buttered something to eat the breath and study the lines of my face. I must admit, it felt a little uneasy when she bent down to tie the laces of my shoes. I mean, I just gotta level with you. Like when Amazon Music servers go down, you're like, aren't you the people who have the servers? Like, how does that happen, man? Aren't you the company people go to when their servers are going down? It's like, just buy me some more AWS capacity or something like that. It's like when the grocery store runs out of food. It's like, well, what are we supposed to be doing here then? It's a good question, right? You must have some Alanis. I don't have it downloaded. It's all on the cloud, man. It's all on the cloud. What's up, squad? I don't know. I don't know what to say. How's it going? So soft-spoken. I did 120 minutes instead of 90 minutes on the bike this morning, so I've been trying to cram baguette into my face as fast as I can to replenish the carbohydrate stores, and it hasn't quite hit the metabolism yet, but it's getting there. I was laughing because, as I often do, when I eat a food, I like Wikipedia the food. So I was eating some baguette, and I Googled, how do French people eat baguettes? And I saw a Reddit thread from 4 years ago that was like, is it true that French people bite the tip off the baguette before they walk out of the boulangerie? And lots of the replies were like, yeah. Oftentimes, if we get a warm and toasty baguette, the smell is so tantalizing, we take a little bite off the tip before we leave the boulangerie. And then, even though the thread was 4 years old, the bottom comment was from 6 months ago, from TF2 Sniper Main, and it just said, gay, in all caps, capital G, capital A, capital Y. It got me pretty good, man. It got me pretty good. It's like the equivalent to eating a French fry on your way out of the drive-thru. I don't blame you. I mean, a baguette is delicious, especially if it's coming straight from the boulangerie. I don't want to get into it either, but like the whole thread is, well, there's another Reddit thread that was like, how do French people eat baguettes? And the thread just evolves into like self-hating Americans that are like, it's a crime what we've done to our food supply in this country. in America, there's no real bakeries. People just buy their bread from Walmart, or if they're like lucky, they can get like some Dave's Killer bread or something like that. And I'm like, speak for yourself, Mr. Ohio. We got bakeries here. I'm not saying the best bakery in the world is in North America. I honestly wouldn't know. I'm simply saying that they do have good bakeries in North America, man. We got some good bakeries here for sure. It's not Save On Foods, but still. Now I gotta let the heart rate come back down. Hey, NL, my bike got stolen, so I'm not swagging out today. The Chad, my 900-pound stationary bike with an iPad on it, stays indoors. Versus the non-Chad, my bike that resides outside of my house got stolen by criminals. Sorry, it's not your fault, Octus. You've been around a long time. I'm not trying to BM. I'm just saying, every time I'm like, I exercise, people are like, why don't you exercise in a way that a car could hit you? Well. What have we here? No one's ever stolen my Peloton. One day, it may be a useless brick if the company goes out of business, but we've already got like 3 years on that, so I think we're... Honestly, couldn't really complain about it if it happened at that point. Some people use bikes as transport. This is North America, buddy. We have no bakeries and everybody drives a car, okay? I did like Magresta posted something. I always forget what it's like in America. When I take a pro I like driving standpoint, even though almost every time I drive, I feel like I'm about to be T-boned by somebody looking at their phone. And it got me laughing because I'm like, all right, that's what it is like. There was they posted a picture. It was a road with a sidewalk next to it. And then on the sidewalk, they spray painted a line and a circle with a bicycle on it. So basically they were like, hey, people are biking, but we don't want them biking on the road because it's dangerous and it's going to slow down the cars. So instead, we'll just like fucking spray paint a line on the sidewalk. That's not how it works, man. That's not how it works. What happened in that case? I'm just like, I feel for the pedestrians. But then again, like when I looked around, it was like an overpass over a highway. And I'm like, those pedestrians are already miserable anyway, if they're out there. So in Canada, is it true that it's legal and normal to bike on the highway? No. It's legal, it's not normal. When I see people biking on the highway, even as a cycling empath, I am like, you're taking your life way too far into your own hands. I would say I see it less than once every 3 years. Yeah, I know there's like a semi-popular bike route where like I don't know if it's in Vancouver or it's like in Surrey, where like to complete the bike route, you have to go on the highway for like one exit, and I will never do that for sure. It can be a little bit hair-raising just to merge in a car. I don't want to be in the merge lane on my fucking Huffy, man. I mean, maximum speed you're getting up to 40, maybe 45 kilometers an hour if you're really hoofing it. You got to be going like 70 plus at a minimum to make the merge clean. Stalling? I'm not stalling. I'm waiting for my heart rate to come down. Here, like I'll give it to you straight, Doc. Takes a little longer for the heart rate to come down after a longer ride. I hit the wall a little bit. I didn't have any bananas on the ride either, so my body was dipping into like glycogen reserves or whatever. I don't really know how it works, but I feel like I might be at like 82 here. Let me check. Hang on. I gotta find the pulse. It just takes a second. All right, maybe I'm stalling. Turns out I'm fairly relaxed. Didn't your Peloton come with a heart rate monitor? Last time you used an exercise bike must have been like 1998 to 2002. You're talking about the ones with the grippers. It's like you don't need to wear a heart rate monitor. It just has two aluminum plates on the front of it, and if you just grip them hard enough, then it'll tell you what your heart rate is. Yeah. And let me guess, it's also got the red hook that you put onto your shirt. So if you have a heart attack, the treadmill doesn't kill you. It's a good design. I've never had a heart attack, but I have accidentally stopped the treadmill, I'm going to say 150 times, by just falling slightly behind on the treadmill, I guess, and then the string gets pulled taut and it pulls out the red switch, and then it goes like emergency stop, and then your ass has to like restart the entire run from zero and like do the cumulative math in your head about how far in you are. Good Peloton ride, thanks for asking. 90-minute Tenerife, is that how it's pronounced? Tenerife? 90 cadence average, 200, librarian can audit, 215 watt average, about 1140 kilojoules if I had to guess, 1,140 kilojoules. Pretty good ride. Sheesh. What'd you have for breakfast? Half of the granola bar that my daughter couldn't finish before she had to go to school. 2 pints of protein slurry and 2 slices of pepperoni pizza. And the overnight oats, but that was at like 5:20 a.m. That's quite a bit. Yeah, well, you know, they say, listen. They say that the calorie output estimated on the bike is about 1 calorie per kilojoule. So just the ride itself was fucking 1,160 calories down, back of the napkin calculation. So you know you don't want to start your day on like a 1,200 calorie deficit. I know if you're trying to lose weight, that sounds like bliss, but it's more like you'll be fried for the entire day. Like you won't be able to do anything. You'll go nonverbal during Dale and Dawson stationary supplies. Take it from me. So you got to replace that stuff like ASAP, man. ASAP Schrader. You can't drive the car when there's no gas in it, you know? It's true. I didn't drink my protein shake yesterday, and now I'm feeling muscle pain. The regret's insane. It's true, man. Especially, I find, like, you know, when I was like 19 and I was working out, it's like whatever. Work out hard, like Friday morning, 3-hour lecture, come home, drink 14 beers, wake up in the morning, oh, I'm hungover. 15 minutes later, hey, I feel great. You know, go for a run or something like that. Now, like, my Thursday workout was fucked up because I got like 5.5 hours of sleep on Wednesday night. I noticed it bigly. And then got like 8 hours of sleep last night. I woke up, felt like I had adamantium legs again. Oh, I forgot about that, man. Not to mention, real riders will tell you, like 20% of your output on a morning ride is determined by how much you ate for dinner the night before. And to like a lesser extent, how many calories you ate the day before in general. So I had a shit ride. It was not a shit ride, but a hard ride yesterday. I realized like 6 people care, but I care and I'm the one talking. So sorry. I had a shit ride Thursday. I said immediately we enter recovery protocol. I probably ate like 4,000 calories yesterday. Wouldn't you know, woke up today, the legs were feeling pretty good. You think eating 50 nugs now would be easier or harder? Easier, for sure. It was relatively easy back then. It would be easier now. Did you bike 30 miles today? Yeah, light work. Probably a little more than it might be like, I'm not trying to flex on you, it might be like 31. 30 is kind of the baseline. You know what I noticed as well? People aren't ready for this take, but I'm going to start incepting it the same way I incepted Corey to get eliminated in Dale and Dawson. It's so crazy that you gym freaks are always like, well, yeah, but it was on a stationary bike. You should really buy like a real bike and go outside and do some real work. But then you go to a fucking building and you pay somebody like $90 to go in and lift simulated loads. It's not like you're going out. Why don't you fucking cancel your gym membership, Point Dexter, and go out and find some rocks? Oh, what? There wasn't any like yard work you could do today, or you couldn't fucking lift a few cinder blocks and build a retaining wall or something like that? You couldn't volunteer Habitat for Humanity to build your lats? You had to go to a machine that's like, ooh, the cables. Oh, they could just go work on a farm, bro. Oh, I find it really convenient and sometimes motivating to work out with like-minded individuals in the gym. Plus, they have a sauna and a change room and televisions. And sorry. All I heard is that you need some cope. You need some cope, man. We're letting the lifters get away with too much. You're always eating like 7 hamburgers a day and being like, it's for my protein. And you're like, buddy, you're a software engineer. Come back to the real world. We miss you. We need you here. Do some cardio with the rest of us, okay? Don't want to do cardio. It's going to make me go catabolic. Buddy, we're trying not to have our hearts explode in our 50s here, okay? It's an epidemic. Just say you're scared of your thoughts that would pop up on, 90 minutes to 2 hours of steady state cardio, and that's fine. We'll work through it together. We'll have like a little group therapy or something. 35 minutes cardio, take it or leave it. I would double it and give it to the next guy. Me personally. Monday through Friday at least. Saturday and Sunday, that's dealer's choice. Do whatever you want. Doesn't it get boring? Yeah, but that's the thing, you get bored and then the next day you get stronger. You build up a tolerance to boredom. And then you go a little bit longer and you build up an even longer tolerance to boredom. You could just stay weak, that's fine too. I got no problem with the weaklings, man. I identify with the weaklings. I got a problem with like the people who are weak, but they're like, if I was gonna get strong, here's how I'd do it. That's the detestable part of human nature, I think. We really got people who are unemployed that are like, it's really easy to stay in shape if you're a Hollywood celebrity. You got so much free time. Like, come on, buddy. Let's if you can't be honest to yourself, who can you be honest with? Yeah, deadlock's a bit of a mental workout. I really think, you can use the MOBA as a way to achieve inner peace. As long as you accept that every time you get mad, it's your fault and not anybody else's fault. Okay, that was my bad. I should have targeted one. Me talking to myself that if I get laid off, I'll become yoked. The one that gets me, and it may offend other bald people as well, but it'll never offend anybody as much as people who are balding but haven't fully accepted it yet, is when people say like, going bald's okay. If I was to go bald, I would just get jacked. Like Jason Statham. You think Jason Statham has any problems with the ladies? Nah, dude. Okay, well, why the fuck aren't you jacked now? You fucking realtor? Get jacked right now, bro. It's not the hair is like weighing you down or something like that. Just fucking do it if it's that easy. No, because I don't have like a reason to be healthy right now, bro. But if I lost my hair, then I would have like a good reason. It's just very, it's a juvenile line of reasoning, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Okay, this is where you simmer. How was the ride today? It was hard today because I was supposed to take a rest day yesterday, but I didn't because I was feeling good and it was rainy, so I didn't play tennis. So yesterday I did to 120 minutes, 1500 kilojoules. It's probably like a 212 watt average between them. And then this morning's ride, I paid the price. I think we did like 191 watt average for 90 minutes, but the legs and the engine were feeling pretty decrepit. So, like, honest, I felt so, I don't know how to describe it. So the fuel tank was so empty. This morning I had, for breakfast, I had overnight oats before the ride. After the ride, protein shake, half of my wife's leftover sandwich, chicken breast, entire potato. I don't know, it's probably like an 1,200 calorie breakfast. And diesel jeans. How was TwitchCon, Chibli? I saw they had a Peloton area. I think you gotta be like a God's strongest soldier to go to TwitchCon and be like, yeah, you know what I would love to do is try out an exercise bike for the first time in front of like 5,000 IRL streamers. You would do it? You know what would happen? I would jump on thinking like I would blow them away. And then like after I set what to me was a great output and I expect them to be like, whoa, you must be like a serious cyclist. They're probably just going to be like, so anyway, you can sign up for the app and it's only like $9.99 a month if you don't want the plus membership. But if you want to get, then I'd be like, oh, fuck, smell for the rest of the day for no reason. No accolades or nothing. No trophies, no flowers, no flashbulbs, no lines. He's fucking haunted by something he cannot define or whatever. Bowels shaking earthquakes of doubt and remorse. Assail him, impale him with monster truck force. Oh, excuse me here. When are you going to do some Power Zone rides so I can try to catch your score? I'm tired of competing with Midwestern Emo. That's DL Guiga, by the way, and Moomin Rider. I do Power Zone rides 5 to 6 days a week, brother. I just do them on Scenics because I don't need the instructor telling me to go to Zone 2, now go to Zone 3, now go to Zone 2, now go to Zone 3. There's 90... I got nothing against Matt Wilpers, but, you know, after you take a few of those, you kind of get the... the flow in your head. You don't really need an instructor to tell you what to do. Shaving your head's a fucking scam, man. I shaved that shit on Friday. It's Wednesday. I gotta shave that shit again. This shit is like Return of the King. It won't end. It was functionally over like 19 years ago. But they won't roll the fucking credits. Why don't you laser? Because it's fucking expensive and annoying. Like, why doesn't anybody do anything? It's fucking inconvenient and costs money. Annoying once? No, motherfucker. Annoying, like, for 8 sessions until it's done. I'd rather just shave it, even though it is annoying. Because shaving it takes, like, 10 minutes, 1 to 2 times a week. And it costs essentially 0 money. Oh, really? So the calories you use to manipulate the razor are not... They were free? Did you steal some food out of the dumpster or something? Okay, listen, Poindexter. You don't want to do this. You don't want to have a basal metabolic rate off right now, okay? Because I'll leave you in the dirt. Librarian, back me up here. 120 mins today? Yerp. Thank you. Thank you, Grima.
I have to be willing to fight.
Let's get these spring rolls. Whoops. Oh no, I did it in all chat. You're... Hello.
Well, this is your chance.
I'm also in a league game right now. No, man, no. You know what's... I mean, I guess the answer is it's always priced in. But as someone who's not a gambler... I mean, let me put it this way. I'm pretty sure Las Vegas has thought of this. But like, to me... Everybody wants to bet the over, right? Because the over feels good. Doesn't that mean that the under is often underpriced? Heartbreaking, world's dumbest man comes up with worst strategy to beat the casino. I always bet the under, man, because people are predisposed to love betting the over. So basically, I just look at the graph and I buy the stock when it's here, and then after it goes up a little bit, I sell it, and that's how we pay for our lifestyle. That worked in 2021. It did. And I think that is irreparably ruined probably like 500,000 people's brains. And lives? Well, I don't know. Maybe, if they got into options. It's hard to ruin your life with equities. It's possible, but it's harder. It's really easy to ruin your life with options, I think, and leverage. Jerome Powell said the economy's good. Brother, why are you mad at, like, okay, listen, I'm not getting into whether the economy's good or bad, but like the S&P 500 was up like 22% last year, and it was up like 24% year to date this year. So if you're talking about Jerome Powell and you're mad that your stocks have gone down, you ever consider buying like better stocks? That sounds like a skill difference to me, brother. No disrespect. Now, the economy and equity prices can obviously be divorced from one another. But if you're like, come on, Jerome, my bags are heavy, then I'm like, buddy, the S&P 500 in the last like 20 months is up like 45% or something like that. What the hell were you buying? That's why you don't YOLO into Peloton, man. You know what they say about a stock that's 90% down, brother? It's still got another 90% to go. And after it falls 90, it can fall 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 90. I buy and sell based on your performance on the bike. You actually should sell when I'm riding more. because I ride the bike muted, but Peloton still has to pay 17 cents per song to the artist representatives. So basically, every time I do a scenic ride with my own music, I basically cost the corporation like, I mean, 3 minutes a song, 30, so like maybe $4 or $5. And like, you know what's funny? Like the subscription is expensive. It's like $60 a month. But if I'm riding like, you know, 10, 12 hours a week, I actually think that my patronage is costing the company money. Could somebody please look at my balance sheet? Why is my business in shambles, man? You could have just grabbed it. Don't be shy. Post your mile time in chat. You know what I love about posting the mile time? You might think that a faster mile time makes you more of a Chad, but there's actually like a neurotypical mile time. Probably maybe like 7 to 8.5 minutes a mile. Your life's in a good place. It's well balanced. You haven't replaced an addiction to something with an addiction to running. Someone starts throwing out like 6-minute-ish miles. I'm like, that's all, you owned yourself as far as I'm concerned. If you're posting a 14-minute mile, yeah, okay, I win the argument. But if you're posting a 5.37-minute mile, I'm winning the argument too. You need to get a life, man. Are you married to your shoes? Post your wattage. It's pretty low today. It was like a 168. But it's a zone 1, well, not zone 1, let's be real. You know, you might as well not even show up on that day, but it's a zone 2 sort of day today. 90-minute zone 2 is elite. I'm actually going to buy one of those 3D printed Peloton trays so that I can watch Twitch while I'm on the bike. One of those ones that like fits in the groove on the handlebars. It also has like 2 cup holders on it. So I can't just hold, for 90 minutes, I can't just hold the phone, man. I can't do it. Please? No, it's money well spent. Because it increases compliance with the training routine. Where are you keeping your goo? I haven't been eating on the bike unless the rides are over 2 hours long lately. You do pre-workout? Not really. I eat the overnight oats. That's kind of pre-workout. Did the Peloton instructor say something you wish they didn't say? Just curious. What's the context for this? What's the question? I'm localizing the sentence a little bit. Is it because the way it's phrased right now, it's nuanced, but it sounds like I rage quit a Peloton ride this morning, and you're trying to come up with the reason. I think the way that you might have been better served by phrasing it is, has there ever been a time when a Peloton instructor said something that you wish they hadn't said? Yes, every time I take a Christine class. But that's been like a year because I'm on the Scenics now. What'd she do? She just, just talking about her life and stuff. She brings a certain sort of venting about her life energy to the ride when I'm looking more for like a little bit of a, here's Cinderella Man by Rush, 100 to 110 cadence, 40 to 50 resistance, let's go sort of vibe. Resumed my gym after a year away. Gonna start doing the bike instead of the treadmill. You're a true influencer, NL. I don't think I'm the guy, but like Gen Z, it's too late for you. You're all just lifting steroid users. I get it. It's a reaction to the culture that came before. We need to make Gen Alpha cardio bunnies again, man. We need a positive influencer who is just like, you should be running 90 minutes 5 times a week. What culture came before steroids? Eating disorders. I think it went eating disorder, steroids, and I'm hoping we get to maybe cardio's the next wave. Guys at the gym will really be like, cardio will kill my gains. Then they spend 5 minutes on their phone in between sets. Listen, I'm so ready for it because nobody does it to you like yourself, right? Having been a lifting guy, obsessed with going anabolic. Yeah, I fucking ate myself fat, but like, look at my overhead press. Dude, look at my squat. Having been that guy, I'm so ready for the shine to come off the rose of lifting but never doing cardio. Lifting is great. Cardio's great. If you can only do one, they're not ready for me to say it, but in 18 months, they'll be like, everybody knew that. Everybody was saying that back then. Everybody already knew, if you can only do one, you should probably do cardio. I'm just saying, would you rather be a 75-year-old cardio man or a buff guy? What the fuck are you talking about? Because usually with the question, there's like a rhetorical question. It's phrased in such a way that there would be like an obvious answer. I would rather be alive at 75 than like roided up at 30. That's a given, man. And also, I don't think it's a fucking, I think it's a false dilemma, man. Because people always do that. They'll say shit like, I'd rather be like in shape now than be alive when I'm 80. Have you seen an 80-year-old? And I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, have you seen an 80-year-old? Also, you could like be in shape now and also be alive when you're 80. You could do both. You could be fucking jacked and lean and then just die of like a heart defect you didn't know was there when you're like 41. Don't get me wrong. I see that there's like, there's stats. Stats are taken over the aggregate of the population. They become less valid as like an axiom to live your life when you just become one data point, because you don't know whether you're going to be the norm or the outlier. Now, I'm not saying you should be smoking 20 cigarettes a day. I'm just saying like stop extrapolating as if like it's the same thing. Like if you have one soda, you're like, wow, one soda? Do I want diabetes? No, man, you're chill. 500 cigarettes? That's too much for a guy like me. Yeah, also like when there's like a 39-year-old who's like, I don't care if I'm dead by 40, I'm like, you're a fucking pimp. You're living the life, man. When you're fucking 21 and you're like, I don't think I'm going to make it to 30. I'm like, you're not a fucking real moper, you fucking poser. You got 9 years to change your mind. Give me someone who's like 6 months away from the self-imposed limit, who's still like, yeah, I'm riding right into the fucking brick wall. It's always like 18-year-olds that are like, I don't think I'll make it past 25. You're not selling crack on the street corner, buddy. You're just playing League of Legends. Like, you're not hard. What do you mean you're not going to make it to 25? You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything dangerous. You just had like a fucking gray cloud over your whole life. Yeah, it's because you're fucking playing solo long against a tri-lane, dude. Go outside. Gatekeeping depression? Yeah, like a little bit, but this is good gatekeeping because you're probably going to be happier if you're not depressed. Sorry. That's why I came to realize that like there's good gatekeeping. Like I used to be mad that people would gatekeep Magic the Gathering. Now I'm like, nah, thank you. You guys saved me. I could be out here tweeting about fucking, oh, they banned fucking Mana Crypt. Oh, my playset of Mana Crypt went from $500 to $75. Oh, somebody stop me. I have no choice but to tell the people that are involved in the process that they should die. What did I fucking do? Had my kid's birthday party this weekend. Played some tennis. Some pretty good bike rides. Spent some time with my family. Went out for a couple meals. Went to the playground. How was the toy store? It's pretty good. We were in Toys R Us for like an hour. I must be getting old as fuck because the music in Toys R Us was hidden different, man. They played The Killing Moon by Echo and the Bunnymen in Toys R Us. I guess Toys R Us just doesn't give a fuck anymore. I feel like when I was a kid, it just played Who Let the Dogs Out like 24/7. They were playing like some 80s fucking new wave, like new order shit. I guess that's what happens when you're there at open on a fucking Monday morning, but how does it feel to treat me like you do? The crowded ass Toys R Us on Broadway? Don't act like you're from here. That is where the Toys R Us is. The Toys R Us is not decroded. The infrastructure is decroded. Like the elevator is decroded. But the store itself is just like a Toys R Us. It's not that bad. Did I miss the Peloton update? What update are you looking for, brother? Today? I dropped my nuts on the seat today. I'm not afraid to say it. We did a 2-hour ride. I don't know, the average is probably, if you add the runs together, is probably 175 watts or something like that. Then I dropped in the Discord. I said, tomorrow we ride. Dudes I was riding with, they said, what was today? I said, well, that wasn't a ride. We just happened to be on the bike. Tomorrow we ride. Asterisk. If I have a good sleep tonight, because tonight I have like a late class. So sometimes I don't get a lot of sleep on Wednesdays, but I'm telling you, ever since I got this, and this is not like an Amazon affiliate thing, ever since I got the 3D printed tray, the Zone 2 days go crazy. I just played 2 hours of Slay the Spire, man. It's nothing. It goes by in a flash. But on the 90-minute days, we're pumping. Chat, sorry I'm later than I expected to be. I'm still getting the heart rate down from the Peloton ride this morning. Let's just, you know me. I'm not afraid to do it live. You know, it'd be an insane subathon. 1 hour, try to get my resting heart rate under 50. Just sitting here with like a heart rate monitor on that also displays on the screen. And then just closing my eyes and taking deep breaths and trying to think about being in like a lukewarm pool or something like that. Right now, I think I'm at 70. Let me see here. Might even be a little bit higher. First, you gotta find your pulse. Lock in. You're right. I told you I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath. The heart rate's too much, man. It's too high. I'm not stressed out. I was just fucking zooming this morning, man. Today was 90 minutes, 220 watt average. And the most important part about it was that after last ride yesterday, I said, today we just happen to be on the bike, tomorrow we ride. Woke up this morning and I was like, why the fuck did I type that? Now I gotta work my ass off. So I almost typed in the Discord. Sorry guys, tennis went late last night, didn't get a great sleep last night. I'm not sure I got my legs can cash the check that my fingers wrote. And then I said, nah, let's send it. But I am fucking tired, man. I'm not tired, but like my heart rate's 71. I got 93. Apparently it's normal. Don't be, too self-conscious. Apparently 60 to 100 is normal. Now, it wouldn't be me. But still. Dick Skin December coming up. It's called Dick's. I didn't invent Dick Skin. I know this is the 20th time that I've explained it. Dick Skin is a bodybuilding term for when your body fat is so low that the skin on your whole body is as thin as the skin on your penis. Obviously not mathematically, because I'm sure that's like borderline impossible. Like the skin on the palm of your hands is probably never going to be as thin as the skin on your shaft. But no, I didn't invent it, man. I stole it from like bodybuilding.com or something. You guys are crazy. People saying the skin is thick. What are you talking about, man? It's like the most vascular part of the body. What do you mean the skin is thick? You got that shit's calloused. You got to leave it alone for a couple weeks, man. It's purple. Well, I'm not talking about the head. I don't know what's going on with that. Scientists haven't figured out what the head is made of yet. You ever read the bodybuilding.com article about whether a week has 6 or 7 days? That's a classic. It's that and great progress pics, looking nice, thick, tight. Let me find I'll find it. Just give me a second. There it is. r/copy pasta 7 years ago. Awesome pics, great size, look thick, solid, tight. Keep us all posted on your continued progress with any new progress pics or vid clips. Show us what you got, man. Want to see how freaking huge, solid, thick, and tight you can get. Thanks for the motivation. I can't see every time, man. Oh, the glazing is insane. Dude, let the voices win that day for sure. Awesome pics, great size, looks thick, solid, tight. Keep us all posted on your continued progress with any new progress pics or vid clips. Show us what you got, man. Want to see how freaking huge, solid, thick, and tight you can get. Hello, Chibli, by the way. Chibli, 9:47 a.m. You must have a flight today. I do. Chibli, I'm telling you. Because I don't know why you treat me like I'm dog shit, okay? You think you're the only motherfucker who's flown across the Pacific Ocean? like 20 times. That's every day, bro. Have I done, well, I don't know, how long is your flight? 14 hours, something like that? I've done some 12 bangers. I've done some 13 bangers, okay? You need one sweet snack, one salty snack. You need Balatro Slay the Spire on your phone, fully charged Bluetooth earbuds, and then also the charger, like maybe the pods that you hold them in. You're not even going to notice. I did 2 hours on the treadmill with Balatro. It flew by. I'm not going to pretend to understand the kinematics of that, but today, yesterday was a hard bike ride. Today was an easy one. 90 minutes zone 2, just playing Slay the Spire on my phone. I honestly couldn't tell you anything about the ride whatsoever. I couldn't tell you any of the songs that were played on Amazon Music. I couldn't tell you if there were segments where I pedaled harder and segments where I pedaled easier. The 90 minutes just gone. How'd your Slay the Spire runs go? I lost like 4 in a row. Because it's a debuff to be riding while playing Slay the Spire. A, the screen on my phone is like fucking small, and as the watcher, you got to do the math. But then, like, B, your brain's distracted as well. But anyway,
it feels nice to eat when you have not eaten all day.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Oh, it feels so good.
I'm feeling that way too, man.
Yes, Ryan. What is your an average meal day for you look like? Like just like breakfast, lunch, dinner? Are you like a skip breakfast, lunch, dinner guy? Like what?
Okay. 5:15 a.m. Wake up, overnight oats on the toilet with the cold brew. 6 a.m.
That's so fucking funny.
6 a.m. I'm on the Peloton. 2 bottles of water mixed with liquid IV. Hop off the Peloton, get in the shower. Breakfast time is smoothie with frozen fruit, banana, apple, Greek yogurt, peanut butter, protein powder, almond milk. Mix it up. Finish whatever granola bar my daughter didn't finish. Shove like some leftovers from last night into my face. Stream for 5 hours. My mom brings me a wrap. I eat the wrap. I eat like 3 single-serve granola bars from the pantry, whatever we got. And then I eat dinner. And I go to bed.
Well, first off, you seem to be a fucking human vacuum, because that's...
Appetite
because he burns like 18,000 calories a day on the Peloton.
The appetite is going insane right now.
So like the reason I ask is because like I am trying to eat more just in general. Like over the last like 7 years, not going too hot, but I learned that I'm not calling anyone out specifically, but I learned there's a lot of people, a lot of streamers, definitely more than one, that just like don't eat, like they eat like 1 meal a day.
Yeah.
Basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm like, how are you alive? Because like if I did that, I would die. I would perish. I would no longer be alive. And I don't understand it, because like I'm fighting here for every calorie. I'm doing
I hear
it
you.
all. And I'm like, you guys are just like 1 meal a day.
Fighting for every calorie while taking 2,000 of them out in the morning.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't know if it's good advice to like be like, oh, do you want to build your appetite? Why don't you burn 900 calories a day on the bike? That's probably too far. But
yeah.
It takes some practice too. I used to be like a small eater, and then I don't know. I just ate more. It's not really.
Damn. Thanks for the advice, man.
But then the problem, so like I used to be like a pretty small eater, and then when I was lifting, I started eating more to go
My
anabolic.
appetite was fucking crazy.
Yeah. But then COVID hit and I stopped going to the gym, but I had normalized to my new appetite. So then I gained like a lot of weight. And I was like, oh, I gotta like clear this weight. So then I started doing a lot of cardio. But now because I'm doing so much cardio, I got this even bigger appetite than before. So if I ever break my leg or something, like it's over. Yeah. How was the Peloton ride today? The analytics don't get simpler than this, okay? 120 minutes, 200 watts. We did a 90-minute ride with 200 watts. Then we did a 30-minute ride with 200 watts. The things that can be accomplished when the kids start school, no joke, it has actually saved my life. Having 2.5 to 3 hours in the afternoons, 5 days a week, it hits the spot, man. Oven Heat, are you here? Oven Heat, JMGS, are you here? I shouldn't have ridden so hard today. I was supposed to stay at 170 watts. Took it up to 200. My legs are sore, man. Now tomorrow, which is supposed to be my push day, my legs are gonna fucking hurt, man, and then I'm gonna be fatigued. What a scam. What's the 90-minute scenic tomorrow? Let's do Lake Constance, Germany. Any advice for Peloton beginners? Ride, if you have the time, ride longer, but much, much lighter. Like do some 10, 20, 30-minute rides to get a baseline idea of your level of fitness. And let's say you're pumping 100 watts and sweating up a storm on your 30-minute ride. Do a 60-minute ride at like 70 watts if you can find the time. Also, raise your seat probably. I'm 5'10", and I ride on 23 or 24 seat height. If you're taller than me, and I think I ride a little low, I think you should be riding much higher than that probably, but it depends on, what percentage. Are you torso maxing? Are you leg maxing? I'm kind of, I'm torso maxed, unfortunately. I got relatively short legs and a long fucking stomach. Are you actually riding the Peloton like 6 inches from the wall? It's not, it's about a foot from the wall. I'd say it's about 12 inches from the wall, but you don't turn too much on it, so it's totally fine. My arms have never made contact with the wall. Can't you do it in front of a window? It is in front of a window. Like, I know you saw my room when I was full cam, but you only see what you see. You don't see what I see. What I see is the window. Now, the thing that's going to blow your mind is you're like, oh, thank God you're riding with the window, so you have something to look at. Yeah, from 6 to 7:40 a.m., middle of October, is fucking dark 98% of the time. So I'm looking out a window at darkness, but there is a window there, if that makes you happy. When do you wake up? I woke up at 5:25 today. The bed wrote me off. I didn't write back. It's because my daughter, like last night, she decided she didn't want to sleep in her bed, so she climbed into bed with Kate and me, and anyone who has a toddler that sometimes sleeps in their bed knows that, like, they don't sleep right, man. They don't sleep, like, in a vertical line. They sleep italicized, and then sometimes they, like, put their feet on the pillow and stuff like that. They accidentally, like, kick you in the face or karate chop you and stuff. Adults do that too. No disrespect, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not saying adults don't move around when they sleep a little bit, but like compared to a toddler, it's like night and day, man. They're fighting demons in their sleep. My wife does that to me. No, she doesn't, man. Your wife does not. You don't wake up and find your wife's feet on the pillow and her head under the blanket at the foot of the bed. Unless your wife is a fucking noctambulator. A what? A noctambulator? Sorry, noctambulist. My daughter, she was kicking us all night last night. She is here. And like, we both had it bad. It's not like a measuring contest. Kate had it bad because my daughter was punching her and kicking her while she was asleep. I had it bad because in order to generate the kind of leverage to be able to kick my wife, my daughter needed so much space on the bed that I was relegated to like this much. Like I was sleeping sideways with my center of balance just barely keeping me on the bed. So I don't think anybody had a great sleep last night except for maybe my child. But I thought about just going down and sleep on the couch. But it's tough, man, because if you like I was waking up, it was like 4:30 in the morning and I get up at 5:15. You're really like, am I going to go down and try to sleep on the couch? Or am I just going to have like a decrepit little like 45-minute nap before my alarm goes off? It's like, it's a cursed calculus, right? Sometimes you just got to tank it. I would start asleep on the couch, but I would like pivoting halfway through a night is tough. You ever get the thing where you wake up at 7 o'clock on a weekend with no alarm? Nobody's going to like my answer here, okay? Because they're going to take it as a flex. But I wake up with an alarm on the weekend, and it's at 5:15. Your gummo plants made 45 moon drops since your last visit. Insane behavior? I had stuff to do, man. I don't know what to tell you. What time do you go to bed if you wake up that early? As early as possible, which unfortunately last night was like 10:30. And then combined with the intermittent wake-ups in the night, not great. But usually I like to be I like to be asleep by like 9:30 at the latest. Asleep or in bed? Asleep, bro. I like to be in bed by like 9 at the latest if I can swing it. I'm an 11 p.m. Andrew. I think that's actually, I'm willing to say it, to thine own self be true. I think going to bed at 11 as an adult is less degen than going to bed at 9:30. Going to bed at 9:30 as a 35-year-old is a little too early to be going to bed. But it fits my lifestyle. It fits where I'm at right now. So I'd be loath to change it. What are you trying to prove? That's just when I need to fit stuff in, man. If I want to do a 90-minute ride, I gotta wake up early enough to go to the bathroom, fuel up a little bit, get on the bike by 6, because I gotta be off the bike by like 7:30, 7:40 to help my kid get ready for school. And it didn't happen all at once, it happened piecemeal, but that's just the way it's gotta be, man. What about on a Saturday? On a Saturday, it's more like waking up on the same time Saturday and Sunday is me giving my Monday to Friday self a gift by not having to like readjust my sleep schedule when the week rolls around. It's easier to just hold it. That's pretty good. What's the brand? This is not sponsored. They just taste good. These are midday squares. 170 calories. 6 grams of protein. 11 grams of carbohydrates. You could pump that up, man. Like 4 grams of sugar is good, but like you could put a little more than that in there. 170 is a bit much. Are you serious, brother? Burned 930 on the bike this morning. It was a rest day. 170 calories is a little much. I got some 90 calorie packs of fruit snacks we feed to our toddler if you're interested. Uncalibrated calories. DL Guiga, it's out of respect for you. 2 years of riding, you got 1 spirit heart. You just used it. Wake up 30 minutes earlier. That reminds me, big ups to the egg carton. It's been the egg carton Q1 to Q3. We were in a little local minimum, right? Didn't have that many riders. People were still riding, but like not coordinating. Today, 90-minute ride started 6 a.m. sharp. 8 riders. 8 riders, 6 a.m. on a Tuesday? That's great, man. Yesterday, we did a 180-minute ride. 2 90-minute rides back to back. I don't know, it was me and Oven Heat. I don't know if anybody else did both of the 90s, but there were people there for the first one and there were people there for the second one. Sunday was a bust, 3 hours ride. I'm happy I took that time because the rest of the day really, I didn't get that time to breathe, honestly. This guy thinks he's TJ Watt. Excuse me, we don't touch 20-minute rides here. If we're putting on the kit, I mean, we're not getting off after 1 episode of The Office with commercials cut out. That's crazy. Hey, NL, you're on my front page. Hey, well, hang on, take a sip. Asmongold's on sabbatical. Stable Ronaldo got banned. I might be like the last streamer standing, man. Standing for what? You guys see that news article that said standing desks might actually be bad for you? Greatest headline I've ever read in my entire life. How? I don't know, it's probably like bad for your back or something to be standing up all the time. I didn't read the headline. I didn't read past the headline, I should say. Why do you hate the standing deskers? You got me confused. I don't know. I've taken I've been having diarrhea for like 4 days and only recently got over it, so take this with a grain of salt. But I think I've become like very nutritionally and exercising sort of like black pilled. And that has made me resistant to the idea that there's like easy shortcuts that you can make that can fix your life. Like whenever people are like, I don't really like exercise, so instead I'm just gonna stand up at a walking treadmill like all day and I'll like accidentally burn 800 calories a day just walking while I write emails. I'm like, I don't know, man, maybe there's Olympians that have been training that way, but at the same time, I'm like, you could also just like, I don't know, go for a jog, go for a walk or something like that. Same thing that when people are like, you're eating too many apples. Apples have too much sugar. I'm like, I'll go bar for bar with you on the glycemic index, motherfucker. I know you're eating some fucking maple bacon donut, zero sugar, artificially sweetened protein bars. I did not call them a sack of shit. It's just it's a disagreement. Idiot win this morning, King? No, it didn't show up on Shuffle, unfortunately, but still a good ride. 90 minutes, 211 watt average, 1140, maybe 1135 kilojoules. I can't remember.
I've never won a game of this.
Really?
I think. Maybe once. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't think I have.
Mouth won 2 in a row today.
He did. Look at the little hat.
Yes, dude. I can't even talk about her. I'm gonna say something I regret.
Oh,
did
dude,
you?
I thought you'd come back around.
Did you see the TikTok that exposed her for graduating high school when she was 20 years old?
Better than some of us, man.
Well, okay, good point.
Know your audience for sure.
I could still graduate if I tried.
Like easily.
I just don't. I really don't. I don't think I need to at this point.
I think the math part might fuck you up.
Yeah, you actually have to be
I
like
think-
pretty cracked at math to graduate high school math. Like when you
should
build
just,
on it year to year to year,
Yeah,
you're like,
yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah,
easy, but like
yeah.
coming in from zero, that's tough.
Yeah. When you stop
Yeah, I
using
think-
it, you do not fucking remember anything.
I think I'll just leave it. I'll
Yeah,
leave
stop-
it and think that I could easily do it instead of trying it and not easily doing it. You know? What do I want, man?
I think it's how most people in chat
What is
treat
this?
the Peloton anyway. They're
I
like,
thought they just cranked it up to fucking 90 resistance.
well, those are
and then-
the real riders. I'm talking about the people who are like, I'm not gonna get one, but I bet I would be better than NL if I got one.
Oh, I see. I was riding the other day on like a 30-minute endurance ride, and some old guy jumped in and was cranking 400 average kilojoules.
Hate that.
That's grandpa.
And I'm like,
He's a scammer, man. That's a scammer.
yeah, I'm like, is your bike fucking broken, or are you in the Tour de France?
He's got
Like,
TJ Watt hooked up on that
what's
thing.
going on?
He's got
man?
is set up to a drill, dude. He's farming the leaderboards.
He's got like his fucking Honda Civic plugged into it or something.
I was laughing. We did a 3-hour ride last Monday. And then, like, there's a leaderboard in the Discord that's, like, based on total wattage, basically, during the 24-hour period that ended yesterday. And then nobody that did the 3-hour ride won the leaderboard. Because there's one person in our Discord called LarrisaPlaygrnd that is, like, either a hotel gym or, like, a shared bike or something like that. And they did, like, 5.5 hours that day. And we were all like, "Argh! Larissa!"
Rubbing your golden mushroom in it.
Sissy Nespa and golden
this
pipe.
call. Cheery, 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 cheerio, cheerio.
These apps. I got some Y on the Peloton playlist.
Ooh.
Thankfully, it didn't come on today because I was trying to PB.
Did you?
I did. I took
Oh,
it.
Oh.
Still PBing.
It took it out of me though.
What were your average? Was your average
90 minutes, 1,270 kilojoules, 236 watt average.
236 average? Oh my god.
I got no glycogen left, man.
It's like one donut.
One donut, yep.
Damn, man, you're gonna be in your 40s soon? That's the secret, buddy. We're all gonna be in our 40s. Like I was talking in the Peloton group yesterday. Someone said, I need your help. I don't have the mental strength to do 90-minute rides. I said, what do you mean you don't have the mental strength to do 90-minute rides? The 90 minutes is gonna pass one way or another, brother. All you gotta do is stay clipped in. You're gonna be there regardless. The only thing that changes is where you're at when you get there. Forehead. But then also I was like, maybe like some Bluetooth headphones or something like that. When I'm 40, NL's gonna be 60? Yeah, who cares, brother? Right now there's like a 3-year-old that's like, when Cool Cat Andy's 40, I'm gonna be 23. Nobody cares, man. There's lots of old people and young people on the planet. You ain't the oldest or the youngest. 40 isn't even that old. I don't live in the Midwest. We do things a little differently out here. We serve our martinis in martini glasses. How's Slay the Spire going? Thank you for asking. Guy I made up in my head. Had an A15 run on the bike today. Oh, man. Long story short. Okay, what was the theme of the run? Ironclad, barricade in trench, and lots of true grit. So how did it end? True gritted my deck down so that the only 3 cards in the deck were true grit, entrench, and bludgeon. Every single turn, draw entrench, play it, go back to 999 block, play bludgeon, pass turn, entrench bludgeon, entrench bludgeon, entrench bludgeon, entrench bludgeon. No body slam. No, I took like cracked crown. So there was I took cracked crown and ectoplasm. So there was like no means to add any cards to my deck that were good. And you're gonna say, well, it needs a body slam. No, the fuck it doesn't. When you have 999 block, you could play whatever you want. You could play Iron Waves and win the game. It'll just take you a while. But I'm clipped in for 90 minutes, so like I give a shit. I'm not in a rush. By the way, can I say it? Hot to Go came on during my Peloton ride today. I'm calling it top 50 pop song of the 21st century and one of the goated workout songs that I've ever heard in my entire life. 2 minutes, 45 seconds, 140 BPM, naturally built for intervals. When she does the fast spelling section, you're like, that's a great time to push HIIT. And then the chorus, great time to do a little high resistance climb. I don't know why I said it like Obama. A little high resistance climb. Great song, man. Goes crazy after Fugazi, too. Wait till he hears about justice. Chip, do you have to... I guess maybe you're the motherfucker that's causing this shit. There's motherfuckers that were born in like the year 2008 that are like, have you ever heard about justice? Yeah, dude. It came out the same year you did, motherfucker. I was like 20 years old. Of course I've heard of justice. You're not digging in crates, man. This shit was on Much Music. It's like if I went up to my dad and I was like, hey, Dad, you ever hear of the Talking Heads? He'd be like, of course, motherfucker. I was alive when that shit was popping off. Yeah, right. The world was not created the day you were born, okay? Motherfuckers have been keeping the lights on since year 0 or whatever. I don't know what they were doing before then. But definitely, like, since year 0, people have had, like, you know, jobs and shit. And MTV. You didn't fall out of a coconut tree. That's what I'm trying to say, man. I should put this song on the Peloton playlist, man. This would go crazy like 81 minutes into a ride. Is it always 1 hour later? Listen here, punk. Okay? You do not have a quarrel with me. You have a quarrel with George Verner Hudson, a British-born New Zealand entomologist who decided that the entire world should switch their clocks twice annually so that he had more time for 3 months in the summer to get bugs after work. And I've said no lies. No lies so far. You have no problem, okay, with me. Blessed day on the Peloton today. I lock in twice a week on the Peloton. I don't want to belabor the point with cycling minutia, but if you're working out 6-7 days a week, you kind of got to pick a couple days to go hard, and then the rest are like Slay the Spire rides at a medium pace. I was locked in today, 220 watts, 90 minutes on Viz Island in Croatia. Could not tell you anything about the scenery at all, but only listening to music. That means tomorrow and Friday, Slay the Spire rides. New place as a Peloton, let's go. Hashtag the egg carton every morning, 6 a.m. Pacific time. 5:55 to 6:05 a.m. start time. Get it twisted, you will change your life. There are 8 of us now, consistently. Like 3 of the same people basically every day, and then like a rotating crowd of like 15 to 20 people that make up the other 5 spots. You will do Dickskin December this year, which is my way of telling myself to stop eating 600 calories of goldfish crackers at like 9 p.m. every night. But I'm running a deficit, man. You need to recharge the fuel cells in order to go in the morning. That's about all I got. Sorry, I bonked on the bike today, so I put myself in the self-induced hypoglycemia or something. So I'm still trying to get up to speed. I had like a 1,300 calorie breakfast. It's starting to hit the system. We're gonna get there. How many eggs? I don't want to talk about it, okay? So we did a 90-minute ride with the egg carton, and I was pushing it a little bit. It wasn't like a crazy high output, but the cadence was really high. And then I said, you know what? Usually on Wednesdays, I like to do 2 hours instead of 90 minutes. So I said, let's hop on for like a 30-minute casual ride. And 12 minutes into the ride, I just felt like the car that was out of gas. I ate an entire chocolate bar in like 15 seconds and chugged a liter of water. And that got back on the bike and finished like the last 17 minutes, but it was not pleasant. But then once the chocolate bar hit the system, oh, it felt like a smooch, man. Why even do that? No offense, Mike Tastic, skill difference. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Librarian, is this screen region right? I haven't looked at my computer monitor since Friday. So I can't tell if it's just I've got like new rods and cones, so it looks different to me, or if it looks it looks normal. Sure, it looks good enough. Fair enough. Okay, I'll take it. Mastered puzzle on a Monday. I know because people, they're not sending their best version of themselves on Mondays. I don't mean to call out anybody in the Peloton community, okay? But we had a couple of people that joined the ride today. And I'm just going to say, based on their output, I was, for 70 minutes or so, I was getting ready to type, push the pedals or draw 25, and then post that image of the guy holding like 50 Uno cards in his hand. But then I said, no, you don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on in their life. Maybe they're tired. Maybe they're injured. Maybe their kid came downstairs and was like, feed me breakfast or something like that. So I said, let's not do it. Let's not do it. They could have just started. You don't know them like I know them. Let's just put it that way. I'm never output shaming someone relative to some kind of objective rubric. But in my head, I have a lexicon where when this person joins, I expect them to be somewhere between 400 and 600 based on past performance. So I expect this person to be between 1,100 and 1,400 based on past performance. So when I see them join, and I'm expecting 1,000, and at the end of the ride, I see 61! It gets the gears a-turning. That's all I'm saying. It gets the gears a-turning. They died? They did not die. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they've posted since then. They're probably okay, though. You're the reason I have self-esteem issues? It's probably you're the reason you have self-esteem issues. You're simply not good enough. Brother, have you been mewing? No, for real. I've been eating like at least 3,500 to 4,500 calories a day. Yesterday for lunch, I had a chicken breast, 2 russet potatoes, a bowl of cereal with almond milk, a protein bar, a cookie, and like 3 handfuls of potato chips. Why? I ate the chicken breast and the potatoes, and then my body said, you're not done yet. So I said, let's have some cereal. Then while I was getting the cereal, I said, might as well have some chips as well. Finished the cereal and the chips, and then I said, I'm still not done. My body said, you want a little bit more. That's 2K maybe? Yeah, bro, that's for lunch. For breakfast, I had 3 empanadas and a smoothie that was like a cup and a half of frozen fruits, 600 milliliters of almond milk, scoop of protein powder, a bunch of powdered peanut butter, 2 tablespoons of Greek yogurt. Like, we were doing some agave syrup. We're chunking, man. And then for dinner, we had Korean barbecue. I probably ate like 8 pieces of samgyeopsal, 8 strips of samgyeopsal, 2 bowls of rice, a little bit of poop. Because I'm going for a PB on the Peloton tomorrow because it's my birthday. It's my birthday ritual. Try to PB the Alanis Morissette ride. So I think I need to hit an average of more than 248 watts. So I've been spending the start of this week fueling because that's gonna suck ass. You're bulking? Nah, we don't need to get into this. It's gonna make people upset. Okay, but I think like if you're in your 20s, go ahead, bulk. Pursue the Mr. Universe lifestyle for like a little bit for yourself. Nothing wrong with it. You could lift. I'm just like the bulking to me. If you're like 36 years old, You don't need to go through like an extra phase where you eat 1,000 calorie surplus a day just to gain mass. You should just, my personal lifestyle, I'm trying to promote longevity, at least via cardio instead of, you know, I mean, I probably shouldn't be eating the 2,000 calorie lunch, but I apologize. This is such a shitty thing to say, but just bear with me. I apologize if this offends you, but being like a middle-aged man talking about your bulk phase is like possibly the most divorce-coded sentence that you could utter. What do you mean you're bulking, bro? You're 51 years old with 2 kids. That's gone. That time's over, okay? I'm not saying like you're too old to do that. I'm just saying you're old enough to know better. Now, if you're 22 and you're like, I'm bulking, I get it. Everybody's got to go through that phase where they're like, wouldn't it be sick? Dude, in 2 years, I could probably compete in like a natural bodybuilding competition. And maybe you could. Now men can't even work out. Who said anything about working out, little bro? You need to spend more time on the bodybuilding.com forums. We're talking about bulking. Bulking is in the kitchen. Working out is in the gym. You should go to the gym. Just maybe chill out on drinking a gallon of milk a day to impress some dude on a forum. Respectfully, NL, I think this stream is a wash. You need to pivot fast or it is so over. Respectfully, you're too old to be posting like that. You should be eating like more complex carbohydrates, less refined sugars, refined flours, white flour, stuff like that. You need the bran in your diet. You should be monitoring your HDL and probably your LDL cholesterol. You should be getting at least 45 minutes of zone 2 exercise a day to stave off heart disease in the future. I don't want to live to be 70. Yes, you do. You don't right now because you can't conceive of like what the future will be like 44 years from now. But like 43 years and 6 months from now, you're probably going to want to live the same way you do right now. So that's just me giving you a little bit of advice. You could take it or leave it. It wouldn't be the first time for either. 45 minutes a day. Let's start with 3 times a week. Don't make me. So you know what? Why is it always the motherfuckers who are not working out that are like, I'm worried about burnout? How about you worry about fucking pedaling out and then we can talk about burnout? So it's not your fault. I went through this in Dan's chat. Dan was like, how do I get into long bike rides? And I was like, take the wattage on your PB, multiply it by 0.67, and then ride for 90 minutes. And then people were like, going too hard early is a sure method to burn out. And I just wanted to be like, he's talking to the people that are actually doing it, not the dudes who live on the forums. No disrespect. Anyway, sorry, that was it was more insulting than I intended, but people condescend to me all day, so to the victor go the spoils, man. L take. It took me a year of doing 2x weekly before I got into the habit. Okay, L take. Once I got my Peloton, I started riding 7 days a week immediately at a lower intensity until the habit was built in, and now I don't know how to stop. Turns out people are different. Also, please don't condescend to me if the first president you can remember is Barack Obama. I have vivid memories of seeing George H.W. Bush on the television as a kid, okay? You're out here, you don't even remember George W. Bush, and you're telling me how to build healthy habits? We're not listening to the same books on Audible, let's put it that way. I'm listening to The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. No matter how many times they advertise the 7 habits of highly effective people to me, I'm not going to download it, Jeff. Jeff, I'm not going to download it. We have a podcast epidemic. We have too many self-improvement podcasts out there. We need more podcasts that are actually funny or informative or entertaining in some way or illuminating or just interesting or weird. And we need less that are that are about holding space for defying gravity. Although it is a catchy song, okay?
Oh, I cannot wait to get 5. I cannot gain. Dude, I tried on my suit the other day, it doesn't fucking fit, man.
Oh no.
I fucked up. I've ruined my life, I think.
It might take like a year of living in New Zealand to like casually lose the weight you gain of a month in
Why do you think I
America.
got a bike, bro?
Yeah, man. I hear you.
My shit goes up and down quick though, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I hate how badly I want to Peloton for the social aspect of it, you know? Just 'cause I feel like it'd be fun to compete against my pals.
Dude, the egg carton's going crazy. We had like 16 riders yesterday, something like that. At 6
Why
a.m.
don't we-
Pacific time.
It's like we'll jump on Strava, dude.
Because it's fucking the winter time in North America, Chibli. I'm not going outside to bike. It's icy, dude.
Are you doing like what rides are you doing?
90-minute scenics, bro. Today was a rough one. Today was 2 times 20 minutes at FTP with a 10-minute gap in the middle.
What?
I know. I was impressed that I could do it too.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is the first time, chat. I'm not lighting you up, I promise. I love this. I lost 30 pounds in 5 months. All I had to do was walk 10 miles a day, drink a fruit smoothie, and have 2 bananas every day for lunch. Is that all it took? That's a lot of work, man. You should be proud of yourself. I mean, 10 miles of walking a day is kind of crazy. That's... What do you walk? Like 3 miles an hour? Probably walk... How many... Probably walk like 6K an hour. It's like 4 miles. 4 miles, that's like 2.5 hours of walking. That's a lot of cardio, man. I lost 50 pounds in 4 months from keto. I would literally rather walk 10 miles a day, but you do you. I'm sorry, it has to be I know that's a crazy play. It has to be crit chance. It has to be. Because you need to kill on the first attack or we eat shit. It's that simple. Manual breathing? Fuck! God damn it. It's bad when it happens anytime, but the worst... Egg Carton, can you back me up here? The worst is when you're on the bike and you suddenly start breathing manually, and then you have to wait like 5 minutes for something to distract you so that you're not breathing manually anymore. And then you're always like, am I breathing too fast and thus artificially raising my heart rate and making the workout harder? Or am I breathing too slow and depriving my body of precious oxygen that'll lower my endurance capacity? That shit pisses me off, man. Please don't do this to me. I'm exercising right now. Sorry. That actually said I would probably close the stream if that shit happened to me. If I was watching a stream and someone said that, I would probably close the stream. Corey, the Peloton servers went down for like a minute this morning on my ride.
Oh no.
But I was so locked into my Slay the Spire run on my phone that I didn't notice for like 5 minutes. So I like
pause your ride.
Well, it just froze all the entire screen, but the timer kept going. So I was like, oh, my butt hurts. So I stood up and cranked the resistance a little bit to get a break, and then nothing on the screen changed, and I went, what the fuck? I was like, damn, I was locked the fuck in.
Did it recover, or did it just fuck up the whole ride?
I had to reboot the bike, and I lost like 5 minutes of tracking.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
You know, that's why, you'll never convince me to get a Peloton or Peloton-like.
It's the first time it's happened in like a year. So
there's only 2 issues I have with the bike with regards to that sort of thing. It's like if you want to pause a ride, you can't.
On a scenic ride, you can't pause, which is crazy.
And if there's an error and you just have to start all over again.
I do really like the idea, the mental image that Peloton goes down and someone just physically, they're like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to move my legs without.
It'd be great if when the servers went down, the pedals just stopped moving.
It just locked instantly. And you fucking broke your legs. Honestly, I should be waking up early, starting Peloton, because
dude,
I can't fit it into my fucking day otherwise.
He's learning.
I have a Peloton question, and I might have asked this
how do you sell it?
No. I'm trying to. I'm finally fixing the broken part that I didn't fix for a long time. Doesn't have to do with the question, though. Can you watch YouTube on the Peloton?
I actually don't know. I don't think so yet.
Which is annoying because I pulled it up and they have YouTube TV on it, which is why that and not just YouTube or both even? But yeah, I was figuring okay, you have YouTube TV, you gotta have regular ass YouTube, right? Because that's my ass will stop streaming and then instead of going downstairs and flopping on cable you would in the early 2000s, I go downstairs and I put on like an hour-long YouTube video or something.
Yeah.
But I'm I could ride the bike watching this,
Yep.
But maybe I fucking can't actually.
You should just prop a tablet up on your Peloton.
That's what I did, man. I bought
I'd be so sad to buy like a $2,000 bike and be like, well, now I gotta go buy an $800 tablet to lean on it.
You
What have you
screwed
done?
me, buddy. You screwed me.
Well, you should have.
It's cinema!
You screwed yourself, brother.
You get to do it again, Ryan.
But you're gonna steal it from me, so I definitely don't want you to do it.
Holy shit, I'm shiny, dude.
He's so shiny.
I got a $50 3D printed tray that slots into the handlebars.
Did you?
Yeah, and then I can play Slay the Spire on my phone when I'm in Zone 2 rides.
That's I looked at that when we first got that bike and there was nothing available. Because it's wild to me that there's no place to like put your phone.
Yes, it is crazy. Because they like want it to be a serious bike, but then they don't really want it to be a serious
Ryan won
bike.
on this before. I was browsing Facebook Marketplace, dude. People are selling Pelotons for fucking nothing in the States.
Dude.
They can't afford the.
They're like, you want my
subscription?
$1,600 bike for $300?
Dude, I think honestly, if you pay that much upfront for something, like the subscription should be like much less.
I think they should definitely give you a discount on the subscription if you buy the bike outright.
Maybe try pushing the pedals before you act like an expert on the company.
I don't need to.
People are like, I bought it, I don't use it anymore. Well, fucking skill difference, kid.
Mm-hmm.
We're hitting 1,500 rides in January.
To let a sucker keep his money. That's what I always
That's
say.
crazy.
Okay, guys, if you could not steal this one too, that'd be sick.
I'm going to chance time, buddy. No matter what, I'm going to chance time.
You don't need a subscription to use a $1,600 bike. You need a subscription to use the things that come with the program.
You really need to pay this. I'm going to give Chad the +2 on this one, because if you just buy the bike and don't buy the subscription, you are like criminally insane.
Yeah, do they even let you use the bike if you don't have like?
I mean, you can push the pedals, but you won't have a display.
I guess that's it. Yeah. no metrics whatsoever.
Who needs metrics?
It's kind of like the reason you spend all that money on the bike.
Can't you just calculate like, oh, I did the bicycle for 2 hours. That's like
at this resistance, at this cadence.
Yeah, and you can just like
probably-
drink like 5 Soylents a day, or eat like just chickpeas.
Don't drink Soylent. That's bad for
You can just do a lot of things, but at some point people pay for maybe like a smoother experience or some degree of convenience. I could spin you a yarn about how the systems that everyone poo-poos are actually really useful when you first get started for reinforcing the habit, but the proof is in the pudding, okay? I don't need to debase myself like that.
Pudding.
Can I be honest? How have we not, like, at this stage in technological advancement, made like a drink that just, you know, gives you a bunch of calories and nutrients?
They've done it like 5 times,
It's called
man.
milk.
Yeah, but it costs like $40. Like,
Yes.
it can't be that expensive, man.
Did you hear the crowd go aw in the background?
They also don't taste that good. They don't taste bad.
do
which I think
taste bad.
Is a win. No, they don't taste bad, but they don't taste good.
In my opinion, they taste bad, but
Some of them do. Like I've had the Ensure like default, and those taste fine. But then there's like the Ensure high protein. Those taste just like awful.
Oh shit!
That is a full item bag. Holy moly! But then also there's like this other max protein thing.
Oh, wow. Triple payday.
That also just
you got the mirror too.
Tastes horrible.
Why not just eat protein?
Wait, can we not do this? We're fucking almost 40 years old. Why are we posting like 21-year-old Redditors? Oh, things someone does? Why not just do X thing instead? Because they don't fucking want to, man. They want to do something else. We can't be doing this. Anytime we bring up spending literally $1 on anything, you know what it's like in chat. Oh, the dollar store is too expensive these days. We can't be doing that stuff into our 50s and our 60s, man.
He's right.
We're gonna go insane.
Say it. Look, there's sometimes I don't like I got appetite problems due to the previously mentioned IBS related issues, and sometimes I'm not hungry, but I still gotta put stuff in me or I'll die.
Mm-hmm.
So a compact
Guy named
drink
Stuff.
that has a lot of nutrients. Come on, man.
Peloton this morning? It's every day, bro. You ain't even gotta ask. 10-minute warm-up with some spin-ups to 120 plus cadence, 20 minutes at FTP, 10-minute rest, 20 minutes at FTP, 30 minutes in zone 2 to finish it off. At the start of each fight, haste the weapon 3 seconds. Oh, Troye Sivan. I'm still, Kate, has it come in yet? Because it is December 10th. Has the Peloton cooldown come in for 2024? I'm eager to see what the recap says, because last year the recap was all about like your favorite instructor, your favorite class type. This year I've literally done one class and then like 300 scenic rides. So I'm interested if it breaks the Peloton Wrapped. If my favorite instructor is going to be the one instructor I took a class from. There's a Peloton Wrapped? No way. Why wouldn't there be, man? It's like it takes no work whatsoever to make the report, and people share it on social media. It's like it's a free win. You take classes to ride a stationary bike. Don't be shy. Post your mile time. Post your mile time. I don't know. Let me think about it. I'm gonna say if I had to, I could. Even as a non-runner right now, I bet I could bust out an 8-minute mile. I'm trying to be somewhere in between braggadocious but conservative on that. I think an 8-minute mile is pretty reasonable. 6:30? Wasn't like a 6-minute mile what they were doing in Chariots of Fire, man? Or am I crazy? That was a 4-minute. Oh shit. Okay, well, maybe 6:30 is reasonable. I don't know. That was decades ago. Yeah, shoe technology's come a long way, man. It's not true that if you're a gym rat, I call you a nerd. I feel like I'm the only person out here who's keeping lifters honest, though. Everybody, when two lifters talk, oh, fucking overhead press, fucking squats, bud, fucking deadlift, fucking hybrid grip deadlift with the hex bar today, bro. And then you go to the gym and they do 3 heavy deadlifts and then look at their phone for 5 minutes. Like nobody else is keeping them honest, man. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing like morally reprehensible about it. I'm just like, I feel like I'm the only person that's observing from the outside what's actually happening in there.
Maximum pulse.
Oh crap.
No, man, not all crap. I got 5 of them.
Oh,
What do I do? What do I do?
I don't know.
Okay, here they.
Nice.
Oh yes. Oh, they some saved, some live.
Yeah, some of them can fly, but still, that was good, man. That was good.
That was good. That was
better
great.
than last time.
Play the game. Play the game. Oh.
I've abandoned you,
I'm
Chiblee,
missing
to help
everything?
our tank.
That's okay.
I've
Our
died.
tank.
I've died, been abandoned. It's okay. I'm not.
Iron Man's coming in. Iron Man's coming in
this time.
Easiest win.
Okay, we got it.
Easiest win in history. Easiest win in history.
Oh, any water in the stall? I got no water.
Oh, I'm out too. I'm out.
Me when I'm in Texas.
I remember when you first got the Peloton, you had that water bottle that go. Every time you'd take a sip of it, it was awesome.
My wife made me throw it out.
What did you have? Like a squeeze bottle?
Yeah, but it did make like a heinous sound.
Did it have one of the like easy squeeze tops on it?
Yes.
So like it doesn't spill when you invert it, but it'll like
Correct.
rock it out real fast.
Yeah. It had like the Seymour from Little Shop of Horrors on the top.
Okay, interesting. Those are great until you're riding and like putting in a lot of effort and you squeeze and it accidentally shoots straight into the back of your throat and you're like, oh.
That's getting out the tonsil stones though.
Keeps your teeth from getting inundated by freaking maltodextrin as well.
Oh
no! Start the timer.
over.
Yeah, start the timer. We don't really need to buff your crit chance, I guess, but let's see. Twin dad. Let's go off King's name. Always love you see the most fucked up shit on Twitter. You click on the profile. Christ lover, comma, girl dad. Fuck, man. What are you doing out here? Peloton ass name. Anybody here from the egg garden? You ever get a high five from that person who obviously has a juiced bike? Because their output is like 4x what the next closest person on the leaderboard is. And their hashtag is Gen X no whiners. Shit makes me laugh every time. It's probably like once a month I get a high five from that person. It makes me laugh every time, man. While they're fucking on their miscalibrated bike where every time you push the pedal you get like 15 kilojoules. Gen X no whiners. Makes me laugh. Tickles my fancy, it does. Oh, I said that like a hobbit.
Dude, man, Ryan, yesterday I rode the Peloton. I was sweating like crazy.
Dude, what was your RPE?
The Versler.
I don't know what that means.
Rate of perceived exertion.
You know what?
Oh, is that my Strive score?
I guess it would. Yeah, that makes sense.
It wasn't that high. It was like a 70 or something.
70. Dude, someone in the class yesterday, like one of the Egg Carton members, had a Strive score of 220.9.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even know that was something that could happen. No, they were pumping. They were like, I think they nearly killed themselves on the bike.
Their metrics are fucked.
Like, no, they were going crazy.
Typical dually, am I right?
Man, I beat my PR by, I think, 1 kilojoule.
Yo, on 30 minutes?
Oh, come
45.
on.
40,
We're just gonna
way!
distribute our coins back around to each other.
No shot, bro. Somebody sells. Probably me.
Oh.
Wait, this was a versus
It's a
minigame
versus,
for...
dude.
People think I'm on TikTok all the time. I'm like, even Corey, he'll say things like, have you seen this TikTok? The answer is always no, unless it got reposted to Twitter. I'm not a TikTok consumer. I'm just shoveling slop into the slop machine. I'm not watching the slop. By the way, I think I'm hitting my limit with Twitter. And there's a lot of bad stuff on Twitter, but the straw that's breaking the camel's back is somehow they've actually made the For You page even worse. It's literally like 99% generic blue check free booted Facebook stuff now. It used to be 1 in 10 posts was like, watch this guy make a snow globe out of his Porsche steering wheel. But now it's literally like, you won't believe what he does. And it's a fucking, you have to have this in your house. And it's like some fucking 3D printed tool to get the last bit of toothpaste out of the tube. It's fucking garbage, man. There's no humans left. You know, I'm taking step 1 right now. I'm removing the app from my home screen. Be removed from the home screen. And then what's going to take the spot? Well, you know what? We'll just move the Peloton app up a little bit. But I also have not opened the Peloton app in a long time because I just use the bike instead. Blue Sky? No, why would I go to Blue Sky? The best Twitter ever was pretty bad. So even if Blue Sky gets to those highs, which I'm pessimistic of, because we're not bright-eyed and bushy-tailed anymore, like the highest possible high that it could achieve is a cognito hazard inflicted upon an entire global population. I just got notified the 2024 Peloton recap is coming soon. Yes! They didn't do it last year for some reason. $700 trillion company couldn't send out a fucking MailChimp email that was like, here's your stats from the last year collated, even though we fucking have the data. But this year they're back, man. Kate, when that pops into the inbox, please forward it to me. Or as they call it in Rome, the Agora. Right? The Agora? That's Greece? What do they call it in Rome? The Mercato? The Forum? Isn't that where you go? That's the public town square, man. Whatever. Having a wrong title is actually good because it'll generate a lot of clippable moments in chat. Isn't Agora that movie with Mikey Madison? So close. Did you like the ending? I haven't seen a movie since we went and saw Exuma in theaters. Well, no, I saw Trolls Band Together. Yeah. Most recent movie I saw was Trolls Band Together, and that was like 3 months ago. Yeah, still way off on Megalopolis. I'm hoping to get some time. How was Trolls? Wasn't great. It's the NSYNC one where NSYNC gets back together to sing a song in the movie. Bring back Peloton Letterbox. The problem is, it would be nice to watch movies on the bike, but music is a better motivator when you actually have intervals, and you can't do group rides with when you're on Netflix, Disney Plus, etc., etc. So I don't want to let the egg carton down. by stopping the group rides just so I can watch whatever dreck they just put out on Netflix. Why not? They don't have it, man. They don't have the technology. Scientists haven't figured it out yet. Prime stocking stuffers for Christmas. Great question. I don't know. I can only speak as a dad. Socks are nice. Underwear's nice. Liquid IV is nice. Chocolates? Yeah. Chocolates. Am I cooked if my mom puts Monsters in my stocking because I'm always drinking one? No, I think that's good. It means your mom, you know, she's meeting you on your level, man. She's saying, like, my kid loves Monsters. Here you go. Here's a Monster. You're cooked if she threw in, like, a 0-calorie soda and was like, maybe this will help you quit the Monsters. Am I cooked if my wife bought me a Peloton? No, listen. Twitter now is cooked. But Twitter never had more blue sky energy than when the Peloton wife commercial came out. And everybody all of a sudden was like, I would never buy my wife an exercise bike. And I was taking arrows nonstop for saying, like, I think it's a good gift, man. You're not, if you wanted to be 12 years old, yeah, then you're like, what, you think I'm fat? But that's, you're not thinking like in terms of real people, man. That's like how an NPC responds to something like that. That's like a Joss Whedon dialogue option. It's a great gift. It saved my life, man. But back then, everybody was like, you don't get it, man. You don't fucking get it. You'll never fucking get it. They should sponsor you. They don't have to. I do it for free. I think the Peloton commercials now are way worse. Because like before, at least the commercials had the bike in it. Now, for some reason, every commercial is like trying to hide the fact that they sell bikes. My genuine question is, do you need to buy a Peloton or can another exercise bike do it for you? I'm so sorry, it's not your fault, but I literally just can't have this conversation every day for the rest of my life. Google it. This is a Google question. You're getting a lot of people in chat who don't exercise who are like, I would never buy a Peloton. And I'm like, I know, man. That's apparent. I can't relitigate this every day for the rest of my life. It's crazy. Astria free on Epic Games. Yo, DL Guiga, are you here? This is huge news for a personal friend of mine. It's DL Guiga's favorite game. He's your friend? Yeah, I mean, he riles me up sometimes, but like, you know, we spend hours on the bike together, man. We're pretty much like best friends. Isn't he in school right now? No, bro, it's Christmas break. Lost the crit skill? So-called I play games because they're fun. Andes, when you make a decision that's suboptimal but could be fun. Where did we lose our way as a medium, man? Actually, I gotta be honest. I don't think it's gamers. I think it's the human mind has a tendency towards self-destruction. I say that because I go to some subreddits for like more serious cyclists, and there's some really helpful information. It takes you a while to digest it. But then after people digest it, they start making threads that are like, I'm taking 2 days off for Christmas. What would be the best way to like maximize my recovery time without causing my TSS to get so low that I exit the zone where my body is most efficiently making adaptations? Then like they write an essay in the OP, and then the top reply is always like some dude who's like 61 and is like, you're gonna die someday, enjoy Christmas. And I'm like, damn, he's spitting, man. I think that I'm just trying to point out that it happens in every single hobby. You get into it because it seems fun, and then instead of the original pursuit, you start focusing on the data and the numbers going up, and then you forget about the thing that got you into it in the first place, and you're like, I'm in it for the numbers now. How do I keep the numbers going up as fast as possible? Get anything good for Christmas? My wife got me bone conduction headphones. She's actually goated on the bike. They're like very sweat tolerant, and I can hear other stuff through my open ear canals, which is very nice, particularly because at least 8 times a ride, something in my music will sound like either footsteps running down the stairs, like a robber that's gonna kill me, or like my daughter waking up and having an emergency or something like that. So then I like pull my headphones out and I listen and I go, oh, I guess it's okay. So to get the bone conductors, it seems to have solved the problem. Where sometimes I log in and I look at my client, and then I queue up for a game of Valorant. Then I tried to lock Viper, but somebody else locked in. Now I'm playing Torbjorn and I'm building stuff again. Valerie, why don't you come on over, play Valorant? You know what I'm saying? Is this anything? I can't believe we gotta wait 6 seconds for the damn raid timer to go. See ya.